I basically did nothing productive. Sometimes you gotta take a chill weekend. Yeah, I mean, since moving, it turns out, like, after you move, there's a lot of things you have to do after you move that is, you know, busyness. 2 to 3, are you in Florida? I'm trying to think of what tropical regions got snow. I mean, we got snow here, but, like, it was fucking cold for about 3 days, and then it warmed back up. Like, it was, I don't know, -8 a couple days in a row. AFDNZ, thanks for the double pack of gift subs. Appreciate you greatly. Enjoy that island life. I have been, Aqua. You know, it's weird. Like, I told my friend this when I was, because I had to go back to the mainland this weekend for a concert and to hang out with my friend Kevin, which was something that we'd planned, like, I don't know, 6 months ago. And, it was a fun concert. It was a good trip, and it's a 3-hour round trip for me to go from my house to his apartment if his mom picks me up, which is actually pretty fucking fast, all things considered, considering I'm crossing, what, like 60 kilometers of ocean. Or not round trip, one way, 3 hours. But, it's hard to explain, but people are actually, like, not angry to be here. Compared to where I used to live, where it really seemed that, like, nobody wanted to be where they are, ever. Here people smile, just, like, unprompted. And there's, like, actual bike infrastructure, which is really nice. So, you know, you'll be out at, like, 9 o'clock at night walking in a park and just have people commuting to and from work on bike. And, like, you know, it's a place with nice bike infrastructure when somebody rides past you on a bicycle with 3 children on the back of it. It's lovely. I can walk from here to downtown and not actually leave a public park. I don't even have to walk on a road. I literally have to just cross the one that's right here. And then I'm just in a park. And there's a sourdough bakery that sells bread that's way too expensive. But, like, it's worth it. So you find that island life is slower, but it's relaxing. Last night, Squiggly, when I was... Last night I went grocery shopping, and the lady at the checkout counter's, like, scanning till wasn't working 100% of the time. So it required her to, like, take it and, like, punch in the actual, like, barcode underneath it. And it was a very slow process. It took about 10 minutes to get 3 people through it. But, like, credit where credit's due, because she was one of the most personable, nicest, chattiest people I've ever seen at a grocery store, and was cracking jokes and entertaining everybody in the line, and, like, nobody was angry, even though there was, like, 3 people in line. If this was back where I used to live, somebody would have started a fight. Because it took, like, 5 minutes to get your groceries through. Meanwhile, I bought my groceries and made a mistake before I went to the grocery store, because I smoked a little bit of weed before I got to the grocery store, so I walked home with not 1 but 2 new peace lilies. They were $4. $4! Like, and they looked really sad. So now they're in new pots. My jungle grows. Where do I live now? First stream they caught on my channel over a week. Well, I lived in the same place last week. I moved from mainland Vancouver, Canada to Victoria, Canada. So I used to live in, like, the suburbs of Vancouver. A little place called Surrey, which is bigger than the suburbs, bigger than Vancouver. I lived there for the better part of 10 years, and I lived close-ish to there before that. I grew up in a place called Haney. better known as Maple Ridge because they changed the name because people kept calling it Rainy Haney, which is one of the funniest names to change the name, funniest reasons to change the name of a town I've ever heard of in my life. Is they got tired of a nickname, so they changed the name. Now I live in Victoria. Sounded pretty much like the Netherlands. I mean, if you look at pictures of Victoria, there's parts of downtown look like the Netherlands. I mean, we do apparently have the oldest liquor selling establishment in Western Canada, which I believe. There's this dive bar here called Big Bad John's, which is like actually kind of a far walk from here. It's like maybe an hour's walk from here. I can get there pretty quick on a bike though. In a car, I could probably get there in 5 minutes, but it's a cash-only dive bar. They give you all-you-can-eat free peanuts, and there are bras hanging from the ceiling, and you're encouraged to put stickers on the walls. It's an experience. No one called Surrey Scurry. No one called it that. Sounds like a college bar? That's not an inaccurate description. Are the bras just free to take? They have stickers on them too. Sounds like a touristy place. Oh yeah, I mean, it is the oldest. It's the longest running legal liquor selling establishment in Western Canada. So yeah, of course it's a fucking touristy place. I mean, I'll put it this way. There are 3 industries where I live now. 3, okay? Tourism, that's number 1. Federal government, that's number 2. And the university. Those are the 3 forms of employment you can get here. So if you work at a brewery or a pub, you'll probably do okay. But like, you know, if you want like a blue collar gig, you gotta go to the next city over, because there really isn't much of that here. Unless like you repair boats, there's plenty of that going on here. They repair the clippers here. There's a big port, but also real estate. Yeah, I wonder. Probably. I mean, my realtor was telling me that I bought into the market here at a good time because apparently all of Seattle is trying to move here. Which I find very funny. It was like right after the US elections, because like I made my offer on the place and got it accepted before the US elections. Right after the US elections, I was talking with my realtor about something unrelated, and she mentioned, she's like, yeah, no, you know, remember how I said that like business was real slow? Well, right after the American elections, like all of a sudden, like a lot of people want to move here from the States. Like, I wonder why. Because like it's a 30-minute flight to get back to Seattle, to get to Seattle from here via float plane. So like, if you are working at a company that pays really well, it's not unreasonable to just fly. You know, if we are one of these salaried like computer science engineers and you need to be at work 3 days a week or 4 days a week or whatever, like, why not? How much further south Victoria is to Vancouver? I'm closer to like Port Alberni than I am to Vancouver. Like I'm like right in line with Bellingham. Actually, I think I'm further south than Bellingham. Like to take the BC ferries from here to the mainland, we cross over US waters for like 20 minutes most of the time. So you have to put your phone into airplane mode unless you want to get dinged $15. You're learning Dutch for similar reasons? Yeah, I mean, I've got family who are Dutch. I'd just rather stay here. To be completely honest with you. But yeah, I do have family that are. Yeah, no, like I'm right in line with the San Juan Islands. I'm closer to the San Juan Islands than I am to the mainland, BC. Hello, Thorbus the Necromancer. And Peter. And Danny No. And Bar Jumper in the YouTube chats. Hello. Good to see you. It's going to be a little bit of a slow start today, guys, because today we're on Twitch front page. And Twitch front page starts at noon Pacific time. So I don't want to get like... I want to keep it chill in the first few hours so that I don't like kind of mentally crap out before front page ends, because front page goes until 8 p.m. Pacific, so... Flight fatigue would get to you. I'll say that float planes are very different than normal flights. Remember us when you're huge? I think that already happened, Jay Martin. And I still remember people who used to say that before I was, like, not small. And then they tune in and they're shocked. Me becoming huge was December 22, when I had, like, 2,000 people watching every day for, like, 3 weeks. When Ambiguous Amphibian was rating me almost every day. You know, when I was getting comments on my YouTube videos from Robaz. It was those days. That was fun. Yeah, that was a month. That was a month. That was a month. I mean, realistically, I could learn another language. YouTube chat. Like, I could learn Dutch. If I wanted to. I mean, I can understand a lot of Dutch, and I can also understand a lot of German. But I can't speak it to save my goddamn life. I just don't really have the interest in it. I happen to like it here. You became a mod around there, and it was about a week before that, wasn't it, Stone? I was like, you're here a lot, and I trust you. You're around to say, yeah, and every now and again you bop somebody. Mostly on the Discord, actually. But sorry. You could learn Klingon. Unironically, I used to be able to. I used to be able to say a couple words in Klingon, and I've forgotten them. And I had a friend, and his brother, and they could have like a semi-functional Klingon conversation. And his mom would just sit there and roll her eyes. She always called it Pig Latin. She's like, I don't know why they're speaking Pig Latin. I'm like, that's not Pig Latin. She goes, I don't care. We do have to do more Discord moderation than any other moderation. Yeah, that's true. You know, I've said this for ages. It would make more sense for me to learn Hindi or Punjabi or Mandarin than it would for me to learn like mainland Europe language. I don't really want to give Duolingo money. Like, I feel like at that point you might as well just ask ChatGPT to teach you another language. Like it, I don't know. I don't trust Duolingo. Like if I wanted to learn another language, I would hire a tutor and just learn another language. I realize that that's like expensive, but if you, at least here, and even where I used to live, the public library has like semi-frequent free language courses for different languages. And it usually was just a group of people who sit down and talk. Like essentially just somebody who doesn't speak English super well but speaks the other language, and it's like the natural way of learning a new language. It definitely was just marketing. Suited giraffe. So like if I were to go learn another language, I wouldn't do it through Duolingo because it would probably be about as effective as Mavis Speak and Teaches Typing for me, which is not at all. No, it's not that it's actually good. It's I don't like the company. I don't care if their methods work. I don't want to learn a language that way. Period. I don't want my phone to go off once a day and I have to read a sentence. I would rather just sit down and talk with somebody and learn it because I'd learned it faster, more efficiently, and I'd actually learn communication skills in that language instead of like staring at my phone more, which I would like to do less. Anything that like requires me to open my phone or an app on a computer, I'm sorry, I don't want to do that. I would rather go talk with somebody, you know? Learn Dwarvish. I can already kind of read Dwarvish. No, it doesn't, Fredley. I was saying that as an insult to how much of a waste I genuinely believe that Duolingo is. See, because like that's the problem I have, Suited Giraffe, it's grammar. Like grammar structure and how to communicate with another person is what's important when learning another language. If you just want to like play little mind games, do a fucking crossword puzzle. And I'm never getting sponsored by Duolingo. After being locked up in a Mexican prison for 6 months? I mean, like, to me, if I were to learn another language, I would go to Eventbrite or meetup.com and find a group of people that are teaching a language. Because, like, I've tried to, like, I remember years ago, and obviously this is old software, so it's not that relevant, but I tried to learn German using Rosetta Stone back in the day, because we had a copy of Rosetta Stone, which for the time was the software for learning a new language, right? Barely learned anything. I found that to be indecipherable. I found it to be awful. Literally learned nothing of value. I spent 6 weeks taking German courses and could almost speak German. And that was once a week with homework. So 6 classes. If I need to learn a new language, I'll just go learn a new language. I'm not gonna fucking... To me, watching anime would be more useful as a way to learn Japanese than taking Duolingo. You started watching me when I started Long Death? So, like, summer 2020? That was a while ago. About romance language words because they're close enough to understand but not close enough to know to get what's going on. Yeah, that's fair. About December 2019. Yeah. It's been a long time, Stone. Long Death was summer 2020, yeah. It was because I couldn't go outside Knowles. Yeah, I can't speak to I can't speak to what living in Russia is like in the current year, Fredley. You're not sure what the best method is, to be fair. It sucks. I don't know. I feel bad for everyday people who live in Russia, generally. Except for the ones I don't feel bad for, if you know what I mean. You learned English watching YouTube videos? I mean, it's like cooler. The artist who did the majority of the art on this YouTube channel, or not on this YouTube channel and Twitch channel. Cooler's Russian. And he learned English playing, I think it was World of Warcraft? So, you know, which is why he's a sarcastic fuck all the time. I love the guy, but man, I want to slap him every now and again. When he just, like, sends me a super sarcastic response like, hey! It's like, uh-huh. Calm down, you shit poster. It's like, how'd you learn English at 4chan? I will say, I genuinely, one of my favorite pastimes when I'm really, like, giggly drunk, Orc with Bo, is go look up ASL, like American Sign Language, live translation of, like, hip-hop concerts. Like, just go find, like, or even better, go find, like, a Megan Thee Stallion concert with, and then find the camera that's pointed at the ASL translator. Funny, it's just something with really, like, raunchy lyrics. Genuinely, some of the hardest belly laughs I've ever had in my life is just watching a lady translate Megan Thee Stallion's lyrics using American Sign Language. Because it's like half impressive, like, hip-hop dance and half just, like, funny gestures. It is, it's maybe the worst thing that I could ever laugh at, but my God, that shit is funny. Ugh. It is so fucking funny. Like, let me. Oh, it slaps, dude, literally. So let me see if I can... Oh, perfect. I'm not going to unmute this song for obvious reasons, but... Come on, where's the... Definitely seen this video before. It's this lady that you gotta watch. It's very funny. Like, just find long videos of that. It's very good. I imagine a lot of it has to be muscle memory. What, ASL? I mean, do you think about what muscles you use to speak? The most frustrating thing about knowing Latin is when all of the Romance languages complain that there aren't ways to do general neutral words like Spanish and French, but because Latin had those and they just got rid of them. Oh, that's funny. At that point, like, it is what it is. It is what the language is, you know? Although there is something, like, kind of adorable about referring to a piano as a she. It's sort of like how people talk about my houseplants. Like, apparently the two peace lilies I bought yesterday, according to the lady working at the till, is they're the two boys. I'm like, all right, well, they're gonna go live with my girls then, I guess. The two lovely gentlemen. My two new peace lilies. How all dogs are a good boy even if they're a girl. See, I don't know about that. I try and figure out if the dog's a boy or a girl first. Murdoch, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. English is not your first language, and watching my live stream improved your pronunciation. Well, happy to help. Considering if English isn't your first language and you can keep up with the speed that I talk, you're doing pretty well. You're doing pretty well. Which, actually, speaking of, to those of you who don't speak English, I need you guys to do me a favor. This is actually to the YouTube folks as well. Apparently, YouTube now has live AI translations of YouTube videos. I need to look if that stuff's been enabled on my channel, because I only learned about this yesterday. I know they've been translating, like, titles and stuff for a while, but apparently now they have, like, AI voice live translations, and I've heard that they're terrible. So to people who, like, if you speak Spanish, which is one of the ones that they translate them to, it's French, Spanish, and something else, go see if they've put those on my channel, and if they have, I need to disable them. Because a lot of the AI features just aren't enabled on my channel, because in Canada, a lot of these haven't been enabled yet. At least in certain regions, mine included. Like, I don't have the inspiration panel that everybody keeps talking about. It doesn't exist in my dashboard. I'm looking at it right now. So I don't see the setting to turn them off. So if you guys notice that they pop up, let me know and then I'll disable them. Because, like, on one hand, it's probably going to be a really good accessibility feature in the future. On the other hand, if they're incorrectly transforming, like, the video and, like, muting my voice, that sucks. The problem is most YouTubers who use that stuff probably don't even realize it's happening, Eurysmic viewers. The subtitles aren't terrible, though, because the subtitles are just, like, speech to text, right? Like, subtitles, okay. That doesn't bother me because people know that that's not the intent of the creator, right? But if somebody ends up on a video and it's just a crappy AI voice and I don't have my face on it so you can't tell that I'm speaking English and it's in Spanish or it's in French, then it's harder to immediately realize that it's not the intent of the creator. Does that make sense? Like, if it's YouTube's generated subtitles, I'm fine with that. Like, that's a great accessibility feature. Like, I use those on my stream, which is just Google voice to text. And those should be running, unless they're not, in which case I screwed up badly. No, they are running. Like, if you turn on closed captions on my stream, like, sorry for the stream. Yeah, see, like, they're right here. Like, I use these. Like, these are good. Like, that is a good accessibility feature. But if it's hiding, like, the creator's intent, that I don't like. Also, for some reason, I'm just realizing chat's not on screen. Chat, why are you not on screen? You have to enable it. You have to click the captions button. Aw, Chad is shy. Well, that's a shame. Why are you not up? Let me just go here. And go back to here. There it is. Forward! Did the old turn it off, turn it back on again. Oh, definitely. Pseudo giraffe. You keep on... YouTube had this big banner at the top of the, what's it called? At the top of the, dashboard for a good couple weeks there saying to opt out of their AI features. And I did, which maybe is why I don't get that inspirations tab popping up. I'll put it this way. Personally, it makes me really happy that YouTube is the only platform I use that's really dove into that stuff. Twitch just hasn't. And that is very, very, very not fulfilling, but like, it makes me just hope that they won't. I mean, Twitch's CEO has been out there a couple times talking about how, like, well, the audience doesn't want that. You know what? Like, the only people in shitifying Twitch with AI right now is, like, Twitch's user base. Well, welcome, Boskatan. Welcome. Anything on the agenda today? So I'm taking my time getting started because today's gonna be a long stream. I mean, Icon covers his YouTube videos in AI-generated art, so when he stops doing that, I'll tell you. I don't ever have extra cats because I don't generally permit cats in my forts. And when I do, I geld them immediately, so I don't have extra cats. As should you. But all my animals are turned into soap. I don't discriminate. Anyway, at noon today, we go on the front page of Twitch. So today's going to be a long stream because I have basically 8 hours from that point of front page time. So on the docket for today, we're going to be playing Dwarfs, and we're going to be playing some more Goblin Camp in the evening. Oh, you watched Muda? Many people watch Muda in YouTube chat. Yeah, no, I discovered this about 2 weeks ago, but Muda reminded me of it the other day. Sad Goblin Camp late. The last time I Goblin Camped, it was during the day. I mean, what time you go bed? Time and Destruct. Because I'll probably swap over to Goblin Camp at like 4. Last 4 hours of stream or something will be Goblin Camp soon. Yeah, well, maybe when you wake up, I'll still be Goblin Camping. Not gonna make it, yeah. Yeah, cheers. Twitch has actually gotten a lot more, they made the process of signing up for front page a lot more straightforward. You no longer have to like send somebody an email and then maybe get a response. They just put out like a Google form once a month. So since they've started doing this, I think I've gotten it twice now? Once now. So twice total. I got it a couple months ago. Flurry, thank you very much for the 4th month. Never seen Goblin Camp, will be interesting. There's a VOD on the YouTube, on the VOD channel now. There's a VOD on the YouTube channel. Flurry, thanks for the 4th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you. They use Google Forms, not AWS. You know what I like about Twitch? Is all the Twitch staff are just humans. So, like, they use Google Forms. They use Discord. They use the software that the people who use their site use. You don't know what to do with them? If you hunting train them, they will go out and kill random animals outside and drag their bodies back to your fortress, the dude. And your dwarves will collect them and butcher them. And if you war train them, then they will randomly attack enemies. Then if you war train them and you click on a soldier's occupations tab or any dwarf's occupations tab, you can assign war animals as their like bodyguard essentially, and they'll follow them around and defend them. So if you have like a particular dwarf that you want to be safe, you can assign them as guard animals, essentially. Something memorable that you can go back to and watch? Fire Orb was pretty cool. On the VOD channel, Fire Orb was pretty cool. Specifically because of what I was able to build by the end of it. Every kid a dragon bodyguard. Everybody get the baby a pet dragon when they become 10 years old. That'd probably be a pretty good way to keep them alive. Is this about dogs? We were talking about dragons, but you could do that with dogs too. Any animal that's war trainable. But just make sure that you make an animal training zone before you start setting them to be trained by trainers, otherwise they just won't get trained. You would recommend the short playlist of Long Death. All 1,100 hours of it. Every now and again I get people commenting on those videos. So I did say it was going to be a slow start today. The ads just played again, so I think it's... Let's play some Dwarf Fort, shall we? Hey, Twitch chat, if you want, you can say hi, YouTube. Just, you know, for the VODs and all that. So, who here missed the start of this fortress and doesn't know what we're doing? You missed? Okay. Well, the ads just started, so I will wait another minute. I can tell you right now the answer is yes. So you can ask the question, private parking, but the answer is yes. They want to do more music and more art. Like, by art, the big splash screens, like the ones back here. And more small art additions and more music with every major update. It'll come in piecemeal, right? Like, we just got fruits and more plant variety for trees and stuff. This is the first stream of mine I've seen. Oh my god! Welcome, newbie. It's good to have yous. Also, YouTube chat, I just want to state right now, if you feel like I'm ignoring you more than usual today, it's because the last time I was on front page, I just straight up didn't stream on YouTube, because there's going to be a bunch more people here than usual. So I'm going to be very distracted today. So, just an FYI. No, I mean, you can ask the question. The thing is, private parking, I'm gonna be going through the document. I'm not just asking them all in chronological order. I go through and like format them and then take the most commonly asked questions or like the ones that make the most sense for the subjects. So a lot of questions won't be asked. And there's always one person who's like, you didn't ask my question. And I'll be like, well, you asked about multiplayer for the 15 quintillionth time. Go watch the last 5 interviews where I asked that question. Not the last 5, but... More than usual, we're going to be on front page of North American Twitch, which means there might be an extra 800 people here. There might be an extra 5,000 people here. You don't really know. And that starts in an hour and 20 minutes. I didn't explain anything, Eurus McDwarf. I changed the subject more or less immediately when the ads popped. All right, so this fortress. You need to realize I have a big-ass banner at the top of my stream that says when... I'm in an ad break, and I just change subject immediately when that happens. So this fortress was a world-generated fortress, and the goal of this fortress was to reclaim it, starting with literally nothing. We started with no materials, no food, no anything, and build what's there into a usable, functional fortress, and then go to war with the enemy faction. Now, excuse me, the last 2 fortresses we did in this world were down here. We had Kingdom Dawn and Clobber Tomb. which was 2 different dwarven factions. Now, Kingdom Dawn and Clobber Tomb were on a haunted ocean with evil zombies, which was quite a bit of fun, but very, very difficult to maintain stably, and both of them fell. Which was nice. It's nice to build a fortress that died to natural causes. And now we're in this fortress, and this fortress is kind of set up for success already because it's a world gen fort. So if I actually scroll down through here, this stair we built, but the little ramps going down were there naturally. This is all an aquifer that I'm refusing to not dig through, so I'm just digging through it and letting it drain out into the caverns. Down here is the cavern layer, and that's where we're draining the aquifer, and also into my stairs, which is fine. This is a level with a road on it that exits out into the caverns, and as you can see, we've got a giant mole skeleton there. We are slowly collecting bodies. And then down here is the original bedroom layer, which has like 300 doors or something in it. Down here is the next cavern layer, which I found while I was digging around in the bedrooms. And then if we go down, this is the lowest cavern layer. And right here is the basement. The basement currently is sort of locked off because I'm using this as a trash disposal, this little bit of lava, and this is the magma sea. So the current plan for this fortress is just to dig out and build up as successful a reclaim fortress as possible while repurposing and utilizing the existing structures on the map. We started off with not 1, but 4 goblin towers because this place was taken over by goblins. So likely they used these towers as part of sieging, and I'm repurposing them into these a series of archways with little structures on them. So we got a beehive room right there. I've got my military training on top of this one. Down here, there's another one which I haven't done anything with yet. And over here, there's an additional one which I also haven't done anything with yet. The original structure was a big square box right here, which I caved in. And I'm now repurposing into kind of a, well, I'm thinking about maybe making it into like kind of a circular-ish moat because there is a little river here, and I think that would be kind of cool. It would freeze half of the year, but I think I can make it look pretty cool. Now, as I said, the purpose of this fort is war. So when we go to like kind of your civilizations, there's a good number of civilizations around. Plunger, the kobold faction, are here to plunge my artifacts. We've also got the Tower of Clobbering, which is us. We've got a human civilization and a rodent man civilization, which we've discovered down in the basements. But around us, we also have these elves that we're at war with. We've got lots of elves that we're at war with, actually. We've got goblins that we're at war with, and also humans that we are at war with. So I'm kind of expecting this to turn into a war-torn battle zone. Redbeard, thanks for the 21st month with Prime. Welcome back, dude. It's good to have you around, man. Our aquifer's not infinite. Aquifers are, in fact, infinite. Yes. So I'm making drainage for them. So any immediate questions? I think that's probably about as comprehensive of a tour as I can do in like a minute or two. And now for the folks over here on Twitch, there's something I gotta do real quick. I gotta go here, I gotta go click this. How far along am I? I mean, it's about being satisfied, right? So you're done when you're satisfied. And how far along are we? I don't know. Mid-game, maybe? Like, as far as population counts and whatnot go. We're roughly mid-game. I don't know, this is like my my third stream of this fort, so, I don't know. Probably got 5 streams left. Ilmirin, I don't even know if you have a dwarf. Jaded Rat is alive as a dwarf. We've got Greg and then some. We've got Coedex Tub. We've got Man-Eating Tapir. Barksdale, Brazil Pirate. We've got Elfie Bean. We've got Non-Major Nerd. We've got Worth Butts. And we've got Packsmack. We've got some Goblin Criminal. We've got Anon 4. We've got Orange TJ. We've got Lanix, Toothpick. Rhino of the Stars. Rin of the Stars. We've got Sirius Salsa, B-Lug, Jay, and Natsubami, and Stormwolf. I think that's everybody. I don't think I missed anyone. What kind of dwarf would you like? And Siba. Shivarsibo? I don't know how to actually say your name. Hello to you, too. Your current fortress is also generated reclaimed and man the default passageway. Down is annoying and slippery, so build a stairway through it. I mean, I wouldn't even bother walling it off. Just place one floor tile on top of it. Or just deconstruct one of the ramps and then just build stairs up and down. Farmer? Brewer? I've got 2 brewers. Or 1 farmer. What you want? Brewer or farmer? Or a farming brewer? Do I have clay or sand? There is sand. I can't remember if there's clay. Actually, I think there's kilonite. So yes? I need to double check. I haven't played this fort since Thursday. That literally only has 7 dwarves left. I guarantee you that there's more than 7 dwarves. There's just only 7 dwarves in that faction. So, like, if you were playing adventure mode, Danny, and you wandered around in a human town or a goblin town, you'd see dwarves. So if you make a fortress, you will get dwarves joining your faction, but currently there's only 7 dwarves in that faction. But there's probably a few thousand dwarves just in the world. Unless it's the Age of Death and literally everybody is dead. I need to look for kilonite because I hadn't made it that deep. We only just got a really big migrant wave towards the end. And I'm mostly just like working on building basic structures right now, not really working on crafting currently. Greg, and then some, thanks for the 4th month. Welcome back. Do you ever assign dwarves to workshops to make specialized dwarves at all? Sometimes. It's not generally a focus though. Usually I only ever do that for like higher end crafts, things like gem cutting, or decorating, or like sometimes metal smithing, different types of metal smithing I'll do that, but not usually, no. Generally, I just want mass production, and I want everybody to be doing some crafts. Because if not everybody is doing some crafts, then you'll end up with, like, you know, dwarves that are upset because they haven't made anything in a while and that kind of thing. Also, usually, if I'm specializing in a particular thing, so say, like, I'm doing a lot of pottery or, like, like a specific type of crafting, usually what I do is I set up a lot of guild halls, so everybody has at least, like, a medium to high level skill in the skills that I want to be completed consistently, so it's not usually an issue. I try and just get everybody skilled in a skill instead of, you know, the alternative. MRYN. I've written your name many times, and it's like, I just... Curl Mirror is very quick to anger and does not generally seek retribution for his past wrongs. He's very humble and he tries to keep his things orderly. He has a calm demeanor and he is quite polite. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he has little interest in joking around. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He has a greedy streak, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally respects perseverance and does not care about fairness. He likes tin glaze and platinum and milk quartz and giant crow leather, sheep's horn and the color bronze, bolts and goblets and the words of the fancy meditations, and the sight of the meandering lyrics of impossible prefers to consume fisherberry wine and can't stand rats. He has a broad body bearing impressive muscles, and he has a great load of fat. He has a very long beard, and it is neatly combed. His long sideburns are neatly combed, and he has a very long mustache, which is neatly combed. His hair is clean shaven. His bronze eyes are very large, have very large irises. His somewhat tall ears are extremely narrow. His hair is cinnamon, and his skin is pale pink. And also, thanks for all the follows here on Twitch. What's it called? Has a kindred spirit, which is Reg, who's one of our surgeons, as well as several friends in the fortress, which is always a good sign. He's also pretty ripped. Like, nice little dwarf. He wants to be with family, he wants to acquire an object. And because we just named a dwarf, hey, YouTube chat, the first person to post 3 pickaxe emojis gets a dwarf. You tend to specialize in my farmers. I usually do that in bigger forts, but I don't, like, usually what I do is I just go to, like, planters, and then only selected do this, and then select, like, a dozen, but that's about the extent of it. I do that for, like, endgame forts, but I don't do that at the beginning. Danny, no, what kind of dwarf would you like? Beard or no beard? And do you have a particular job you would like? Within reason, because I don't have that many dwarves in my fort. I mean, we have soldiers, we have various farmer dwarves, we have various other tasks, but like, what rolls with you? You were busy getting rickrolled. How'd that happen? B-Log, good morning, how are you? Hey, hi. A no-beard soldier. I wonder if Einod's happy. Einod's pretty happy, and is also picking up equipment. Knife Clan! What a good last name. Do you want Danny No or just Danny? You've been getting into Dwarf Fortress and found your YouTube channel, looking forward to watching along. Hell yeah, Something Smith. Today's going to be a busy day, Something Smith, because we're on Twitch front page as of noon. So in 1 hour, a little over an hour and 10 minutes, we will be on the Twitch front page. So in like an hour, I'm going to be getting up and taking a couple minutes break and like crossing my heart and hoping to die that we don't get, you know, nuked by spam bots. But it should be fine, right? Just Danny? Okay. Blah, 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 blah. She does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She has a calm demeanor, is brave in the face of imminent danger, and isn't given to flights of fancy. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of raising a family and personally finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and dreams of raising a family. Einod likes mudstone and billin and red zircon, clear glass and the color blue, battle axes and shields and crowns and the words of the crested wall, and the sound of the tulip of sparkling and when possible prefers to consume giant fox, mussel, and raspberry wine, and peppers, and absolutely hates rats. How's it going? It's going pretty well, Bob. Yourself? Her somewhat broad nose is quite long. Her amethyst eyes are slightly close set. Her hair is wavy. Her long hair is braided and her hair is chocolate. Her skin is a crew. And her lower body bears a very short, straight scar. As for kills, she doesn't have any kills. She was in combat a couple times. She's got 2 lovers. And one of them clearly is dead because they're not listed here anymore. So she had a lover previously, and she has a lover who is probably still alive but doesn't live here. Plenty of cousins and no family in the fortress yet. So they may arrive at some point. She quite enjoys the process of learning to use her weapons. You're off to bed early? Alrighty, well, if you're up early, you may see us. At least let her die in a fun way. Oh, trust me. If she dies, we'll let her die in a fun way. I would never let someone die in a not fun way. Hold on, I'm just checking something real quick because I just realized I don't have the YouTube stream up. Hey, YouTube folks, there's 68 of you folks watching right now, which is great. Actually, 71, my bad. It just went up. But only 30 of you have liked the stream. Hey, Twitch chat, if you want to help out the YouTube stream at absolutely no cost to you, just simply go over there and leave a like on it. Also, YouTube folks, I'm going to leave a super chat goal here because supposedly YouTube promotes streams that have super chat goals. Don't worry about it too much. It's just there. All right. So I kind of want to like make this look nicer. So maybe go along this side with wall piece, go along this side with wall piece, and just try and improve this little hallway a little bit. We're in the middle of working on bedrooms. I mean, all of these dwarves that are not listed as having a bed don't currently have a bedroom, so these ones down here have bedrooms. So we desperately need more bedrooms. This is one of my guild halls. We've got, or rather a shrine. We've got the Shrine of Saffron, which is quite valuable. We've got the Order of Dust, which is getting there. Because we've got 23 worshippers. They're going to... They currently would like a temple complex, which means we got quite a bit of construction left to do on this. Up here we've got the Temple of Steel, which is also a part of the sect of Amethyst. So we've got the Doctrine of Bronze, we've got the Order of Dust, and we've got the Sect of Amethyst. The Doctrine of Bronze and the Sect of Amethyst are both the same god. And then up here we got the beehives. Unrelated. And so I'm trying to increase the value of this temple. This right here is our tavern, which does have a roof on it. Needs a hatch cover, though, which I will just lock. And then I'm thinking about maybe putting an office up in here, maybe a library or something up in here, or just a second floor for the tavern. Either could work. I'm in the process of moving crafting out of here and down into here and over to here. That's what we're currently working on, because I want this layer beneath here to just be a selection of different rooms. Once I expand out this upper area, what I'm thinking about is this layer right beneath it might have some greenhouses. So like things that are one layer down that had the ceiling removed and then replaced. I'm thinking about just filling this up with water once it's done being dug out, because I think that would look cool. Like having like a circular or like star-shaped like basically moat around the edge, even though it doesn't provide any actual defensive benefit. Right here we have a bit of a problem. This is a open roof. There is no actual defense here. So something I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to here and I'm going to grab this and I'm going to move you up one. And I'm also going to seal this off, and then we're going to roof this off because this needs to get roofed off real bad. So that's kind of where this fort's at right now. Any questions? Also, I've got a ghost appearing behind me. That's her. There you go. Fixed it. It's a matter of getting all of the wrinkles out of the green screen. Are for the believers. The believers. Also, I need to confirm whether or not I had Kilonite, because I seem to recall there being Kilonite, but I could be wrong. Dolomite. Ah, there's Kilonite. Yeah, so we do in fact have Kilonite. I just haven't mined any of it yet, because I want to do some stuff with lava, because I don't think porcelain's lava safe, right? But I basically don't want to spend charcoal on it. Something I would like to do is, because right here is water. Basically, there's a big-ass aquifer on this level. I would like to go down to the lava sea, which is not actually that far down. It's layer 9. I think today we're going to build a pump stack from here up, and I'm going to use all those aquifers to make some power. So I basically just need to find a location to go all the way up. So like I could do it over here probably. Let's see. Starting over here in this room. Up. Yeah, I could go up through that. That's not a problem. Up to here. I don't know if I can go through this, so we need to dig around in here and see. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. And then 2 about right there. And then we'll build forges right here. So something like this. No. I don't think porcelain constructions are lava safe. Is what I'm just kind of thinking out loud. Like I don't think porcelain blocks are, if that makes any sense. But before I actually do that, I need to figure out where this cavern layer goes. And currently my stairs go down to here, and then, yeah, this is super fucking dangerous. So before I can do that, I basically need to set up this drainage to be better. And by better, I mean remove it, mostly. Like, it can still dribble down a little bit, but I need to basically just get rid of this. Anvil, thank you very much for the 26th month. Welcome back. Because I'm mining through these areas because there's just very, very, very convenient resources in them. So I'm just saying screw it. We'll figure out drainage for this later. Currently, it's just not a huge concern. That's just a hole in the ground, but that's okay. Because I want it draining out this way. This way. Right here. Also, we have coal. Bituminous coal right there. Which I should start sealing this up. For safety's sake. Where are they even getting into here? Oh, there. Okay, makes sense. So this can also seal up. Is fire safe but not magma safe? Got it. Yeah, that's what I thought. So anyway, yeah, that's the fortress currently. What do y'all think? I wonder how big is a bee liver? I mean, I've seen bumblebee brains being sold. Door for everyone? It's the luxuries that we can hope for. But yeah, this is where I want the water to go. Instead of into here. Because there's also water up here. As long as there's just a little bit less of it, we're okay. The Order of Dust also wants a temple complex. Well, okay then. Yeah, I mean, maybe we should get porcelain up and running just so that I can actually make these into temple complexes consistently. That may be what we need to do. Actually, something I should also specialize is engravers. Because I feel like engravers are something we should focus on. Maybe also the high avalanche, Greg, and then some. We'll give that to you as well. Because maybe, like, the religious individuals could just, like, be my engravers. Light aquifers are nothing but useful. Literally, like, I don't even find them annoying at this point. Maybe if you don't know how to dig through them, sure, they could be annoying, but knowing how to dig through them, like, they are nothing but a benefit. At least we actually have a tavern now. That's a solid benefit. So we've got the novice engraver who's rusty. Well, you're gonna stop being rusty in a second there, dude. Are you gonna get forbidden again? Why do you keep getting forbidden? You're just meditating on death. You're a dabbling engraver. High master engraver, there we go. Though infinite water, thank Armok. Heavy aquifers are a pain for me. Light aquifers are totally fine. What if the aquifers are... I think that the only time that light aquifers annoy me is if they're like 30 plus levels deep. But that's pretty inconsistent. I don't know. So Twitch chat, I'd love to know your thoughts on this. You, ALX in YouTube chat is saying slug and bee brain is just insulting, as in like using that as an insult. I don't know. Bumblebees seem pretty smart. Like genuinely, like they seem relatively smart for like how small they are. Hive mind. Heh. Also, I'm getting blasted with natural light right now, which is lovely, but... Move that there. Oops. There we go. Bees will play with the ball if you give them a chance. They're kind of like cats. They'll push them and then wonder why they roll. Jet and dolomite look nice. Oh yeah, also something about this floor is we have like an absurd amount of dolomite, so I'm not even really worried about using it for constructions. Which is kind of rare for me. Normally I'm super concerned about stuff like that. I thought I made a bunch of offering places. Maybe I did, but... Okay, do I have... I don't even know what I have in my supplies right now for storage. Okay, so I do have some furniture. You're making steel breastplates. Okay, you've made steel armor. Let's get you equipped. You right here. Let's get you training with the cruel cheese, and we'll get you training up here as well. And same, well, actually, you're going to be a Marksdorf squad, right? Oh, no, okay. Sure, we'll get you training as well. As well. And I will also have to make a Marksdorf squad. And an ad break is incoming, which is fine. Okay, so let's do this. Let's go rock table, rock throne, iron statue, iron altar. Although I'm only going to do 3 iron altars, and I'm going to do 5 iron statues. Hey, Vakrak, how are you? And then for the table, really, I just have bauxite. Is that for real? Huh. Okay, well, that explains a lot. That's all iron. Problem is, I'm just going through all this stuff way too quickly. And then let's also go down to here. That's what, granite? This is also granite. Let's just get them to start, maybe not that right there, but let's go, yeah, 1 layer up to here and just start hollowing all this out. I will erase that corner there. We're also in an ad break, so I'm not gonna unpause the game until the ads are done, so. I think it's lawnmower day because there's somebody weed eating. Nope, leaf blowing. All right, let's... Or maybe they were weeding and now they're getting rid of the leaves. Or not the leaves, the grass, if you will. That's kind of nifty. How does the sandstone clash with the furniture? Do they disagree on some fundamental level about something? There's also Kesserite up here. Jet is, like, to me, the only issue that I have with colors in Dwarf Fortress is as long as it's not all one individual color, it's great. So, like, Jet on its own, gets a little old. Jet with other colors, one of the nicest colors you could have, right? That's kind of how I feel about it. All right, well, that's going to start working and fixing my lack of stone problem. Up here, this all needs to be covered. I think I'm just going to use sandstone for this roof. Just because it's plentiful. We'll just cover the edges and it'll look nice. Or nice enough anyway. But all of this needs to be covered. Jet and marble. Marble's also really nice. You just dislike the ones that are hues of brown. What, conglomerate? I think even conglomerate, like the browns can be look nice. I think it's just if all you have are different shades of brown or if all you have are different shades of like gray, it just, as long as it doesn't look samey, you know? As long as you have more than just like gabbro and granite, you're doing okay. It's like I don't like just obsidian, but accents of obsidian are pretty nice. Do I have gems right now? I do not. Did I not make a new... I guess I didn't. I may also... some of you may have seen me do this before in the past chat. I'm thinking, because I do have a little office right here and a bedroom coming down here. I'm thinking about making this underground area, oopsies, I meant to move up a layer, have bedrooms scattered out throughout, but like one layer down. So like bedroom there, bedroom there, bedroom here, bedroom here, bedroom here, bedroom here, and then just do them like this. So like you could be like that, 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 that. Or like maybe this. Make them a little bigger. Microcline is a particularly nice color. Although old school Dwarf Fortress fans will go on about how much they hate microcline, because microcline was a particular shade of blue originally when it first was added to the game that was so bright that you basically had to squint to look at it. Like, it was hard to look at. It was not a very well-chosen color when it was initially added, so people hated it. But thankfully, we've graduated past that era. Don't coddle your dwarves? What do you mean? I'll coddle whoever I goddamn please. Thank you very much. So I'm thinking that's how we'll do bedrooms, because I've got some bedrooms in the towers, but this ain't going to be sustainable for very long. Okay, value of this has gone up pretty considerably. Okay, so we're making steel and also bituminous coal. Schist is a nice color. Yeah, there are some browns that I think are really nice in Dwarf Fortress. Everything is just microcline? Do you always embark in the same type of biomes? Mess you up on really dark blocks, but like, isn't Nika Harper in YouTube chat, isn't goth like aesthetically it's like dark with like very high contrast like white a lot of the time? Because like if you think about like, saying goth dress code is maybe silly, but like if you think about like goth fashion aesthetics, it's usually like a lot of blacks and like dark blues and then like very, very pale white makeup. So when you for like a goth fortress, you'd want like black, you'd want like obsidian or like I think cobaltite, and then you'd want like marble. Don't really like the floor, not for big areas. I like green glass floor in specific locations, in small amounts. I think it can look very nice. Engraved green glass is a favorite of yours. It really bothers me that it doesn't stay transparent when you engrave it, but yeah, I agree. Me and the boys on our way to sack Rome. Yeah. It just seems like a lot of prep in the morning, so it's not really for me. I prefer just like single color t-shirt, but t-shirt and jeans is kind of me. T-shirt, jeans, and a toque if I'm feeling fancy. It's mostly black, but you can do some bits of color flare. That's just personal preference. I mean, I go to some goth clubs every now and again for metal shows, so I encounter that community. Although I'm the guy with just the vest. I'm the guy with the entirely denim vest at the goth show. So there's always like a handful of goth people there, and then it's just metalheads. But so I encounter that community quite consistently around here. I mean, Twitch chat posting memes about dressing as a goth, and I'm just like, back in my day, the main joke was everybody on Halloween, like that feeling when you win the Halloween costume contest wearing your normal everyday clothing. that's the goth aesthetics meme from my day. You would kill to see my battle vest? That's my battle vest. Still got plenty of bear patches on it, but rattly. It's just like all the buckles. Alien Weaponry is the newest edition. I got a bunch of others I gotta stitch on, though. Yeah. Shoutouts to Liminal Shroud, which people squint at and go, what is that squiggle? Me and my normie bands. Except for when they're not. Yeah, I saw Alien Weaponry. Band named after a line from District 9. A couple weeks ago. A week before I moved. They were opening up for Kerry King, which was not good at all, but... Should have probably paused the game, but oh well. Nothing happened. Now, please don't kill anybody, because you said that you'd kill to, see my vest. How are we doing on wood supply? Can't remember where I put it. Do I have it stored in somewhere? I think I did. What's the value of you? Oh, actually, I see what I gotta do. Part of the problem here is I increased the population quite a bit right at the end, so like what I'm doing right now is a little bit all over the place. Thanks for the $3. More than sufficient. Let's also get you over here. That'll need to be locked. That's so sick. Good taste. Thank you. Could just farm my animals down here. They just get, like, the very moist farm fields. At least for right now. Until I get better options. And down here gets work done. And And I just realized I forgot to set the material types for those tables. Although, did I cancel them? I can just type in bed. I've been playing older versions of the game, can you tell? Also, apparently we have bauxite. Ain't that nifty? Let's make 30 beds, 30 granite thrones, 30 granite tables. I've also got to go into here and do this. Let's do cabinets first. And then go back down. They'll make more once this is done. These are all going to be different materials because I'm not limiting the... Uh-oh, you got two. Because I'm not limiting the material type. What's that heart badge? Oh, share the love. Is that for making a clip on Valentine's Day? That's actually a pretty good little badge. I like it. It's like a 10-second Photoshop, but it has Sherpa insulation. Ooh, yeah. I wouldn't wear that to a festival. That'd be a bit warm. Because farming wasn't working out. Farming's like oddly specific in that game. Omega. We'll be playing some more of that later today, in the evening. All right, let's unpause while they get this stuff added. And then this is the one now that also needs to be a temple complex, I think. Oh no, the Order of Dust. Where's the Order of Dust then? Order of Bronze. Did I fail you? I must have failed it. Because they're re-requesting it. Oops. Must have taken too long. Bauxite's an aluminum ore IRL, right? Or is something else an aluminum? What Iron Maiden album is that? The most recent one. They wrote about time travel again. I'm a big Iron Maiden fan, and we'll go see them every time they come by until they die or I die or whatever happens first. Right. Yeah, it's one of the non smeltable ores. All right, kiddo, get down and get inside, please. Get inside, child. Please. You're killing me, Smalls. There you go. Looks amazing and so fucking huge. I wouldn't say that it's like huge. I mean, the map's actually quite small. It's only 3x3 Havoc. But like the bigger reclaimable forts are massive. This wasn't a huge one though. Structure-wise. It only has a few layers. It only has one layer of bedrooms. I've had them with like 8 layers of bedrooms before. And multiple massive crafting halls. So this was actually a pretty small one, I would say. Okay, so let's see if I have any beds. I don't actually know if I have any beds. No, I don't. Okay, so what might be happening here is I may actually just straight up not have a carpenter's shop. That's probably the most likely because I was in the middle. So what happened was I was in the middle of moving my workshops, and then I ended stream. So because the problem with that is I have no idea where anything is. So I'm in the process of like figuring out what I still need to rebuild. Also, if I seem upbeat, it's probably because I've been a lot happier since I moved, just in general. It is an unintended side effect of reclaiming forts, yes. Arcloid. If you don't want that to happen, try reclaim, like just quit without saving and try a second time. And usually like the second or third time, it'll work. Usually the second or third time it'll work. Like the last time I re-embarked on a volcano map, I wanted that to happen and it didn't happen twice. I had to do 3 reclaims. It's nice here. It's less hellish. I was explaining to one of the bartenders around here last night why where I lived previously kind of sucks. It's like living in a giant suburb where nobody actually does anything in this city is just very depressing if it's hard for you to leave the city. And it's probably depressing too if you live in the city, but and can leave because you have to like drive somewhere to, you know, do anything. The fortress is out of food. Oh no! Okay, let's butcher some things. Perfectly good excuse to eat all of my livestock. Maybe not the alpaca. I'll keep. Actually, that's the one that's like actually worth eating. Is there any of these that I actually want to keep? Maybe the water buffalo will wait on, and the donkey will wait on. I will geld you though. And also, let's go up to here. Make a kitchen. If you type in exclamation point tickets, you'll see how many you have. Over 8,000. Was the suburb just soul-sucking? I didn't technically live in a suburb, but the city that I lived in previously is called Surrey. And Surrey, well, 2 things. One, I lived in the same apartment for almost 11 years. And I lived with my ex there for 6, so it was more bad memories than good. 2, the area that I lived in has no nightlife, has no real culture of its own, and doesn't have much to do in the city if you speak English, because it is very much the area that, how do I put this? If you speak Punjabi, there's lots to do. Not to say there isn't anything to do if you don't, but the vast majority of the businesses and the public events are catered to that crowd because that's the primary population there. So for me, it was kind of a, I mean, I guess I could go to the Halal Meats Festival. It's fine. But, like, it's not really my demographic. So there literally wasn't anything to do ever. And as somebody who's single and lives alone and wants to go be in public, it was just depressing, antisocial, and not a place that was fun to be unless I went and sat on the train for 40 minutes. And then it was okay, but then you're in downtown Vancouver and everything's fuck you expensive. So I kind of like, it was very difficult to just go somewhere that I enjoyed being. And here there's like multiple places that I enjoy being within like a 5-minute walk of me. Also safer biking infrastructure, and I don't feel like I'm gonna get run over by a fucking guy in a Jeep with an N on it. Because there's way safer bike lanes out here. So that's why I hated where I lived previously. All right, carpenter shop. Woohoo! Can you overthrow a baron in adventure mode? Like, can I come along a goblin baron in a human town? And I killed him. I killed him and got killed. Well, yeah, his guards aren't gonna be too happy about that. So if you have a pretty high convincing skill, you can ask random people to join you in insurrection, and then they won't kill you if you take over. If they agree. That's kind of the big if on that. Can you take over it? You can take over it in title, but it doesn't do anything mechanically. Like you'll be listed as the lord of that area if you claim a site as yours if you survive it. But you do have to survive it, and it's probably wise to convince people to join. You want to appoint a human baron. Yeah. So like that's what you would have to do. You'd have to convince people to, because like here's the thing. The goblin that's in charge, unless the place is occupied by a goblin faction, was probably elected by the humans there. So they probably like that goblin. You walking in with your natural prejudices and murdering the guy in charge isn't necessarily going to make people automatically happy with you. It was a park, a coffee place, a handful of nice mom and pop restaurants, and a bus route 5 minutes away. I have a bus right there. It's there right now. I can see it. So yeah, there's a bus that goes downtown in 2 minutes that goes right in front of the apartment. And then there's a park that I can walk to downtown in about 40 if I walk slowly. 20 if I walk quickly. I could bike there in 5. I was not trolling anybody with anybody's investment. What? And I'm just going to real quick do this and make this into a wood stockpile. Might put a infinite stockpile there later. Well, probably because your companion worshipped the Baron. It's okay. I mean, you're learning, right? Like, this is how you learn. Like, it doesn't matter how uncivilized the area is. If you walk in and, like, stab the guy in charge in face repeatedly with a weapon, they're not going to be happy with you. Let's just real quick go over here. Go to labor, go to kitchen, and just go to drinks. Please don't cook my drinks. But what I can do... ratweed seeds, sweet pot I need, tomatillo I can cook, carrot I can cook, strawberry I can cook. Actually, we'll keep the strawberry seeds. And then meal. Let's just do fine meals. We'll just do 10 monthly. That should be okay for right now. Just get some nicer meals up in here. I mean, so the thing that I think people presume about Dwarf Fortress but need to realize about Dwarf Fortress is Dwarf Fortress characters are not locked to a faction that their race is tied to, right? There is no faction alignment like that, meaning goblins freely and frequently join dwarven factions. Humans freely and frequently join goblin other factions and vice versa. So everybody joins every faction all the time. And this, like some of you may have noticed, is quite obvious in adventure mode. And because of this, just because somebody's in a faction doesn't mean that they're not supposed to be there. Like, that goblin might be part of a goblin family that's lived in that faction for the last 150 years, right? And that goblin may have been born in that town. So just because there's a goblin in charge doesn't mean that they're not supposed to be there. That being said, they very well might not supposed to be there, and you just have to turn their lackeys against them, right? Like, maybe they did invade and they did take over that spot, but that doesn't mean that they're, you know, gonna thank you when you boot that guy out, right? So the Holy Crypt is now being appointed here. The Holy Crypt is a religious figure, and I'm gonna make... I usually go for somebody who's named in from Twitch chat, but Lanix is in the military. And on 4... is now the Holy Crypt, and Man-Eating Tapir is now the first funeral. Do DF still auto-cook fat? Not unless you turn it off. I mean, like, it's usually... I don't actually have any rendered because I haven't had a kitchen. But if you have rendered fat, it should show up under all or under meats and others. I don't usually disable it unless I'm actively making soap, and I'm not currently actively making soap. Yeah, you learn history. I mean, so there's a lot of screens that used to have more history on them back in the day than they do now. And in adventure mode, there's a few screens like that. But the main way you learn history in adventure mode is by going around and like looking at statues and stuff. But you don't get like a chronological order. You will get like, if you hit capital Q or go to the quest log, there's one that says events. And that's basically the equivalent of what you get there. But it's pretty easy to like learn the local events because there's never that many events. As long as you're like looking at statues and inspecting stuff, you'll figure out bits and pieces of the history as you go. At least I always have. Where are we currently digging? All the way down here, making lots of granite. There's also some pigtails down here. You know, it's kind of funny when you kill the goblin leaders and some goblin just takes over. But yeah, nobody in any faction is inherently evil in Dwarf Fortress, which is, as I've said many times in the past, my favorite thing about Dwarf Fortress is that nobody is inherently evil. I think I'm just gonna like upgrade this to a temple complex because it'll just be easier to do it that way. Usually, in my experience, Rum Rusher, characters will move into a particular faction because they have the cultures of that faction. Like, as an example, I find usually when I see goblins in a human faction, it's because they have human ideals. It's same like when I see dwarves that are sometimes cruel, I often are often the ones that I see joining goblin factions as well. Stuff like that, which I think that stuff's super cool. I really like those little details that this game has. Chat, we're in an ad break. And front page here starts in 20 minutes. I'm just going to go, not top off my coffee because I don't have any more to top off. I'm going to go use the washroom. I will be right back because now's just a good opportunity to do that. It's certainly a DF hack thing. Because I have all that stuff disabled because I don't find it super helpful. Personally, it's a me thing. I'm weird. I never personally found those additions to be super useful, and I find them to be not limiting, it's the wrong word to use, but they disable my creativity a little bit because it's way too tempting to just I find limitations to be a positive thing, is the best way to describe it. I may actually allow them to use Dolomite as economic again, because I've just got so much of it. I had it disabled for a bit, but let's let them make Dolomite blocks and furniture. So there's no reason to not right now. Speaking of, I also need more jet, because I'm running out of jet. Although, maybe I could just use Dolomite for this. I don't know. Will people in another site hate you? If they are even remotely connected to the other site and people are traveling back and forth, yes. Well, they won't hate you, but if you become feared as a murderer, people will not be as interested in talking to you, and they'll be scared of you. If you're known as like a protector of the weak, so as like you go around and only murder bandits in towns, then people will be like, yay, and they'll be happy to see you. It highly depends on who you are killing, right? So if you walk into a town and just murder a bunch of women and children and families, yeah, you'll be hated. If you are fighting bandits like, uh-oh, a baby was found dead? Why? Huh. That's a little grim. There was no combat log. In other news, where was I putting coffins? I'm thinking they were down here, right? Yeah. What the hell killed? No, it wasn't a vampire. It would have said completely drained of blood. Man, mother burying her own son. What was his name? Melville. Let's make a engraving of that baby under the door. Probably died of thirst. I have 354 drink, so that would be some pretty horrific parental neglect. I mean, I could use... Do you guys want me to death cause this? I actually, I'm going to death cause this. I don't generally do this, but I'm just curious. Succumb to infection. Okay, that would do it. So was wounds. So we need to make soap. Well, I don't know if I'd call infection sickness, but I guess so. Wounds from what? So you've missed most of this fort. We've had various random attacks from the caverns, from angry troglodytes to other things. So there was a pretty bad rodent man dwarf showdown at one point where a bunch of civilians got involved. Engraved on the wall is an image of Momas by Udil. Momas is admiring the bucklers. Aww. How did it get wounded? Go watch the VODs. Unless you want me to explain it again. The only plague in here is people's lack of understanding. I mean, what? Where did I put the wood burner? It's down here. Yeah, we can do soap. Dwarf moms for soap. Oopsies. Why do I'm so used to like right-clicking directly after placing a thing. Ooh. Let's use our real Gar barrel. Why not? When combat happens, do I read everything? Everything? No. Do I read lots of it? Yes. This is too much to read most of the time. Especially if I see something interesting happen. Usually what happens is I follow the fight step by step and then check in on things that seem interesting. But no, I don't read everything. Not unless it's a were creature. Then I read everything. Arm. But no, when I was clearing out the caverns initially, we ran into a bunch of rodent men, so that's definitely what happened. That is definitely what happened. I was going to queue something up, and now I'm blanking on what the fuck it was. Right, soap. Make a lie. You don't even have to lie about it. Actually, yeah. It's not going to be greater than 10. So we'll say if amount of ash is greater than 10 and the amount of lie is less than 5, do that. And you right here, let's just get rid of that. We're going to have more soap than I know what to do with in a little bit. And I'm going to go make ash. I'm also going to make like 20 buckets. Less than 10, make 15, and I'm just gonna go make wood, wooden bucket, 30. You know, Dwarf Fortress doesn't have Skaven, that is correct. We have rodent men. You need to realize that there's things in the world that are, not Warhammer. I realize that maybe your only fantasy connection is Warhammer, but embiggen your mind a little bit and imagine the concept of things that aren't Skaven also existing. Heresy? This is a you problem, not a me problem. I'm not a Nazi. Fuck. I ain't no fascist! Can be honest with you, very indifferent to Warhammer. I like the aesthetics of Warhammer, but actually playing Warhammer, eh. You just like screaming heresy? No, I get it. How you doing, Gigmoth? Nearly every bit of exposure you've had to the Warhammer franchise is against my will. I'll be honest, I mean, I really liked Dawn of War back in the day. That was a fun game. The first Space Marine was pretty good. No interest in the second. Heresy memes are your favorite part of Warhammer? There was a very brief window of time where I genuinely found Alex Jones, like, over top of Chaos Marines ranting was very funny. But, yeah, I don't know. Warhammer just seems like an expensive hobby for an underwhelming tabletop game that I don't want to play. And the lore just kind of seems like it's kind of exhausting for the most part from the bits and pieces I've been exposed to over the years, so I tend to just kind of ignore it, to be honest. Because the games are not consistently good enough for me to really want to take part. Like, if it's your bag, more power to you. I'm not going to take that away from you. Not even close. You like painting your Necrons? Hell yeah, that's great. I like repairing my tape decks. That's my expensive tinkering hobby. I think having a tinkering hobby is good. Played Shadow of the Horned Rat. I don't know what that is. Oh yeah, also we've been getting attacked by these kobolds recently, which aren't doing anything of note. But they are part of a group called Plunger, which I think is really funny. The kobolds they're plungers. So, Twitch chat. Oh, Potpourri redeemed a dwarf 13 minutes ago and I super missed it. Was that while I was getting a drink of water? Potpourri, what kind of dwarf would you like? So in like 9 minutes, we should be moving onto the Twitch front page. I can see my view count today, but I'd like you guys to let me know if you see me on there when it pops up. A hydrated one. Everybody's hydrated. What? So, anyone is good. Happiest unnamed dwarf it is. Are you okay with being a child? They're very happy. Yeah, I think like actually, I'll say this. Warhammer memes are the part of Warhammer I enjoy. And occasionally I will put on like a Warhammer lore video just to have some noise in the background that I ignore mostly. I'd rather watch fish tank videos, to be honest. Is Buttsworth still alive? Worth Butts is still alive. Yes, Buttsworth. Potpourri. Sorry, I missed it, but I did look eventually. Is often filled with joy and is very quick to anger, like a child. Often finds herself to be changing her mind to agree with somebody else, with somebody else, and is somewhat scatterbrained. She is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction, and she is very rarely moved by curiosity, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She tends to be passive in discussions and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. And she is troubled by this because she holds romance in low regard. She could be considered rude and tries to do things correctly each time, and she thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She is slow to trust others, and she is moved by art and natural beauty. She is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She bites her nails when she's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Al, thank you very much for the 24th month. That's a long goddamn time. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Al keeping that sub alive? Appreciate you. She bites her nails when she's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of raising a family, and personally truly values merrymaking and parties, and finds romance to be distasteful, and finds artwork to be boring, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. Her somewhat narrow, wide-set copper eyes have very large irises. Her extremely narrow ears have nearly fused lobes, and her slightly hooked, narrow nose is quite long. Her hair is braided. Her eyebrows are quite sparse, and her head is somewhat short. Her hair is chestnut, and her skin is brown. Her mom and dad, both alive. Mom's in the military, is an axe dwarf. Natsubami is her younger brother, and Erish is her younger sister. She's a member of the sect of Amethyst. Welcome to the fort. So are the kobolds running away? They are! See ya! Wouldn't want to be ya. Found a book. Of course, on the dwarf. Of course it's the dwarf. Now that we just named a Twitch chat member, YouTube chat, the first person to type in 3 smiling emojis gets a dwarf, presuming you don't already have one. Bring magma to the fort or bring fort down to the magma. Whatever's more convenient, usually. That's usually how I do it. It's usually a whatever's more convenient. Also, did I fuck up? I didn't fuck up farming, did I? Yeah, okay, it is still set to everybody does this. I have peasants. Yes, I do. Let's start specifying farming. Rid of the Stars. Yes, you are still alive. I'm concerned that YouTube chat might be frozen on my screen. Because YouTube chat just crashes constantly these days. Okay, looks like Havoc got it. It was, in fact, frozen on my screen. I was about to be like, well, nobody typed it in. Nope, somebody did definitely type it in. It's just simply frozen on my screen. I mean, if YouTube wasn't terrible, this wouldn't be a problem. So, Havoc, what kind of dwarf do you want? Because I don't think you have a dwarf. Nope, you don't. This fort looks cool. It is a reclaim reconstruction. I have exclamation point goal is the fortress information I have. Bearded dwarf. Happy beard dwarf. Gotcha. Says here. Havoc, who wants martial training, he wants to be extravagant, be with family, and be with friends, does have family in the fortress, is unable to make decisions without a great deal of input from others, rarely looks on others with lust, and can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. He is an optimist and is stingy with resources when working on projects and refuses to expend any extra effort. More stinking filth? Did I? We've got a kobold with a spouse. Husband and wife couple came. Wow. Sorry, got distracted. Let's get back to that. He is an optimist and he is stingy with resources when working on projects. He refuses to expend any extra effort and generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He has a tendency to consider ideas and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He often feels discouraged, can handle stress, and has a greedy streak. And he cackles when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. He dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized, and personally sees family as one of the most important things in life. Strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. He likes lead and yellow sespertine, as well as giant spider monkey tooth and giant snail shell. Picks, rings, and menacing spikes. In the words of the fortuitous pregnancy, and when possible prefers consume nautilus plump helmets and raspberry wine, and can't stand jumping spiders. Aesthetically, he has extremely narrow ears, which are fused-lobed, and his close-set, protruding amethyst eyes have very large irises, and he has a very long beard, which is neatly combed. His short sideburns are neatly combed, and his medium-length mustache is neatly combed. His hair is clean-shaven, and his nose is hooked. His hair is buff, and his skin is copper. Hello, Stormwolf. How are you on this fine day? Yeah, that's basically what this started out as, and I've been building it up ever since. And it's been slowly and consistently looking better. Keyword there is slowly and consistently. But, you know, it's getting there, piece by piece. So I don't have anything in cages. Yep, man-eating tapir is still alive, and you are a religious figure, actually. You're the first funeral of the Order of Dust. And you're corpulent, apparently. You are married to non-major nerve, and your son is Jay, and your pet Kaviso is still alive, much to my dismay. We are officially on the Twitch front page. So I have to watch my swearing. Shiitake mushrooms. Anyway. You got a promotion, and I'm getting a promotion right now. Promoted. Oh, you were the one who asked for a wellness check, not Tapir? Oh, duh. I think Twitch chat must have moved halfway through me reading. Stormwolf. Yes, you are a performer. You are a little bit stressed. I'm not sure why you're stressed. Looks like you you were away from friends for too long. Part of the reason I made you into a performer. You've been dwelling upon somebody's death, which has forced you to rethink your tendencies. You're impervious to the effects of stress, which you think would be good. So that's not a bad thing. You became like indifferent to the effects of stress after. Yeah, so he's impervious to the effects of stress after being forced to endure the decay of a friend, and he does everything in his power to avoid excitement and stress. A strength thing after seeing Cole Radasaurus' dead body in 356. I think you might be one of the few that died, Squizzly. Yeah, so you were a goblin, and you got attacked by, I want to say something on the surface? I'd have to go back in the VODs and check. That or it was the caverns. Yeah, the goblin died over here. What else did we lose? Rovod, Radasaurus, and Rakust. Yeah, so you were one of the very unfortunate and avoidable and non-guaranteed deaths that we absolutely could have avoided. You were so close to taking over the world. Trust me, you're not the only one in the fortress who wants to take over the world. Better luck next time, their friend. So let me check something else. Also, if anybody actually sees me on the front page, feel free to snipe a screenshot of it and stick it on my Discord. And don't forget to like the stream. Yes, Havoc is correct. Are there bone carvers in this fort? I've got a bone doctor. We haven't really had many bones to carve. There's not a lot of wild animals on the surface in this fort. Just chinchillas. So. Yep. It's probably going to go up more. Enemy. But yeah, no, my big goal for today is to, stream Dwarf Fort. Entertainment for everybody. And then later today we will, while we're still on front page, we'll play some Goblin Camp and hopefully get them their highest number of Twitch viewers ever for that game. Because more people need to see Goblin Camp, because Goblin Camp is pretty cool, albeit pretty chill. So plan for today is like, I don't know, another 4 hours, 5 hours of Dwarfs, and then a couple hours of Goblin Camp. So we'll build a Dwarven fortress and then go camping with the goblins. I don't know, are you? I'm pretty sure I already answered that question, Rumrusher, but yeah. In your ranching industry, consider they... So do crocodiles. Cave crocodiles and saltwater crocodiles and freshwater crocodiles lay stupidly large numbers of eggs. Also, so do cobras. And cobra venom is very sudden and very, very poisonous. So having a pit of cobras is actually very viable. Which I've done, and is a lot of fun. And I recommend it wholeheartedly, in fact. Very effective form of defense. Also, hey, Garfield fan, what's up, dude? 1,000 viewers? Yep, Twitch front page. We're going to be getting that a lot. People are going to be tuning in going, what's going on? Yeah, we're on front page of Twitch today. Until 8 p.m., so I got 8 hours. So altars are an unfinished feature. They're basically just a statue right now. They don't do anything unique. They're just a slightly different aesthetic item that adds value to a room. That's it, currently. At some point, they will probably do more, but right now they are just a visual addition that is themed to a particular room. They were added in when dice rolling was added to adventure mode. So like they're a thing that signifies a location in adventure mode, but in fort mode, they don't do anything. When they start working on systems again, I guess after the siege updates, we'll start seeing stuff with that again. Vote Gremlin naturally. Let's see what the value of this is currently. Okay, so let's go. So go up here and type in bars. 63 iron. I may just like. Am I out of wood? Oh, there's my other carpenter shop. I was wondering about that. Let's deconstruct that. You're right there. Let's go up to here and get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. You two can stay for now. You can stay. I'm in an ad break, so I will pause. No, you do not. You are 100% mistaken, Rin. We're in an ad break, so we'll wait until this is over. Yeah, but I mean, if a chair is toppled, the gods will get angry. It's not limited to a specific, building type. If somebody topples anything in a temple, it can get them cursed. So it doesn't matter if it's a table, a chair, a chest, a coffin, an altar, anything. It doesn't matter. Back in the day, it used to only be statues, but that got changed. I don't actually know when. But like I've had that happen when, what's the word? Somebody throws something. Toppling a chair will do it. Toppling a door will do it. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's an easy way to identify a room, basically, Hawk Jockey. What % of Twitch am I in now? You can check this at any time. Let's go to twitchtracker.tv. Is it .tv? No, it's a .com. And then type in me. Press enter. View me. Wow, this website actually loads quickly. Did they fix their servers? We are currently ranked 9,200. We are in the top 91.16 English listed streams, and in the top 0.01% of Twitch currently at this exact moment. Although that's over the last 30 days. So hold on, let me just, I don't know about exactly right now. This exact moment, I don't have that information. But that's just based on the last... Oh wait, no, that is today. I see. When I scroll down, that is today. Although, wait, that was before my view count spiked up, so I've got to give it 30 minutes or so to update. That was before we got plopped on front page, so I don't know. Because that's listed with the 196 views we had before. You took my advice of building cavern layers for natural forts, and you had probably the most fun dwarf fort yet. Yeah, exactly. Building within limitations is fun. So anyway, you are making ash. I am not making lye. What did I put on this? Oh, I see. There just isn't enough ash. Let's just get rid of that. So that starts working. 2 more beds. It's a shame none of these dwarves are married. Because then I wouldn't need to make as many bedrooms. I think that's all of them on this side, so let's just do chests for ones that need it still. Don't have that many. Sweet. But yeah, I mean, temples are mostly just an aesthetic signifier. That's all they're really there for. I mean, in the future, I'd be willing to bet they'll probably be connected to... I mean, just if you go look at the roadmap, you'll see what I'm talking about. But the roadmap that was released last week talks about siege updates and how the temples are going to play into that somehow to do with magic. So I wouldn't be too surprised if altars play a role in that. But for the time being, yeah, they don't do much. This is my weaponsmith's guild. This is my, yeah, okay. It's also this process of like trying to keep track of everything that's going on in this fort. Do I want to expand you? Or do I just want to do it this way? See what I can do with you. There. I think I'm just going to deconstruct all this right now. We'll just stick to building slightly below ground. It's just easier for the time being. Prepare meal, render fat. I need a farmer's workshop. I was going to put those down here. Connected to the Farmers Guild, which is right there, just north of here. And we also need to start working on that pump stack. And also get more beds in here, like now. Let's start digging in bedrooms. Always a great time. I mean, it's nice that it exists because then you can plan for it, right? Like you can plan for a dwarf to get cursed by an altar because of the way the mechanic works. I actually quite like the altar curse mechanics. I think those are pretty fun. Like you can kind of, if you're planning on building like a more running loose on the limit kind of fort that's gonna get really upset dwarves, you can kind of plan to have things collapse in that way, which I think's a good time. It saves you from having to build doors, which is ironic because I have virtually infinite doors in this fort. I just think they look nice. And it also leads to like having double capacity for bedrooms pretty quickly. The reason you end up with double capacity for bedrooms is I can then put more on this level if I need more. Back from work. Welcome back from work. Hopefully you had a good day at work. Copied books that don't have titles, they just say bound codex. That's not a bound codex is not a copied book. That is a bunch of blank paper that has been bound. A copied book would say name of book copy in the title, unless something's busted and not titling it correctly. So a bound codex is not a book. That is just a codex that has been bound. There is no actual book in that. We is on front pages. Here, I'll show you. You absolutely can do. It doesn't need a door. It just needs to can have 4 walls, and a door is considered a wall. So yes, you can do multi-selection. This also works for tombs. Front page indeed, Silvershe. Front page indeed. I don't expect it to bring too many new chatters. It doesn't generally, especially because I'm not playing like, you know, the normal stuff people are used to seeing on the front page, but it's still a bit of fun, you know? So you're doing it wrong? Scholars will write copies. I can't remember. Did I build a library in this fort? I don't think I did. Yeah, no, I certainly did not. Here, just let me show you. So this is the number of written objects in your fortress. So it'll say the number of books that have contents. And then this is the number of copies they will make per book. And in order to have copies, you need to have unwritten quires or unwritten scrolls in your fortress. So once it's been bound, it can no longer be written on, I don't think, unless they've changed that. So you need to have blank quires. And then once the blank quires have been written on, then you can say bind book, and then they will bind the quires into books. I mean, I know you, Cat Pig. It's good to see you, mate. Uh-oh. Just a bunch of ice. Kind of wasn't expecting that. That's kind of super dangerous. Eesh. Well, all right then. Scrolls are easier. Yep, that is true. Scrolls are, in fact, easier. All right, so let's follow this. So I know that side's good. But it's this middle one right here. So what I'm going to do is just dig through here and dig to here. Scrolls may be easier, but they keep rolling out of your hands down the hall. Stop trying to go bowling with them then, you know? Also, hi, new chatter. Twisted D&B. I don't know, Twitch chat. Round of beers for the newbies. It's always nice to see people, you know? Being on front page is fun. It's been a while. It's been a couple months. You have no idea what the wider Twitch meta is for games? Games that people are playing? Popular games? But, you know, it's nice that weirdos who play games like this, like me, get featured on Twitch front page a couple of times a year these days. What's up, Alana? Hey, Twitch chat, could I get a shout out for Alana, please? You don't know those games, Lamel? I mean, you do. You've heard of a Balatro. That's a more popular game. You know, games that have like 20,000 people playing any given day instead of like 1,100 or less. Like Goblin Camp, that game I was streaming on Friday, has like 5 people playing most days. Balatro looks like a video game of all time. You got over 500 books from looting? You're just fixing your systems? Yeah, no, you also need to make sure that you have a chest in your library if you want them to be able to actually put the quires in there. Okay, so we're going to get the fortification down here. And that'll probably expose some more of this. I need to just see the edges of this. Peek through the wall. So that exposes a good amount more. Okay, so there's like water beneath this. Yeah, that ain't happening. Okay, so I'm going to move you from there to over here. So let's go up to here and down. That's fine. Down to there. Sweet. Yeah, that'll work. So now I can get rid of you. And know exactly where I'm going. Because that's the level. Well, actually, I should probably just go to one lower than that. And now I should be able to dig stairs. And, well, okay, not entirely. Now I should be able to, where's the best place to put some stairs for this? Although this needs to be bigger. Needs to be bigger. Okay, why don't I actually, instead of doing this way, let's do this way. Okay, well, instead of doing it that way, let's do it this way. Then I'll collide with the water. Okay, where's like a slightly better place for this? And I could put it right there. Then it would be like in the middle of this highway. Could put it here though. Which I should probably seal this off anyway. Not so bad. That'll work. Let's try this. And then this, yeah, this would work okay. So then go down like right here. Yeah, that'll work. It's just this corner that's a bit of a pain, but that's fine. So this is going to be how many levels? That's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 22. $44 is what I need. And 44. 43 iron bars. And I got a decent amount of coke. Obviously not infinite coke. Let's pause that. Let's also check you. Got a little bit more steel armor. But hello, geek with black hair. I don't know, if you're new here and you just fell in here from the Twitch front page and you're confused, say hi. Or just say hi, I don't know. This is basically flat Minecraft, but it's SimCity. Plenty of people know what this game is from hearing about it. Many people are too scared to try it. It's not that bad. You know, I used to make dwarven water reactors all the time. But at some point something changed and they seem to evaporate weirdly quickly, so I kind of basically never use them anymore. Darius, thanks for the first pack of gifted subs of the day. Appreciate you. Appreciate you greatly. And Celesty would like a dwarf. Your usual, Celesty? What's available? Yeah, we'll just use Dolomite, that's fine. Gem cutter. I got a jeweler, but that's Elfie. I got Rovod, who's got a beard. Do I have anybody else with that skill that doesn't have a beard? How about Lytas the Diagnoser, who's an accomplished gem setter, but just happens to work in the medical field? I have DF hack, but I don't have any of the scripts or overlays enabled. I use it as a like bug testing feature because I don't find it necessary. I've never really used it extensively, so I find it to be, it feels like cheating in a lot of ways. Like I played this game on and off since 2009 and I never used DF hack. I use it occasionally for things like quick saving or figuring out how something died or like trying to fix a bug if there's something that's egregious, but that's very rare these days. Doctress Gem Cuttress. Lytast. Amethyst cannot tolerate differences in culture, lifestyle, or appearance. Man, you must love my goblins. Almost never feels discouraged and is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She can handle stress and has little interest in joking around, does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. And she likes to take it easy. She is generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. I need to be making rock blocks. I think what I'm going to do is this. Rock block. 300. Doesn't matter what type. Repeat seasonally. Well, let's say monthly. If number of rock blocks is below 100. Like right now. On your conquest on the world against the goblins. I love the power struggle that's building up here. I mean, I think this might just be me, but like digging. Oh, also by the way, the numbers there, that's not DF hack. That's just vanilla. I try to not make this stream into a like, I use DF hack because this reason, or I don't use DF hack because this reason. It's a single player game. Play the game exactly the way you want, and don't worry about it. There's more interesting things in this game than discussing whether or not you like to use tools in DF hack. And I don't, for a multitude of reasons, but mostly being I'm known for my Dwarf Fortress tutorials, and it's difficult to explain a game in a vanilla state to people if I'm not used to playing it in a vanilla state. I've always played it that way. I don't find the tools to be particularly useful, so end of discussion. That's it. It is what it is. If you find them useful, go with Armok and enjoy them. Well, cheers, Krazuli, or Krazul. Game looks like Factorial. Other way around. Except Factorial is very flat. This isn't flat. You see, like, here. We'll use some DF hack for a second here. First, I'm just going to run a quick save. But I'll show you what I mean. This is actually like flat Minecraft. So instead of it being a 2D game, it's a 3D game with hundreds of maps stacked on top of each other. I mean, the fortress must grow. This is true. The fortress must indeed grow. So this is what we're actually seeing, or a 3D representation of what you're seeing. Oh no, this is very much a resource management game. Trust me, this is a resource management game. It's just not a conveyor belt management game. So, you know. I like the aesthetics of Factorio. I find playing Factorio to be kind of exhausting. Like, visually, I think Factorio is kind of hypnotic, but playing Factorio is just so much goddamn work. I wish it wasn't, though. It's like, it does look awesome. How does one access Stone Sense? You open DF Hack and you type in S Sense or Stone Sense. It's up to you. How many layers is there in this particular map? It goes up to layer Nice. It's over here in the top corner. It goes down to layer 6. This map is really thin because it's what's it called? Very close to sea level. But they can go up to about 400 layers tall. I had no decision as to how tall this one would be because this is a World Gen Fortress map. So essentially a lot of the structures here were generated by the game, like these towers, which I'm slowly repopulating. Because they were put there by the game itself, not me. Another thing about Dwarf Fortress that Dwarf Fortress does that makes it stand out in the genre is this is my fortress right here, right? The world map isn't static, and the world map doesn't care about me. So essentially, I'm here, and the game behind the scenes, every time the game saves, is playing a very, 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 very slow game of Civ. So every single one of these locations has population counts. That's a very big one. Wait, hold on. Is that... What was that? What was that called? The Greatest Hatred. Anyway, these different locations, well, the red ones are at war with me, the gray ones don't know I exist, and the green ones are allies, and the blue ones are friendly to me. They all have their own goals, their own outcomes. The leaders of all of these places have different preferences, which are dictating what they're doing. So the entirety of the time that I spend playing in my little fortress while the game is unpaused, the overworld is doing its thing. And then when I'm done playing my fortress or need to take a break playing my fortress, I can retire the fortress and then play as an adventurer or go play a different fortress elsewhere and see other parts of the world. But if I play as an adventurer, then I can just travel and traverse the entire world in an open world sandbox, basically. Kind of like playing Rust by yourself, where, you know, you can go around and punch people in the head and steal items and move stuff around and interact with the world in some fun ways. Was hatred problem? What? I really like the Young Buck. We're at war with an elven faction called the Young Buck, so as far as I'm concerned, a bunch of wrestlers are about to show up. The Spry Scourge. I read that as a Spry Sponge originally. Now I'm disappointed. The Belted Lie, the Greatest Hatred. No, the fortress is called Hatred Problem. They've got a bit of a hatred problem there. I like the Ticked Bandits. No, the Tick Bandits. Don't tick off the bandits, because they will... Jackalful? Did they eat all the jackals? But yeah, no, good times. Actually, do I have any news? I may have some news and rumors. Well, we got a couple. What's the world up to? The midwinter of 356, Snarling Braids was conquered by the Low Nightmare. Elven civilization taken over by goblins. Ureth's tamed body became the Holy Crypt of the Order of Dust, replacing Moral Idlebridge, so Moral either died or stepped down. Let's see. Trotted Torment became the Holy Gorge of the Sect of Amethyst, replacing Eden Roombites. Stozu Belt Ruthless became the Holy Silver of the Doctrine of Bronze. And Zuglar became the Holy Gorge. What else do we have? Anything else? No news of armies moving around? Tisk. I should trade with these dwarves up here so we can get rumors from them. Comparing those games is like trying to compare a single-player sandbox to, like, trying to compare this to CUD is like trying to compare Human Fall Flat to Baldur's Gate. You really can't do that. They are very, very, very different games. The only similarities that they have is control scheme. How complete are they? Not very. I mean, adventure mode is probably the least developed part of Dwarf Fortress because people are silly and don't like open world conquest simulators. But in theory, it's closer to something like Kenshi, where it's a big ass sandbox. You walk around and you can gain skills and interact with the world by poking it. You can influence the future of the world pretty easily in adventure mode, but you're not going to be like building a fortress or anything. You're not going to be digging mines or anything, but you can walk around and you can chat with people. You can spread knowledge and rumors. You can change the course of history pretty easily if you know what you're doing. So comparing it to Cataclysm is unfair to both it and Cataclysm because the only similarities that they have is they're both turn-based and have the same camera perspective. We're in an ad break. I will pause game. It's got an extremely compelling combat system. That's what I'll say about adventure mode. Well, they're the young buck, but I add the S. Nika Harper. That's called a front page, Jasper. Yeah, we are currently on the front page of Twitch. Normally, for anybody tuning in from the front page, we normally have like 200 people here. So it's a little bit busier. You know, I've never seen the Wet Bandits, but I'll bet you could name yourself the Wet Bandits. Because wet is a word, bandit is a word, and the is a word. So you could probably finagle that together. Yeah, blind's big again. Diamond. Adventure mode is interesting, but it is the least gamey of the two modes. I mean, Fortress mode definitely has a more compelling game loop. Adventure mode is more for somebody who really wants to go exploring and reading things. Sort of like how, you know, there's two kinds of people who play Elite Dangerous. There's people who fly around in the bubble and shoot stuff, and then there's people who just go and scan planets. And if you're the kind of person who's just going to go scan planets, you'll probably really like adventure mode. Because it's very much an exploration and poking systems and trying to figure out how different parts of the game work. It's also essentially engine development for Dwarf Fortress because like they both run on the same rule set, right? The only difference is Fortress mode is 144 times faster than adventure mode. So essentially you can gain a bigger appreciation for a lot of the under the hood stuff that the game is doing, which I personally really like. Because I'm just, you know, a weirdo for this game. And then there are some people who just don't play Fort mode at all and only play adventure mode. And then there's some people who are vice versa, where they only play adventure mode and don't play Fort mode at all. I mean, like, scanning planets in Elite Dangerous is like the equivalent of walking around and just reading every single statue's description in adventure mode. Or like walking around in town and asking about troubles here until you find somebody who actually knows something interesting. You've flown to the core in Elite twice? I can't remember the name of the system off the top of my head, but my spaceship in Elite, the last time I played, is as far away from the bubble as you could possibly be. So. That's all. So we're making soap from tallow now, looks like. Yeah, I've been to Colonia like a dozen times or something. I'm just too lazy to fly back, so I probably won't. My older sister has only ever really messed around with Legends and World Gen. So yeah, she uses it to... She hasn't played it in a long time, but a number of years ago she used to use Dwarf Fortress to generate D&D campaigns, basically. So she would take the world map and and some portions of Legends and would play that way. It's a perfectly valid way to play. let's just let them work on those for a little bit. What is... Oh, okay. So, I found a whole bunch of Keelanite now, which is what we're working on. One of the things we're working on. I'm just gonna dig a circle here. Or maybe not dig a circle, but construct that there. Let's just make coke from lignite, which it's not Coca-Cola and it's not cocaine. But it is a material that we can turn into coal. Let's say, actually, greater than 10, and refined coal is less than 30. It will smelt. And also, I need just like a stockpile for coke and lignite, or for not coke and lignite, for the what's the other one? Bituminous coal, coal and lignite. And this is some of the most... here's the thing, Paratozen, if you don't want to drop the money on it right away, there is a free version on the website. It just looks like this. The only difference between the free version and the paid version, the free version looks like this, and it doesn't have music. But if you're not allergic to ASCII and you want to try the game, it is kind of dope to play it this way. But if you are allergic to ASCII, the graphics are for sale for not a lot of money. But yeah, this is my bread and butter. I basically live here. If you want to see more Dwarf Fortress related things as well, over on the YouTube channel that I have, I make like full-length movies about this game. And if you need help, there's a room on my Discord called DF Questions, where you can go ask questions about how to play this game, and there's an active community there that'll help. Who's on the front page? I was gonna just like name a big streamer, but now I can't. My brain blanked. So I don't know. Ninja. I'm old, okay? Been doing this for 11 years. When I think big streamers, I think man versus game. Yes. Most def. DF is free to play on the official site, and the premium version is paid. Yes. Correct. The ninja of DF. Me on the front page? Really? Wow, that's wild. I had no idea. So when I say old, I'm not talking about me in like a physical age sense, Jasper. I'm talking about me in a streaming sense. I've been streaming on Twitch for 11 years. So when it comes to this industry as a profession, I'm old. Okay? I'm old. This shit didn't exist. Like, I had to explain to my dad what this was. Now his, like, employees talk about this. So, you know. But no, I'm aware I'm very much not old. Thank you for reminding me. So I could use tin glaze. I'm also just going to go into here real quick and remove cassiterite, because I think we're going to use cassiterite to glaze keelanite, because I think I can do that. And not in the Zoomer speak sense. No. Don't use Lazy Noob Pack in 2025. You don't need it in the current year. Maybe if you're playing version 47. But there's no reason to use it in the current year. But if you're trying to play older versions of the game, then yeah. But if you're playing the current versions of the game, there's no reason to use it. No, it's all good. It's because, like, there really isn't as many tile sets for the older versions as there used to be. Because older versions... Wow, this just keeps fucking going. Older versions of the game... Kind of looks like a heart. Anyway, older versions of the game had a lot of tile sets. This version of the game requires literally thousands of sprites to have a complete tile set, so there really isn't any. And the ASCII is not rectangular, which makes it not compatible with most of the old tile sets. And also, like, all the settings are in-game now, which is primarily what it was useful for. At this point, if you don't want to play the ASCII version, it's just buy the game. And refund it if you don't want it. Or buy the game. It is DRM free, so you can copy and move your install files and do with that knowledge what you will. I mean, glazing to me means something very different than what it does to kids in high school. Work with both. Thanks for $2. What's my favorite metal? Both the music genre and fuzz rock or stoner metal or sludge. Anything in that kind of window is probably my favorite metal. What's my favorite metal? Aluminum's pretty useful. Makes a good wax stick or baseball bat. Okay, so this actually I'm going to just increase to priority numero uno. Number 1! Gator done. Yeah, we're just going to go one further down, I think. But yeah, no, just also for clarity, when it comes to... Oh shit, there's platinum nuggets. There's like some pretty fancy metals in some of these. When you're talking about like older versions of this game and stuff, you do got to remember one kind of pretty important thing, which is that there's a lot of out-of-date versions of Dwarf Fortress, and Dwarf Fortress has changed a lot in the last 20 years, so having to be like, no, that's not currently accurate is not uncommon in the slightest when it comes to talking about Dwarf Fort. Okay, so the annoying thing about this, yeah, no, this will just, this, even though this is just going to get canceled like a dozen times, this won't be too big of a pain in the ass. Just literally gonna fill these in. But like the number of times I've had to tell people, no, the stuff doesn't cave in. They removed that in 2008. Unless you remove all supports. It's a couple times a day during busy days when there's big updates. Still can't look at Carp the same way? Yeah. I mean, I don't, you know, for me, maybe it's recency bias, but carp are fine at this point for me. It's children that I don't like because I remember that very brief window where a mother dwarf would have a baby and then the baby would wander around on top of the mother dwarf's head until the mother dwarf died of thirst because they would make it impossible for Mom Dwarf to get any source of sustenance. It was kind of grim. Like, they were literally, like, riding and mind controlling their mums until they died of thirst. Simply put, they changed how the mounting code worked. And there was a very brief window there where if you had a baby, it was a death sentence. Cats are not allowed. Cat explosions also don't happen anymore. Although the funny thing about cat explosions is what people actually think of cat explosions was a mod combined with a bug. Poor Helen Keller. She did nothing wrong. Jarlis, what do you got against Helen Keller? You know, it's funny that, like, people say that more and more, Kazul, is like people find the ASCII to be super intimidating until they try it. And it's like, oh, actually, this is pretty straightforward. Now that I understand the game's visual logic. It's just a matter of understanding the game's visual logic, right? Let me just lock these doors as well. So I don't really care if magma crabs come crawling out of here. We're on the front page of Twitch. Raccoon Wolf. Astro Joe. I'm legally blind. My right eye doesn't work at all. My left eye has severe tunnel vision. You're being ableist. Thank you. I appreciate your hatred. It's fun. Feels good, man. It was a joke? Ah, well, a joke needs a punchline. And humor. And the ability to make you not look like a dick. You're just being a dick and then saying it's a joke as a form of cover-up. It's not going to work here. So, we can move on, but just realize you're not correct. It is actually self-deprecating humor. Man-eating tapir is where the name came from. Because I'm all for self-deprecating humor. People being unnecessarily ableist? Hey, mods. I'm going to need you to keep a wee bit of an eye. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Read what he's saying, Stone. Absolutely. $100% intended. Started playing DF like I do Factorio, and I had a lot of fun. Recently got more into doing the smaller scale forts and focused on storytelling. Keeping track of a set of main characters is the best thing that you can do in a game like this. Let's follow. A strange mood. What do you need? Rough gems. Rock blocks. Okay. What else do you need? Shells. Ooh. Do I have fishing enabled? I do not. Let's enable fishing. As far as rough gems go. We do have rough gems. We do have tanned hides. We do have rock blocks. Shells. Cheers, Hatback. Gotcha. Well, happy to help with the tutorials. Even though they take a back seat in the priorities these days, but I'm glad they're still useful. Ooh, that was a little bit of a lag chunk. I wonder what caused that. Yeah, whenever a dwarf does something interesting, give them a nickname. And then keep track of the ones that you've given nicknames, obviously. But that's a big part of it. But yeah, mods, I'm putting a little bit of trust in you guys today. Don't want to turn auto mod on, so. Tutorial God. I tutorialized God, fun fact. So glad they added more sprites for custom statues. They look really good, don't they? They do look really good. Arm is in fact okay. Although a little bit sore, because I got hit in the shoulder pretty hard during a concert this weekend. And also, I need to fill in a bunch of these. These are all holes in the ground. I once, Bozo Short in the YouTube chat says, I had a dwarven child nicknamed the Beast because of an incident with a cave fishman. I once had a dwarven child punch a demon and their head exploded. So yeah, you gotta love stuff like that. It's always entertaining. Demon Nani, exactly. All right, let's do this here. Oh, let's just use more of this. Then we have to start digging this whole thing out. Which shouldn't take too long. It's all getting constructed. And this should just be, yeah, it's already priority number 1. Just gotta get there. Some 2 really pissed off dwarves. Of course it's not Tsubami. Do the spheres of gods have any effect beyond the materials that their angels are made from? It can change the goals of the character that worships them. And how often they will curse you if you defile their statues. But outside of that, not a ton. A lot of that stuff is placeholder right now. Also, for those of you who are super interested in Dwarf Fortress things, on Thursday this week at 10 a.m. Pacific time, I think it's 6 p.m. GMT and 1 p.m. Eastern, Tarn, Dwarf Fortress guy Tarn Adams, is going to be chatting on stream for, I don't know, 2 hours or so. So if you would like to send in a question, there is a link to do that in the community section of my YouTube channel right now. You may have an vampires are far from immortal for your Marks dwarves. Just an FYI, if that's kind of what you're suggesting. They will absolutely die from bleeding and whatnot. They won't die of old age, but they will die from bleeding. As I just slowly move my way up. Someone's gonna get stuck in here, aren't they? So we're going to go this way. Which means I'm going to need to not put you here, and instead put you here. So I can dig around it. Can fill it in later. And then I'm going to need to go up and down this. Right down to there, skip this one, and then keep going. Down to there. Well, actually, this one I can erase. You just use targets. The one thing, the main difference between using targets and using living entities is living entities are 7 times more effective as training than using like Marksdorf's targets. So it is faster to use training critters. Zombies are probably your best bet though, because they actually just straight up won't take any damage. If you're using like, you know, not super high quality dwarves to shoot at them. So zombies are usually your best bet. That or something very large. But once they start getting better, they will just like hit them in the head and knock them out and they'll die. But you really need something that can't die from bleeding, because even like bronze or wooden bolts will cause bleeding. Yeah, I mean, you're better off like assigning your entire Marksdorf squad to just be hunters for a couple years before putting them into the Marksdorf squad. Not even a couple years, like weeks. If you're using anything better than silver bolts, they'll kill the bronze colossus. Diamond. Man, kind of tempted to just use this for power. It's like right here. The problem is it's going to freeze once a year. Where's this primarily spilling in right now? It's not here. Ah, it's... You know, this'll work. I could just go down into here. Set this as channel up. And I could easily just like move all this into here. And this is where we can power it. It's time for some renovations with pickaxes. Okay, so let's see this. So we've got char and rainbow trout. And this is where they're fishing, I presume. Yeah, because if I don't get shells from this, then yeah, this dwarf's dead. Because we're in late winter. I think we trade with humans. Oh yeah, no, I mean, if you're gonna have captured prisoners, at least for the time being, absolutely, just you can use them as cannon fodder with little punishment there. What are you waiting so long for? Oh, you're trying to conduct a meeting. Do you not have an office? Maybe I need to increase the value of your office. Did I never make you a weapon rack? I thought I did. Let's make 30 and 30. Let's do 31, actually. Let's use granite. Granite's fine. Cage traps is how you capture somebody. Although, apparently that's planned to be changed this year and that cage traps are going to get less effective, which is probably for the best. Even though in my heart it makes me cry. They are a bit busted, currently. Or rather, still possible to catch mega beasts, but less effective, and they want prisoners to be more interesting, are the two things. No easy way to get a gremlin. Oh yeah, there is. Just make a gremlin trap. They're also way too strong. Yeah, they're kind of the, like, if you find them to be too strong, just don't use them kind of things. But, I don't know. If you want to see what's coming, just go, I say, look at the tech tree. Or not the tech tree, the roadmap, which is on the most recent Steam update, if you scroll down past the patch notes. Between a Titan and a Forgotten Beast, Titan live above ground, Forgotten Beast live below ground. Titans have higher chance of being a god. Forgotten Beasts do not. Also, just as a reminder, especially people who are new here, I'm a completely crowdfunded channel. I don't do any sponsored time. So keeping an eye on that Prime sub, or, you know, sharing the stream around and telling your friends is the best way to help keep this channel funded. So apparently we are in the top 0.11 of Twitch. We were in the top 0.2 earlier. So that's the difference between 200 people watching and 1,500 people watching, which is cool. Thanks for the $1. Pork. Appreciate ya. So instead, you're more likely to hear me talk smack about, you know, whatever video game everybody's being sponsored to play at that given minute than you are to see me play it. But have you considered Cage Trap funny? I mean, hey. I don't know anybody who was paid to play Civ 7. People probably were, but I don't know anybody who was. Although, trust me, Civ 7 will be like every other Civ game. In 5 years, people will love it. I remember there being, like, riots in the streets and people with pitchforks when Civ 6 came out, and people love Civ 6 now. This is just normal Civ. And what's even funnier is, like, the difference between this one and Civ 6 is the people that I know who just play a shit ton of Civ actually really like Civ 7. Like, the people that I know that have, like, thousands of hours in recent Civilization games are all just like, I mean, it needs work, but it's pretty good, actually. I just think it's funny. A stack of Doom strategy? Calm down, Grandpa. I do still have my disc for Civ 4, though, so I guess I'm kind of there with you to a degree. I don't think they've kept... Because, like, can't you not be Gandhi by the modern age now? Stack of Doom is... Having stacks of Doom is, in fact, a bad thing, yes. 0 out of 10 worst game? Yeah, because, like... Your leader changes, or like your faction changes as you move through the ages, but I digress. I just realized that this is an arrow, so this is gonna be like an up arrow, down arrow, left arrow, right arrow. Oops. We went through that soap quickly. Clearly just don't have enough fatty glob. Ah, well, we'll get there. Also need to check something. I didn't set a population limit, did I? Always forget. No, I did not. We good. A bunch of random seeds outside. Dwarves eating food. Do I have hunters? Let's throw 2 hunters in. Start hunting chinchillas. Yeah, this dwarf might just go insane. Unless we get lucky. Well, I mean, Gandhi can launch nukes, but Gandhi being guaranteed to launch nukes is an urban myth. D-pad crafting station, kinda, yeah. You thought of buying this game years ago, but the learning curve is too damn high? I have a question. What would you say is the most complicated game you've ever learned? I have this discussion with Escape from Tarkov players all the time. It's like, they're just, they come up to me and they're like, Blind, I'd like to learn this game, but it's too hard. And then I'm like, you play Escape from Tarkov like 100 hours a week. What the hell are you talking about? Can almost remove shoes from this uniform. Probably Dota 2. Yeah, this game's significantly easier to learn than Dota 2. We're getting there. I'll get them to replace their clothing when they all have full sets of armor. You know, the thing is, games aren't that complicated. Dwarf Fortress isn't that complicated. It's simply a question of, are you willing to put the time in to learn the game? And if the answer is no, then okay. Yeah, you're right. It's too complicated. If the answer is yeah, then you'll learn pretty quickly that it's not as absurdly difficult or steep as far as the learning curve goes than any other game with a learning curve. It's absolutely doable, 100% learnable, and you are capable of learning it if you want. If you don't want, that's okay. But don't worry about insulting your own intelligence, saying that it's too hard for you, because if you put your mind to it, you have the power. It's just simply a matter of putting your mind to it. So I need to get to this. And then I need to block that off. There will still be water falling down here, but... let's also get rid of this. Avenge you. Okay, what does that mean? You gotta give me more descriptors here, friend. I'm not your murder hobo of vengeance. I need to have some instructions of what kind of dwarf you would like. And Too Tall Dad, thanks for the prime. Don't forget to check your primes, chat. But yeah, the one like cliff note I'll say about Civ is, isn't Civ just like the peak patient gamers game? Oh, more kobolds. I don't know what they plan to do, but good luck. If this interface turns people away, then I can't help you. Like, this is a less complicated interface than the original Roller Coaster Tycoon, with the exception of maybe the minecart screen, which you don't really need to learn. So I can't help you. We'll go with dealer's choice then. What do you want on the happiest of the screen, Squizzly? You could have Erosh, you could have Kvish, you could have Unib, Obak. Oh, there is a goblin. Besmer. You could have Besmer. I thought this one had been named, but... Zalvi, hello. Like, genuinely, like, if Dwarf Fortress's interface is what's turning people away, then... There's one question which that I saw in the Future of the Fortress this past month, which made me want to smack my head against the wall, which was somebody saying, are you going to take another period of time to work on quality of life for Dwarf Fortress now that Adventure Mode's out? It's like, and Tarn's response literally was like, yeah, we'll be plucking away at that, but that's largely what the last 2.5+ years have been. 3-4 years even. Like, the remaking of the UI for the entire video game was the quality of life patch. So I don't know. It's like, what do people want, really? Chatterbug, thank you very much for the 11th month. Welcome back. Back from my trip, ready to watch DF. Welcome back. I mean, they'll be slowly plucking away and improving the interface incrementally, but like, I don't understand people's easily, like, speed at which people give up on an interface, I suppose. I'm just going to call you Squizzly, actually, because that way I can differentiate the two easier in Legends. Is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism. Oh, it's Twitch chat. Does not generally seek retribution for his past wrongs, and generally feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, is very comfortable around others that are different from himself, and doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, does not generally respond to emotional appeals, and would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight. His little interest in joking around and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and does not go out of his way to help others. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he is quick to anger, and he likes to take it easy. He tends to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and is quick to form negative views about things, is somewhat quarrelsome and enjoys the company of others, and likes a little excitement now and again. Dreams of ruling the world, there you go, and personally values nature and doesn't particularly value self-control. Sees equal parts of harmony and discord as part of life. You have no preferences because you're a goblin. I might make this goblin into my, like, captain of the guard. You do have a wife somewhere, apparently, and plenty of nieces and nephews and cousins, and a lover as well, or had a lover. And you've got tons of friends, and you've got one friend in the port. I mean, I was thinking the same thing, Celesty. Why are you screaming man-eating tape here? The goblins have already won. They've elected a goblin. So, I hate to break it to you, but your rivalrousness is just going to get you put in prison. Just saying. This is a figmentation of your own brain's imagination. I don't even consider that a regression for the vast majority of new users. That's only a regression for the old school player base, my rep. You shall rebel more seriously. You enjoy playing it up a bit. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. I get that you're just goofing. How are we doing on cloth? 100 nice. 160 nice. We've got tons of silk. Let's do silk. Let's do silk caps. Let's make 100 silk caps. The goblins don't understand what a union is. Like, if you look at their like their faction ethics, they are like the most meritocracy, you don't deserve anything faction. If anybody employs union busters, it's the goblins, I guess. No, that's an ogre. Just trying to get caught up on things. Union, onion. They don't even rhyme. Just saying. How can you tomato that? Let's get back to that pump stack. Jitterbug, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you helping keep the channel funded. 1 subscription at a time. I do actually appreciate that. It means a lot, mate. Don't even know what lava safe materials I have. Gabbro, so we're a little bit short. I think quartzite's also lava safe. Actually, dolomite's lava safe, isn't it? Dolomite is in fact lava safe, so I'll just use dolomite blocks. Could also use Gabbro. This will take quite a lot of clicking, but we'll get her done. I also don't have enough pieces just yet, but we'll get there. In more ways than one. We all have our moments. And if your moment in the spotlight is over, you shouldn't be, you know, throwing too many subs in the chat, but I do greatly appreciate the resub and the 5-pack of gift subs. It's a perfectly good opportunity per layer this time, because sometimes I use 4. I don't have that far to go, and you want to pump as much lava as possible, right? So this doesn't use that much more power. I don't have that far to go, and might as well just use more. I almost always do too, unless I really don't need much of it in a place. So, because like eventually I'm probably gonna bring this all the way up to the surface, and thinking about some surface lava shenanigans. So work with Bo. We're on the front page of Twitch today. Let's keep the real life discussion down to a minimum. Chat, can I get a round of beers, please? Because I don't want to have to relabel my stream. All good. Don't worry about it. That's why I have the hole here, is because the back of them acts like a mechanism and also goes vertical. So when I dig the trench, the extra trench here, this is what transfers power. It's all good. Merlin Buff, it's good to see you. No, but you can have a mug of Plump Helmet wine and a free bedroom, Danny. But if you need a welfare check, you're still training. We haven't been attacked by anything, but that's mostly likely because I haven't gone on my way to attack anything. Also, looks like we need new trousers for a lot of these dwarves. But that's okay because they're soon not going to be wearing them anymore. Actually, bars. I'm still making steel bars. This one's paused. Could just like queue up pig iron because, nah, actually we got an okay number. Let's just go up here and go steel leggings. Just do 10 more, because I'm pretty sure I'm out. Yes, I am in fact out. Sure, if you get a dwarf redemption, server lord. But the last one was redeemed 12 minutes ago, so you'd have to redeem a new dwarf. But that's not something I can guarantee, because dwarves can be lazy but still take up tons of jobs. And even lazy dwarves will still do jobs, they'll just do them less consistently. So maybe it's not as much of a one-to-one thing as you are envisioning. So this is all falling down right here. Actually, the way to do this is this. That's kind of funny looking. Was this? This is the same faction, so we can probably make togas. I can, in fact, make togas. Let's make 30 togas. What I actually need is pants, but... Oops. Let's do 30 silk trousers. Toga's better than pants? All right. Sure. What am I supposed to do with this information? They are certainly rarer than pants. You don't see them as often. You don't get creative? Stick your head in the barrel. Come on. What are you, a dwarf? That was a weird audio tone? Weird audio tone? What weird audio tone? Is this a new fort? What day did I start this? Wednesday? I think we started this at the end of Wednesday, so it was like Wednesday, Thursday we played this fort. Yeah, last stream on Friday we played Goblin Camp. We're going to play Goblin Camp again this evening, too. Must have missed it. Highly likely. If not, almost probable. Pumps are going pretty nice. Some of these still have a long ways to go, but we'll get there. Yeah, because the last fort fell apart. Last fort being the one where I was trying to enslave zombies. Also, apparently it just like straight up doesn't work because zombies that are recently turned remember where traps are and completely avoid them. So my whole like strat and idea for that fort like just fell apart. Kind of the whole game. Man-eating tapir. Like, uh-oh. I was waiting for that to happen. Composed of flame. Oh, that's exciting. That's exciting. The Forgotten Beast Ostrot, Damuzomat, has come. A great quadruped composed of flame. It has large mandibles and it undulates rhythmically. All right, where is it? Oh, hey, that dwarf finally went stark raving mad. Sorry, non-major nerd. Oh, where is this anyway? Okay, so it can't get into my fort, but it is in the water because of the layer that it's on. So it's just gonna run around evaporating everything. Let's watch it for a wee bit and see where it goes. The funny thing about this is a single bolt would kill it because it is made of fire. I guess it's been running around for a bit already. Doesn't have any known kills. That's metal as hell. I love people asking, it's like, oh, could you just like extinguish a flame beast? It's like, well, try putting it in water and see how that works out for you. I think I'm going to put a drawbridge right here. It's like, well, that is pretty cool. It's just not very effective against us. No kills in 625 years. It's in a very unpopulated area of the caverns. No one's awoken it. We only just awoke it. It's perfectly logical, not weird. Actually, it's pretty common that they don't have any kills. Unless they're like close to a like surface access point or like a bunch of other civs. Yeah, it's pretty common that they don't have any kills. The PSI levels of that cavern are crazy. Yeah, no, it would just blow the walls off, the doors off any wall that you construct in there. Okay. So this stuff's gonna keep going down here. Then this is also just going to help drain down into here. And I will put a door right there. Because I want this all to just drain into here. And then same with here. So I'll plunk the door down right there. So anything that does fall in, Actually, maybe not right there. We'll actually move you right up one. Anything that does end up flowing into here, fine. It's not a huge deal. I just don't want it to all be flowing into the stairwell. It's going to get dangerous if nothing else. And it'll be significantly less dangerous to do it this way. Dwarven sauna. In order to let steam through, you would have to use grates, which dwarves can see through, which would probably just scare the piss out of all the dwarves. I can't see that being very wise to set up that way. Blood Beast and Flame Beast can make a steam engine. Yeah. They would also kill each other very quickly. So you'd need a wall between them. Although actually, I think Fire Beast might might just evaporate Water Beast. Presumably it can fire very unpleasant things at you in the form of burning. Okay, so this is actually getting quite a bit of flow underneath it now. So in order to get this going, I just need to wall this off, wall this off, wall this off, and then just dig through this so that they can get down into here. And if anybody falls in there, then they're going to have a really nice shower. Oh, there's 2 water there. Caffeine Power, thanks for the 6-pack of gift subs. Appreciate ya. Jack, gonna get a big round of beers for that brand new pile of subs. And congratulations to anybody who got one. These will take a few tries to get right. Fire on its own does not hurt the frame rate in the slightest. Fire blocking pathing for dwarves hurts frame rate. Dwarves aren't in that cavern. I'm not going to have any frame rate problems because of that beast. Havoc. I know it probably can't be done, but it would be cool to use the fire beast as a fuel of a forge. I mean, it'd be a very fast way to set all of your dwarves on fire, and not a very effective forge, though. That is an odd place to take a nap there, dwarf. What an odd place to take a nap. Oh, so we're in an ad break, so we'll pause. Hey, chat, we're in an ad break. Mods, be vigilant. I'm going to go take a real quick toilet break. Everything seems in order. Yeah, it's not out of order. If it's out of order, please reorganize it. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Zealy? Yeah, it's a good time to go refill your beverage. Okay. And the other thing I need to do is mine out all this. The random troll fur earring. The amount of drink we have is just like slowly accelerating. Well, I've heard that people have fallen asleep in showers and causing huge amounts of water damages, so if a dwarf keeps taking a little nap and water sounds fairly reasonable, yeah. Well, I mean, as long as they're not blocking a construction spot, we're fine. I'm mostly just waiting for these to be gone. And once these are filled in, then I can channel through this, and then we just need to block this off. But worst case scenario, we just get some flooding, and that's not that big of a deal. All right, so it's time to say good luck to the dwarves. Please go dig these out. So the dwarves going to go dig this channel out, or probably just right here. Jaded Rat gonna go do good work. The lover of orange TJ. Good luck there, Jaded. There you go, easy peasy. So now this is gonna start filling up. Now look, there's a naked mole dog. Maybe I should just chuck some cage traps in here. And I'm now going to go all the way along here and do this. What are these? Oh, granite boulders. I'm just going to use the granite boulders just for flooring so it looks a little bit nicer. It's also a way to get these granite boulders out of here. Oh, I did 4 instead of 2. It's nice to have it, Monfreddy. Ever since they made it a lot, like, easier to sign up for it, this is the 2nd time I've gotten it, so quite happy. Hey, look, we're getting them caps. Dwarves with their fancy new caps. Running around looking all dwarfy. You'll love to see it. Should also just literally put a giant door stockpile right here. Doors. Probably just stone and clay is all I really need, but just trying to get all these doors like out of this trench. I'll delete this stockpile once they've all been moved. To cap or no to cap? That is the question, Arakasa. It's okay. Ironically, using young people speak is not a sign of being old. It's just a sign of accepting culture you don't understand. AKA being old. Okay, so now that I've done that, let's go water wheel. Oh. So what you're saying is all of my glazers should be no cap. This is the reality here. Because this whole setup here is going to permit a pretty nice glazing industry. I'm not even joking. Like this is just facts. I'm also going to need to go hack down more trees. Dwarf Fortress is what my phone always autocorrects Dwarf Fortress to when I type it in. Kazaril in YouTube chat. As somebody who blacked out in a running shower once, I've fallen asleep in a bathtub, but I can't say I've ever fallen asleep in a shower. At least not that I remember. And if I have, I don't remember it. So do with that information what you will. Uh-oh. Oh, yay! Frosty the Snowball. The Forgotten Beast Gacket Romlamanikut has come. A great humanoid composed of snow. It literally is a snowman. And it has a pair of long antennae, and it appears to be emaciated. Well, it's probably running out of snow, because it's pretty warm down here. Oh, hey, and it can get to me. Excellent. We can do the training thing. Send in the squatties and see where it goes. Cloak secrets? How did you kill 2 dwarves? How? Are you attacking children? You're a snowball. I mean, a snowman, but... Frail and strong? Well... I mean... Is strong, he's just... He's strong in that he's got big muscles, but he's frail in that he'll fall apart easily. Uh-oh. Mebzith, you may want to run this. And Domas here is all like, yo, it's my chance for greatness. Net joins, runs directly at the beast. And just like that, stabbing the beast in the upper body with his copper shield. Wait, striking the beast, not even stabbing. Striking the beast in the upper body with his copper shield, it broke away most of the tissue. He just went and, like, clotheslined it. Just went, pop! And it just snapped it in half. My chance for great. No, it's the dwarf's chance for greatness. Although it would have been even funnier if this dwarf got it, but the weaponsmith attacks it, but it jumped away. The weaponsmith missed. He's going, I had that. He's terrified while in conflict. Meanwhile, this one is vengeful, but is now the killer of the frost. Well done. Well done. Can I get a round of crypt arrives if you happen to have that emote? It poofed. It definitely went sploofed. Now it will melt. Also, previously, when they would turn into a pile... I don't know if you guys know this, but previously when they would turn into a pile of snow, it would be like the little squiggly lines icon for like liquids, generic liquid. Now it's an actual snow pile. That's interesting. I've never seen that before. And then it just immediately, maybe that's why I've never seen it, it's because it just immediately melted. Forgotten Beast ice cream? Yeah. Should probably also get rid of these, like, bodies. So there's a bunch of corpses here, a bunch of giant mole corpses and such. Throw those into the caves or something. Some migrants have arrived. Did you bring any dogs? You're injured? Excuse me. I'm always fascinated when dwarves arrive injured. Like, what happened? Like, did you fall and, like, hit your knee or something? Because their knee is covered with, or their leg is covered with it. Do you have any old wounds? Her upper leg bears a straight scar. Where did you come from? You don't have any like... I'm just gonna give you a nickname. Old wounds. Roof metal, that's a good last name. It's like shingles. You are leisurely, it looks like. Also, I super duper missed this, but apparently Percuss rated us 40 minutes ago. Did anybody give Percuss a shout out? I completely didn't even see it. This is the problem with having too many people watching. God damn you, how dare all of you be tuning in today. Thanks, friends, I love you guys. But no, seriously, I feel awkward there. Can somebody please give Percuss a shout out? Or here, I'll do it. Hey, chat, go if you are interested in that game that's Minecraft but not Minecraft. Please click on that heart. Vintage story, yes. Very, very prolific vintage story streamer. Just go click that heart. You know you want to. Okay. You dream of mastering a skill. Kind of skimming if any of these would be any good for additional military dwarves. Poor empathy, poor focus, thoughtless. Ah. Don't think. Stab with pointy stick. Here, Al. Are you a pump operator? Yes. So it's you. Get in there. No thoughts. Pointy stick. What about you? Dream of raising a family? We'll let you go do that. That's a donkey. Cool. What else he has? Oh, you're a competent axe dwarf. You're actually a decent actor. You're a creative musical loner. Ooh. Likes to take it easy and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. Is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He often acts with compassion, dreams of mastering skill, personally respects perseverance, and values independence. He prefers to consume chicken. How normal. Novice gem cutter. Oh, yeah. Dreams of raising a family. Dislikes abstract discussions. Best of luck there, dwarf. Every single dwarf needs alcohol to get through the working day. It's like how humans need water to not die. Well, some humans don't think they need water, but humans need water. So drink your water. Dwarves need alcohol. Dwarves use water as like, it's kind of backwards. Dwarves use water to clean wounds, whereas humans use alcohol to clean wounds. Dwarves drink alcohol. It's not that rare to find chicken meat. Now, in the wall, however, you can very easily find wall chicken. You're hateful. Likes to brawl. Nice engineer is also joining the military. Also need to get a Marksdwarf squad up and running. You're also look at this. Oh, were you in my last fort? How are you already horrified after seeing Vubok die? The hell's going on, guys? Who's Vubok and why did they die? Also, why did you kill Mebzith? Sure, this is, I want to say it's Rocky Wasteland Mountain, but that is whack. Like, I wonder if this was a soldier. You know, I'll bet you this was a trader soldier. Because they're a skilled axe dwarf and talented axe dwarf and skilled like armor user. This has to have been a wagon soldier that showed up at one of my last forts. Because Vabok Buff Earns, I recognize that name. That must have been like watching like what's it called? At Clobbertomb, watching a dwarf die. Because I had several wagons get attacked on their way out. So that must have been what happened. This must have been a dwarf that witnessed the zombies, like, murking. Like, the wagon individuals. That must have been what that was. There's, like, very few other things it could have been. Dream of mastering a skill. She can handle stress. Yeah, I mean, my previous fortresses have been through some shit, so you're kind of like going into that expecting that as a possible... Worried? I guess you've gotten a lot of fun. Remember the Order of Dust. What skills do you have? Because you're a clerk. Competent poet. Oh. Values merriment. Labor Talon, you can be a poet. I'll take a poet. Go have fun there, dwarf. Considering the first one that showed up was just, like, injured. Anger-prone, clumsy. You? Lots of siege engineers, too. But somebody asked me to look at the world map. We're right here. Yeah, it's right on the edge of a Badlands, and we're on a mountain. So it may also just be a pure mountain biome, because this was a reclaimed fortress. So I didn't have any control over where we actually settled, but the reason we chose this fortress to settle on is because it was taken over by goblins, and it had these goblin towers on it, which was just super neat. So we decided to settle here. I actually need to connect this tower over here to this thing in the center and then over to here. Is kind of what we plan on doing. So we are Mind Arch, which was the original name of the fort, which was, as I said, toppled by goblins. And the goal for this fortress is to reclaim all these towers as part of like a constructed suspended tower fortress. What skills do you have, competent poet? I mean, there's nothing wrong with being a competent poet. If everybody simultaneously learns, like, poetry skills, that is a good thing for the fortress as a whole. Could make this into a library, but I feel like that would be a little boring. Oh, also, non-major nerd appears, unfortunately, is running around insane, so this religion actually needs a new religious leader. So the Holy Gorge is now Barksdale. Welcome to the position of powers. We'll just let the rest of the dwarves wander in. This is feeling a little bit on the slow side still. Actually, why don't I just do it this way? Do 2 floors of dolomite and dig you down. Same with here. And I will plop a wall piece in there. That got canceled. You're doing good work, except I gotta keep digging. Actually, what I might start doing is just start channeling up into this. This will speed this whole process up of flooding the thing. I will have to, manually continue this, but that's fine. We'll see you later, Legrog. Smash those peak viewer numbers. I had no idea you were here already. Thanks for tuning in. But yeah, it's pretty late where you're at, isn't it? We got a Tundra Titan. Oh, that's exciting. Composed of coral. Fun fact, coral doesn't exist in Dwarf Fortress except as a creature material. Also, Dixil sounds like a somewhat problematic country slur. Anyway, Tundra Titan, Dixil, Queshomasino, has come. A enormous towering blob composed of coral. It has an enormous shell and an austere look about it. Beware its webs. So that's kind of terrifying. Because it's got webs. And it's a Titan, so it's on the surface. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to edit this burrow. Throw all this in. Throw all this in. Bone Dolphin just redeemed a dwarf. Give me a second to queue up all this madness, and then we'll get you de-dwarfed up. I don't have that many goblins in the fort, so I think they may all be named, but I will confirm. So that's kind of terrifying. Especially because it's moving pretty slowly and deliberately towards me. Thankfully, it's moving slowly. It might be clumsy and trip and fall. It might be. I kind of want to try and trap it. Nope, nope, there's still a dwarf. Get inside there, dwarf. Eh. Not wise, dwarf. Where was I digging? There it is. Okay. Also cave dwellers. Everything's happening all at once here, which is good, because to me, I read this as, you might read this as, rodent men are assaulting the fortress. I read this as, free shields. Well, I gotta lock that. Although it very well could knock the door down. So let's worry about the basement first, because that's the more current concern. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Or, you know, Vile Force of Darkness for good luck? Going out to collect webs in simple terms is running away. They also seemed to know where my traps were. Oop. This recruit strikes the rodent woman's spearman, but the shot was blocked with an iron shield, and then bashed the rodent woman's spearman in the lower leg with the shaft of her steel spear. This clearly does some work. Says how fragile we are, begone fear. This is truly horrifying. Without wielding a single shield, the dabbling spear lady bashes a rodent spearman in the right lower leg with her steel spear, bruising the muscle, followed up by Moma's, the expert and adept axe dwarf. Let's see how well this dwarf does. Uh-oh. This dwarf is kind of like, you know, the really, really, really weak spear character that you get in Fire Emblem who just like has no stats whatsoever and just dies if you breathe on them. But if you train them up, has the highest like leveling curve of anybody. But I think that they just ran in first, so they may be the first to die here. Although they are hopefully going to stop bleeding and stop taking hits. They currently can't stand or grasp, and their third finger is broken. They took some pretty rough hits a little while ago. In fact, got stabbed in the right hand with a steel spear. But the defenses are coming in. Devil Dawn, thank you very much for that. 10-pack of gift subs. Big round of beers on behalf of that. Our enraged recruit here is currently bleeding heavily and appears to have just lost a limb, unless I misread that. Yep, her left hand is gone. Well, I can safely remove you from the military if you don't bleed to death. But, yeah, I think you're going to just bleed to death. The additional dwarves are here to help, but our friend here is unfortunately learning what it means to bleed profusely, as the primary dwarven defenses run through the rodents, slashing away and removing bits. Slashing at the rodent spearman in the upper body with an iron short sword, tearing the muscle and tearing apart the heart. Well done, serious salsa. Oh, so serious. B-Lug here has killed a named rodent man, actually, and stabs the rodent man spearman with a steel spear. And the severed part sails off in an arc. And they continue to wipe out the goblin invaders. Or not goblin, the rodent invaders. So, Bone Dolphin, specifically you wanted either a goblin or a free one in the military. Let's go with the free one in the military. Who do you want sees? Probably not the... actually, she might live. Probably don't want that one, though, because she's missing a hand. We could do, like, an axe dwarf, a spear dwarf, another axe dwarf, Frost, although you're named, so maybe not Frost. We could do one of the recruits. We got several of those. We got wrestlers. If she lives her. She will be retired from the military, probably. But she's going to live, most likely. Bone Dolphin is very quick to anger. Is very quick to anger and often feels lustful and doesn't focus on material goods. Let me just double check something. I need to make sure the hotel, or not the hotel, the hospital is in the borough, which it is. The hotel is in the borough. Look at me being all goofy. All right, let's get you here. The bed in there. She is very quick to anger and often feels lustful, doesn't focus on material goods, is off. Wait, actually, you may be in an ad. I will wait until the ads are probably done. I'm going to wait until the ads are done. Devil Dawn, thank you so much for the 10 pack of gift subs. I greatly appreciate you. Thank you for helping us hit the daily minimum and for helping keep this channel funded without the use of third-party corporate sponsors. Appreciate you greatly. Hey, folks, just a reminder. On Thursday this week at 10 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. Eastern, and 6 p.m. GMT, Tarn will be joining me on stream for a good chunk of time. And we'll be doing an interview. So if you'd like to ask him a question, there is a link to the Google form where you could submit a question on my YouTube channel in the community section. I'll be posting it on Discord tonight. So if you have a question that you would like to send in, you can do that. So excited for that. Hell yeah, dude. I'm looking forward to having him back. It has been a while. We'll make sure not to miss that. It's going to be a very short stream. I'm basically just going to stream the interview plus an intro, and then it's done. So, and then I'll be streaming Friday. The dwarves ran back upstairs. So let's see what's going on the newly appointed Bone Dolphin. She is very quick to anger and often feels lustful, doesn't focus on material goods, and is often cheerful. Can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings and is being rescued by a doctor. She could be considered rude, and she has an active. She could be considered rude, and she isn't given to flights of fancy. She occasionally overindulges and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She could be considered rude, and she is assertive. She can handle stress, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. And she likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering crafting a masterwork someday, or mastering a skill someday, rather. And generally values family and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting. She likes sespertine and copper and pyrite and rope reed fabric in the color light blue, backpacks and figurines and donkeys for their stubbornness, clownfish for their coloration, and the words of the prim wisps. And when possible, she prefers to consume giant tapir and clownfish and turnip wine and anchovy. Wait, what? Where did I get anchovy? Absolutely hates spiders. That's where I got anchovy from. That's not true. She doesn't like anchovies. That's a lie. Meanwhile, there's a strand extractor fighting. Who's currently running away saying, I'm uneasy. Well, okay. I'm also going to go down here and unforbid all these. Because we got a bunch of open shields now. Look, see. Everybody gets new shields. Ain't that dope? Meanwhile, Dwarf here gets thrown on the floor and is pale. Looks like she's been washed. She has no evaluated wounds. She was just brought to rest. She's got lots of cuts. We do have plenty of silk, though. It seems as though somebody is coming to tend to the wounds. It seems like good old Squizzly here is doing some stitches. Or was going to. Maybe not. Diagnosis required. Who's diagnosing? We got 2 diagnoses coming in. Oh. There you go. Amethyst did her job. Oh, I see. We also have an injured surgeon. Oh, is there another rodent spearman fighting? Seems like there was, who just, like, cut himself open. Well, that's unfortunate. So this creature is still causing us some grief. But thankfully, it doesn't appear to be able to get through my walls, at least immediately. So I don't know. Do I have any crossbows? Got 2 crossbows on the map. Bolts. Let's just go into here. And we're just going to do armor, headwear, legwear, handwear. Don't worry about footwear. Shields and bucklers. Let's do crossbows, and we'll just call this crossbow. Confirm and save uniform. Add crossbow. Don't really have any mark swerves in the fort. Although, let's give this job to Irel, because Irel seems to have the best aim. And I'm just going to say, no orders, but do go equip your stuff. Wait, did I say, replaces clothing? That's not the uniform I gave you. What? Worn over clothing, please. And I will just confirm that. And then just go into here and go, well, not here. When do I always open this screen? Go here, you. Iron crossbow. And I need some leather. Clothing and leather. I'm gonna try and snipe this thing. Is what I'm gonna try and do. Let's just make 10 leather quivers. Obviously not a Ninja Turtle. Do Ninja Turtles canonically dislike anchovies? You're going to have to forgive me. I know very little about Ninja Turtles. I love how I'm literally just scrolling around looking for that critter. So I should be able to tell her to just stand here. And she should be able to just shoot it. What are the advantages of each different armor and what are the disadvantages? More armor, more cover. Heavy armor, less dodge. Thicker armor, harder to break armor and harder to cut through armor. If harder to break through armor and harder to cut armor, less likely dwarf die for no reason. It's pretty straightforward. Okay, so this one needs to increase in value now. Come on. Someone should be able to do that. Are we really this busy? Oh, do I have just like a trillion job cancels? Ah, that'd do it. Currently, I have no water source, so they can't clean the patient. So I need a water source. If I dig through this, we'll have a water source, but it'll also start overflowing. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull this lever. Because that'll give us a water source, like, immediately. So that's why no new jobs are going to get done right now. So we just need to wait for somebody to come pull this lever. Unsuspend you and unsuspend you. And then water source. There we go. Orange is coming to clean the patient. Patients. How bad is the Tundra Titan? It has webs. Not that bad, but it does have webs. So bad enough. It could be a lot worse. But we're just going to hunker down for a little bit and then fire bolts at it. Webs, that's bad. Here, let's take a peek at it again. Dixel is a towering blob composed of coral, so it does have an enormous shell. So it's basically just like a walking coral turtle that shoots webs, which is kind of gross, but will do my best. What are we doing on bars? Ow! I literally have more steel than iron, so let's just go weapons, steel, crossbow. It's a coral slug. A shelled, well, maybe a snail, because it does have a shell. That doesn't generally ever work that way, Havoc. It's very rare that you'll have friends or family visit as visitors. But I got nothing against accepting visitors. I just don't generally have many visitors in my fort because of where I tend to settle. It's usually too dangerous for visitors, so I don't generally permit them. Wear that crossbow. There you go. Goddess Tot, thanks for the 26th month. Appreciate you. Means a lot, friend. You got a quiver. So now I need to make some steel bolts. It looks like our dwarf here is no longer injured. Bone dolphin. Although they are faint. Your hair is torn apart. So hopefully you don't die of a hair infection. You are currently training. I'm going to keep an eye on that dwarf, but I may remove them from combat. I thought I already made this, but I guess I didn't. Corpses and refuse. We'll split everything in there for right. Oh, except for these two. You're fine. So you want to stay in the military? Because I'll keep you in the military if you want. Okay, I need to increase the flow of this, which is understandable. Can they even get there? Yeah, they can. Absolutely stay. Okay. If that is what you wish, I shall grant it. Oh. Literally can't go further down. It'll break it. But we'll do that. This is going to be a well. Oh. Well. It will be a well once I deconstruct the thing above it. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, if you want to do a weird size or very large or very small adventure, that's the best way to get gear, is to just make a fort and make some gear for them. Spend like half a year making some steel armor for rhino men and then make an army of rhino men and go full rhino, you know what I'm saying? Okay. We need empty cages. Let's do wooden cages. Okay, so you've got your steel bolts. You got your yak quiver. Where's our adversary? He's right there. So the dwarves are still locked in the burrow. You're going to move up. That's a funny route to take. And for reference, burrow is enabled. Now unlock this door. If a dwarf is silly enough to go outside, well, they can be bait. So there's Beast right there. Oh, she got it. Look at that. Also, we had a dwarf outside that whole time. The flying steel bolt strikes the Tundra Titan in the body, fracturing it. Good shot. I think you here have earned yourself a name. Sharp. Good shot. Has killed the Mahogany Larks. The Tundra Titan. Big round of beers for that, Chet. It's windy as crap. I mean, isn't there a game called like the land that where there is no wind or something? Or the land of the wind? That is a video game, I swear. But yeah. Good shooting there, dwarf. Good shooting. So now, I can turn off the burrow. And shoutouts to this dwarf and this dwarf who lived outside with that Tundra Titan for a chunk of time and didn't die. That in and of itself is kind of a miracle. It didn't run into any birds. Maybe because things run away from it when they see it, right? They see it and they go, ah! And then run away. Similar to SpongeBob. Demon Star, thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate you, man. Chat, can I get or mods, can I get a shout out for Demon Star, please? You heard your dwarf was in battle while you were in a meeting. You were in a battle, but it was fine. It was against some some tiny little rodent men, and you're actually ecstatic. You very much are happy with your life. You didn't feel anything after seeing the rodent men die either. So you're quite a happy dwarf, I gotta say. I may have to, if you don't gain the ability to grasp with your hands again, I may have to boot you out of the military permanently, Bone Dolphin, because I don't want you reserving shields and stuff for yourself and then not being able to pick them up. So unless you're able to pick up your weapons, I will be removing you from the military soon. The Sect of Amethyst, right? That's what I was working on. Which is currently at 8,000 value. Do I have any tables and chairs that have been improved in any way? It's like I've got some pretty fancy ones, but none that have been improved. Okay. It's always fun what they decide to improve with gems. You won your combats? Yes, you did. And you can now play the Mortal Kombat theme song, but replace some of the words with Dwarven. Dwarven combat! Okay, speaking of, what the hell am I up to? You are producing power. Yay! So what? 2, 4, 6, 8. This here needs to be filled in. And let's see what we've got. I'm out of iron. Yep. Enormous iron corkscrew. Enormous iron pipe section. Why are you promoting why you know? Why you know? Said me right now. What's the problem? Needs 1 iron bars. We're literally making too much of the other bars. So let's just go into here. Keep making coke. Quit making steel. Keep making iron. Quit making pig iron. Quit making steel. Quit making pig iron. Quit making steel. Keep making coal. You make your retired dwarves scholars? For me, it's either scholars or tavern keepers, usually. Why so much beer? Because this is a Dwarf Fortress stream. Or a very irresponsible keg stand stream, depending on who you ask. Oh, non-major nerd has finally been found dead dehydrated, which is a damn shame. But they did want shell for their artifact, so... Well, yes, it is in fact a damn shame. Unfortunately, the reality is they decided to try and use shells for their artifact. So, rest in peace, non-major nerd. It's unfortunate that you had to die this way, but you did. I would say it was their choice, but it really wasn't. What squad are you in? Oh, right, yeah, Toothpick's a monster hunter, aren't you? Yes, that makes sense. Yeah, because the dwarves have to be very well hydrated when the enemies arrive. Okay. Scrolling all the way done. So this right here is going to be my forge. And also probably a place to fill up other pumps in the future, but for right now, it's primarily going to be my forge. And then up here, the layer above, is going to be where we build the forge. I could actually just kind of make it super out of the way. Well, you know, probably pretty up this entryway right here, actually. And then also go directly in here with like some sort of bridge thing, maybe? Like I could go... Ooh. Could dig through here. And then build here and then up one. Could do that. I haven't gotten bored of it, Moonbright. Which means it's a good soundtrack. If I'd gotten bored of it, then it wouldn't be a good soundtrack. But I haven't gotten bored of it yet. If I'm still listening to it several years later, it's a good soundtrack. And I'm still listening to it several years later. That's generally my kind of category for a good soundtrack. If I'm still listening to it, must be good. So yeah, I like it. Why? How about you? How do you feel about it several years later? Yeah, also, I mean, it's gotten bigger in that time. I mean, as of the most recent, like, as of the adventure mode update stuff, like there's now more soundtracks, so if you already liked it, then that's just even more beneficial because there's just more of it now. And I very much did already like it, so. Let's just go here and build a well. No. No access to mechanisms. Mechanisms. Rock mechanisms. Let's use dolomite and do 20. What's up, Nihilist? You got a different party soundtrack the other day and it weirded you out over the usual one? Oh, it's probably Sisters... no, wait. Is it Sisters of War that they play as the other party soundtrack? Actually, can't remember now. Got a whole lot of digging to do. Why'd you get forbidden? I wonder. Also, I need to see if YouTube is frozen again. No, it is not. YouTube just quiet today, which is okay. Although the YouTube chat is almost at 100 likes. Which you'll love to see. Also, to anybody who's new today, if you do have questions about Dwarf Fortress, do give me a shout in the chat. Plan for today's stream is we'll be on the front page until, what? I think it's 8 p.m. Pacific time. And currently it is 2 something. Yeah, it's 2:40. It's probably for another another couple hours here. We'll be playing dwarfs. And then after that, we'll be playing some Goblin Camp, which is a very heavily Dwarf Fortress-inspired little video game made by some crazy Finns. But yeah, no, the new tracks are pretty great, in my opinion. It's one of the best parts of it. And as a reminder to everybody, on Thursday this week, Tarn Adams will be joining me on stream. It's a nifty game. It really is, yeah. I kind of wish it launched to a bit more fanfare because it's one of those games that just seems like it could be a lot more than it currently is, if that makes any sense. Less dangerous? It's got nothing to do with the Steam version. W. I don't know how to say your name, so I'll just call you W. That's just Dwarf Fortress. So if you rewind maybe 15 years, version like it's like what 2.3 or whatever was like the 2003 ones when it was back 2D still. The game was really hard. In fact, inevitably you would lose. Almost guaranteed. Then they moved into an era in about version 30-ish, where the game became 3D, and the game got very, very hard for a little bit there, like incredibly hard. And then it got quite easy for a while, because they changed how things worked. They changed how the world map worked. They changed how creatures entered and left the map and what kinds of creatures would enter and leave the map. And then the game got very easy for a little while. And then they added stress, and the game got very hard again. And every single era of the game kind of works in that cycle where it'll be easy for a couple of years and then it'll be hard for a couple of years. They'll add some stuff that makes the game a lot easier and then they'll add some stuff that makes the game a lot harder. I would actually say the game is in a pretty hard spot right now, but it's not immediately obvious why. The cavern stuff makes the game a lot harder. The Untamed Wild stuff makes the game a lot harder, but you have to intentionally seek that stuff out. Version 47, in some ways, is easier because the caverns aren't as aggressive, generally, and the outside defenses, things that can attack you, it was easier to anticipate that to a degree, whereas now, actually, goblin sieges are harder than they were in version 47. However, managing stress has been made a lot easier since version 44. So in version 44, managing stress was way harder. It was way harder to keep dwarves from panicking to death. And reasons for this is stuff like reoccurring negative thoughts have been nerfed quite considerably. The ability for dwarves to go out and make friends has been buffed considerably. They group up and talk more, which is what causes them to make friends and get married and have families and all that, which helps nullify the negative stress effects. Dwarf Fortress is a constant tug of war, and various eras of the game have been easier and harder. Are we in an easier era? Currently, certainly for stress, but things like the, as I said, Untamed Wilds, animals attacking, and the cavern creatures attacking you, as well as just the methods of digging too deeply and greedily, combine that with Goblin Sieges becoming a bigger threat, and the upcoming Siege update, I have a feeling we're going to enter into an era where Dwarf Fortress gets harder again. So is it easier? Sure, certainly. Managing stress is easier than it's ever been since it's been added. But at the same time, there's other things in the game now that make the game harder. So, but no, I disagree that the surface mobs are harder. Or rather, the surface mobs are easier. No, that is not true. Because in Untamed Wilds biomes, in version 47.05, you could chop down every single tree and nothing would threaten you, right? Now if you start attacking trees, birds fucking attack you. So no, surface mobs are not easier. They're harder. I was playing version 47 last week in the evening because I've been recording footage for a no-clip documentary. And trust me, version 47, surface mobs don't even exist. So let me tell you this. Dwarf Fortress has eras where it's easier. And Dwarf Fortress has eras where it's harder. And it has eras where certain mechanics become easier and then get harder. Right now, stress is easy. But things outside of stress are getting harder. So what do I think? I've answered your question. If you don't believe I've answered your question, then go play version 44 for 20 hours. go play version 34, go play version 47.05, and then play version 50 and submit your report documents. I expect a write-up by Monday. Or choose to believe me, it's up to you. This is why I'm not an elementary school teacher. Still don't start a fortress in Untamed Wilds. Yeah. Yeah, no, savage biomes are significantly harder. I mean, like, the only biomes that used to be hard, I guess, in a kind of a default sense in version 47 was haunted biomes. And that's because, not because of any agitation, there wasn't any agitation. Zombies would just wander on the map and they were aggro by default. So, like, okay, well, if you've played those older eras of the game, you might also remember or have met people who maybe played version 34 and liked how stress worked, but didn't like how they changed it. And I know some people who, to this day, more or less, disable stress in DFHack because they liked the memory system of the older versions, but didn't like the addition of the reoccurring stress and like PTSD of the later versions. The world's your oyster. Like, if you want more threatening enemies, mod the game and buff the enemies. Like, it's kind of beautiful the way you can do that. At least in my opinion. By giant agitated birds, it's annoying. That's because you played in an Untamed Wilds biome. Untamed Wilds biomes are often plagued by giant birds. Oh, I caught a elk bird. Naked Moldog and an elk bird. And let's also go here and grab a well. Never mind, still waiting on mechanisms. Yeah, I mean, the difficulty was always changeable in the game's options. The difference is the options are all in-game now, too. So if you want to, like, manipulate how threatening certain threats are in real time, it's much easier to do that. Plenty of easy meat? If you're prepared for it. Otherwise, they're just annoying. I actually, honestly, most of the time find giant birds to be more annoying than beneficial, but... Let's just go down here real quick. And you are going to get thingy dug right there, and then down to here. You just need bigger, like, stockpiles then. If meat equals miasma, you need bigger stockpiles. Seems like a pretty clear-cut problem to me. They'll clear through this pretty quick. They're almost done. Pretty quick. When stress was first changed, you mean when stress was first added in, Vexing Raven? I mean, stress has been changing progressively since version 47. Version 47 changed stress pretty... So the difference between version 44 and version 47. Version 47 added guild halls and... changed how temples worked, as well as added the additions to, like the additional, what's it called? Extra nobles that don't have demands. So your religious nobles, your what is it called? Your religious appointees and a couple of extra jobs, and also added the ability for mayors and other religious nobles, if this wasn't in before, it certainly buffed it, where they could go and yell at somebody in charge, which would help fix negative moods. So that change coming in was pretty dramatic. And then after that change came in, was when you started to see the kind of lessening of stress. However, there was still problems with got rained on, and that upsets me. And there was still problems with what's the word I'm looking for here? Hasn't been around friends or family, or would like to make a friend or family. And then when that change happened, they modified it again so that you actually see this happening in taverns all the time. You may not have noticed, but if I go to my tavern, which is over here, what they used to do is they would all go to random corners of the tavern. And if you made a big zone, right? What that change did is it made it so that they clump up, they group up in little, like, collections of dwarves instead of spreading out in the tavern, because they only get to know other dwarves that are 1 or 2 tiles away. So they're kind of standing in pairs and threes, except for this one who's kind of out on their own. But essentially, they made it so that when they're in the tavern, they group up so they can make friends. Because previously, the only way to make dwarves make friends is make your tavern like this big, or even worse, like that big. And then they'd all make friends. So that change, them grouping up in taverns, was pretty dramatic. And version 47.05 also made it so that rain is less likely to cause them to get post-traumatic stress and pop up in their memories tab. Hunavira, thank you very much for the 17th month. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Appreciate you for that ongoing support. Really does mean a lot. And I need to go here. Just the donkey, not the dog. And then cage. I'm going to slaughter those. While I continue to jump around way too much. And to build this. Basically, like, we've been in an era where Dwarf Fortress isn't hard currently, and it hasn't been hard for a while. And by hard, I mean, it's been a while since you would settle in a fort and then just immediately get murked by, you know, imps or something. Like, that era, which lasted for quite some time, is significantly less prolific than it was in the past, which I honestly think is a good thing. It's better for the general gameplay of Dwarf Fortress. However, we are probably entering into an era where that stuff is going to be more threatening again. Because of the upcoming changes to sieges. I have a feeling that that's going to make the game harder again. Oh, another thing that made the game harder in the, like, 47.05 era was necromancer experiments coming in. So, like, yeah, the game got a little easier because stress was easier to manage, but the potential threats got bigger. Adventure mode hasn't been brutal since they changed how, what's it called? Well, I mean, okay. If you start a brand new adventurer with very few skills and try and fight a dragon, yeah, you're just going to die 100% of the time. So you still need to train. But if you are smart a little bit and know when to run away, adventure mode isn't that brutal. And that's because of how the changes that they made to boogeymen. Boogeymen don't just, like, appear out of fuck nowhere and murder you anymore. Now they only appear in certain haunted biomes. I'm kind of sad that there's no gem-encrusted tables. I got one throne. Okay, well, I'll give you a throne and a table. Ironically, that one throne might be enough. have any instruments? No. Don't have any more of these. Don't have any of those. Don't have any statues? Do have a Dolomite statue. I'll check in. Yeah, but like getting through the like intro areas can be pretty brutal if you have no skills. Basically, like if you're not smart enough to go train up until you're at the very least like competent in most skills, yeah, it's still pretty brutal. But I would say that's more of a player skill issue. Yeah, I mean, people just don't try is the problem with Dwarfort. Did anyone like the old Boogeyman mechanics? You can mod them back in if you want. If you just want to get attacked by Boogeymen at random. Although I will say that like the changes to Untamed Wilds biomes and stuff have kind of brought back the old Boogeyman mechanics, except instead of just getting murked by a Boogeyman, you're getting murked by giant, you know, animals, generally. Do I have any large gems? No, I don't. Let's bring some quartzites up here. Because this is the god of gems. How many chests? Nope, nothing engraved. How about cabinets? Nope, nothing encrusted. What are you friggin' encrusting over here? Okay, well there's why don't I do this? Let's throw in one of these. Sergeant Donut wants me to save, okay. Are we able to marry in adventure mode? We've never been able to marry in adventure mode, and we have not been able to marry in adventure mode. No new features have really been added to adventure mode outside of a handful of new dungeon types and a collection of item types that can have powers attached to them. But no major changes have been made to adventure mode. Still so angry about how dwarves requiring varying quality to have happy thoughts? Varying quality. What do you mean by varying quality? By a dozen cod? Why are you in their, like, river then? Caravan from the humans has arrived. Well, that's fun. All I know is y'all get mad too easily. Sell them all the toys. I've got so many goddamn doors, man. So many doors. I don't know. I'll say that if something is making you genuinely angry at a video game like Dwarf Fortress, maybe you should take a break. I don't know if that's a, you know, improper thing to say here, but portions of version 44 were underdeveloped, which made them difficult. Brian Burton? I don't think that it necessarily made them better. Forgotten beast named Amser Julius Bengwaki Abe Couleur has come. A giant hairy crab. It has a short trunk and it is ravening. Its heliotrope hair is very curly. Beware its deadly blood. Oh, it can attack us. The Paddle of Nights. It's got 10 unknown kills and 6 notable kills. It's killed dwarves, humans, and goblins. It doesn't discriminate. Speaking of not discriminating, I'm going to discriminate against this dwarf that can't use their hands. Unless they can actually use their hands. Because you need to go equip new items, you doof. Wait, what? Why are you equipping a crossbow? But down here, where'd it go? Shit. There you are. But it seems like our injured friend... Oh no. Did you? Are you able to equip weapon yet? No, you are not. All right, you're getting booted out of the military. I don't want you hoarding weapons to yourself. Wintersy, what kind of dwarf would you like for thee? Tribute to the blood god? Or some other kind of tribute? Here comes the Sirius of Celsa and Shorest. Immediately fighting with the creature. Short-ass hacks the Forgotten Beast in the 4th leg with his iron battle axe. That's the word I was looking for. His ironest battle axe. Says, in the midst of conflict, I must press on. And he hacks the Forgotten Beast in the 3rd leg with his axe. Hacks it again in the right pincher after dodging at many strikes. Hacks the Forgotten Beast in the mouth with his battle axe. And the injured part is cloven asunder. Bite this, he says. Asmer crab gills the paddle of knights. May have met its match. And we'll be eating crab legs tonight. Forgotten Beast charges at the axe dwarf, but the dwarf jumps away. Forgotten Beast misses with its unsuccessful charge. The axe dwarf punches the beast. Watching the axe dwarf dodge around, the creature is beginning to bleed profusely. And Sirius Celsus has properly joined in the fight, slashing at the Forgotten Beast in the neck with a short sword, fracturing the chitin. Spear dwarves are arriving. Pieces of the beast fly. The miasma begins to build up in the tunnels. And the creature is dead. Well done, dwarves. Well done. Just gonna throw a butcher shop right here. See if we can't make some use of this. So, Wintersy, dwarf for thee. Any crafty ones? I got plenty of crafty ones. Would you like a beardy or a non-beardy? Got many weaponsmiths, too. But these are the crafters. Now we see what that blood does. Ah, it's presuming they got covered in it. I didn't see anybody lie down in it. But we'll see. We will indeed see. I mean, I'm probably jinxing myself here and causing myself to inevitably die horribly, but I generally don't have issues with deadly blood. If I just type in craft. Got a stone crafter and a metal crafter. You want the metal crafter? Irvad it be. Winter Z dreams of martial training, is bored by reality and would much rather disappear utterly and forever into a world of made-up fantasy. Often is inflamed by hatred and develops negative feelings towards things, and after seeing a troglodyte die, and generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions, likes a little excitement now and then. Conflicted by this because she considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. She is slow to anger and she doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she is often cheerful. She is quite polite and is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she is slow to trust others. She snaps her fingers when she's bored, and she, gnaws her lips when she's annoyed. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally believes that peace is preferable to war. Values eloquence and tranquility and a peaceful day. Likes copper, rose gold, and Carillion and hippo leather. Gems and battle axes and weapon racks and large gems. Gems, battle axes and weapon racks, and large gems. Likes gems times 2. And when possible, prefers consume swamp whiskey, elephant head, amaranth. That's one thing. And leaves. Elephant head, amaranth, leaves. And hates snails. She's married to Sirius Salsas. And her only son, Moses, is dead. Which is odd how happy she is, because she had to bury her own child. Like, she's ecstatic. Maybe she didn't like the kid. That's grim. She's upset that I forgot to make a Craftsdwarf's Guild. I mean, I didn't forget, I just didn't. There is that. Kind of laughing that she likes gems. I mean, I don't really have much of a gem crafting industry currently, but it's always a possibility. We do have a weaponsmith who's one with the Fae, which could be exciting. Or maybe she's just pretending her son is still alive. There's no way for this to not just be, like, ridiculously grim. Grabbed iron. That means they'll just like being in libraries in general, yeah. Although I'm not sure if that specifically means they'll like being a scholar, because isn't that knowledge related? And I don't actually know what likes disappearing into a made-up world of fantasy means. Means they like video games? True, they like this game called Dwarfort. Or maybe Goblin Camp? So it's going to be a weapon strange mood. So far they've grabbed iron, granite, rough rose quartzes, cassiterite, gizzard stones, and moldog bone. She's currently carrying rough rose quartzes. The thoughts and personality system is? I mean, it mostly determines on how they interact with other dwarves and what jobs they choose, but yeah, it is wildly varied. Okay, we are in an ad break, so I'm just gonna do some of this. Someone gets a crappy small bedroom. I think this will look pretty cool. Although actually I'm kind of conflicted on it. Now that I look at it. Yeah, I'm not actually a fan. Do need to figure out a way to get more bedrooms into these though. Need to queue these up more permanently. Some dwarves will drop max unhappy when they kill someone in the military, and some will feel nothing, and others will go max happiness if they stay there as long. Yeah, and then some will like go from maximum happiness to minimum happiness upon like a family member dying, and some just won't care. Like it is wild, yeah. So one of the things that makes this game so friggin' cool, man. Okay, so this is 8 hundo powo. Since I'm in an ad break, I will do this. So we're basically just waiting on iron pipe sections. Oopsies. Just trying to get these color coordinated. The faster way to do this would be to forbid all the materials I don't want to use, but that would just screw up other construction, so I don't really want to do that. It's only 4 more to do anyway. I mean, how much power are we up to already? 200? And we might make it. Probably will make it. Hopefully we'll make it. You really dig the trapdoor bedrooms? Yeah, me too. Me too. Big fan of how those look. Thanks for the $1, Wintersy. Helping keep the channel funded. I mean, ad revenues can be drastically increased over usual today because we're on front page, but I still appreciate you helping me hit them daily minimums. It is very much appreciated. You know, actually, why don't I just smooth all of these floors? So that I can just dig out one wall all the way around and then just fill it up with... And just fill it up with granite. How did I end up on front page? So Twitch has this system where if you're a Twitch partner, you just ask. Which is kind of new. It used to be you'd have to send somebody a mysterious email and maybe you'd hear back, and probably you wouldn't. And I have now been on front page twice this way by just simply asking. You know, I have a new Holy Gorge because my militia decided it's ready. Packsmack is now the Holy Gorge, and Barksdale is now the first Emerald. So what else do we need? I need a Craftsdwarf's Guild, and I need a Weaponsmith's Guild. So the Weaponsmith's Guild I will accept because I already have that constructed. And the Craftsdwarf's Guild, this is the Weaponsmith's Guild right here, the Great Anvil. The Craftsdwarf's Guild can go right here. Let's deconstruct this. Let's go one layer below. Well, let's just go right here, actually. Let's go wall pieces there. That's not the material I wanted. This is the material I wanted. And then this right here can just be made into a Craftsdwarf's Guild. Because accepting it gives you a bit more time. This can get deconstructed. And I can probably trade. Yes, I can. $950 worth of trade value, so like nothing. I'll take some cheese, thanks. Maybe, can I trade for all of your veggies? No, I can't. Okay, no cheese then. Still can't trade for all of it. There we go. And you're no longer requested. And Craftsdwarf's Guild has been requested. And this right here needs a beautification spat, so let's see what we can do. Kind of tempted to do some iron floors. Wait, that's an artifact. What's the value of this? 7,000? Oh, it needs a Grand Guild Hall. Well, that won't be too hard. Let's just floor it up. Doesn't matter what material type I use for this because it just uses whatever the floor was going to be. And then that ramp. If I deconstruct this, I can make it into stairs. What do you think you have the right to tell me what you want your dwarf to do? Meanwhile, you have to do something useful to earn a new job. If I notice you hanging out in the tavern and enjoying performing, maybe I'll consider making you into a performer. But you don't have any skills in that regard. I wouldn't want dwarves being embarrassed seeing your awful performances. The weaponsmith has created Alzon Burush, a iron crossbow, and offers it to the dead pillars. That's pretty dope, actually. I kind of want to actually just put it into here. Put it behind a display. I think we'll do that. I mean, it's unfortunate that you've lost all control of your limbs, but that's not my fault. That's your fault. Well, for melee damage, it does. For ranged damage, it's just how heavy it is. Basically, they become hammers when they're in close range. So because they become hammers, like a silver crossbow is going to be more effective at in melee range than, you know, a steel one, as an example. Guild of Canyons. I can't actually remember which one is the Guild of Canyons. Shows how good of a fortress overseer I can be. Do I really not have 3 gems? I guess we used them all. Well, in that case, vertical bars it be. No access to bars. Why is that? Oh, because everybody up here is stuck. Oh, well, that's kind of awkward. So how the hell are you getting up here then? That's kind of funny. Welp. But we'll see. If something strikes my fancy in the future, Bone Dolphin, I'll permit your dwarf to have a future career. Otherwise, it's up to you to figure out what your next steps in life are. And that's currently what we're going to let you do, is figure out what your next steps in life are. While you become a legendary crutch walker. Because remember, your ability to grasp is only somewhat impaired, not entirely impaired, but enough that you can't equip new weapons. And you're also not the main character of the fortress. There are many main characters of the fortress. Currently, you're off telling a story. So perhaps We'll let you do that for a living in the future. For now, you're gonna be a weird naked dwarf. Or you're gonna die of infections. Either of those things are possible. Oh, it's because I got shit tons of uncut gems. I just don't have any cut gems. I'll start cutting gems. I think we might be past peak times of day for front page. That or somebody more important got on and booted me off of the main portion of the carousel. But it is what it is. You're okay. I mean, it's like you have two kind of major options. It's like you can end up in some like useful role, or you can just be the local hobo. It's like it's your decision here. Get out of the construction zone here, dwarfs. Please. And some more migrants have arrived. Well, it looks like they brought another puppy. Somebody's puking. Wonder why. Well, the population continues to climb. The bedrooms to go around continue to drop. Why don't I just put some steel bolts on that? I'm really curious about what that artifact gets made into because it's taking a while. Man, I hate it when they do that. Let's quit using gizzard stones. They just look so ugly. Let's do sterling silver and bronze because I'm not going to use those anytime soon for anything else. Was that goblin taking and dropping something? I have no idea because I didn't see what you were talking about. You're going to have to tell me what goblin you're talking about and where they were because I did not see it. Isn't cheese that's made with maggots like not legal in most places though, due to food safety issues? So I seem to recall like falling down a weird rabbit hole about like illegal cheese trade. What's the tavern? I don't even see a goblin in the tavern. So I have no idea. This can just be thrown. And then a door can go right here, of which I've got some very nicely adorned ones. And let's add this center area here. That got suspended for some reason. You know what pasteurized means, right? It means that you boiled it to remove all of the viruses and things that could kill you in it. Just like, you know, water. Like, you boil water so you don't die from salmonella or something else unpleasant. So you think that pasteurizing milk makes fake cheese? All right. Seems like you're just making statements. There's plenty of blue cheese in the US. I don't even live in the US, and I know this. Because I've been to the US and had blue cheese in the US. I had a blue cheese burger last time I was down there. It was delicious. You like making statements. Europe has houses. Uh-huh. I had no idea. I am shocked. Color me surprised, Pikachu. Also, that's a high enough value now. Sweet. How about you? You're high enough value? Okay, so we should be mostly caught up, except I need to do this one area now. Oh, sure. I mean, there's certain fancy types of cheese that require unpasteurized milk. But this is more just a... This is one of those discussions where I can tell that someone is either A, exceptionally fucking uneducated, or B, trying to just start arguments. So I usually just kind of go with the first one and then try and move on quickly. That's all. Mm-hmm. And I have a ban button. It's very big and easy to click. Cat big. You know, it's funny. I'm Canadian, right? Why do I feel the need to defend my neighbors on this one? Because you know that every country around the world that makes cheese of varying quality, right? It's got nothing to do with the current world. So if you guys want to continue this conversation on this exact line of speaking, we have two options. We can change the subject, or I can time out the people who started it. Because I don't find this to be a pleasant discussion. Nothing about this is pleasant. And unfortunate to you guys in chat, my personal happiness is paramount to your nonsensical discussions. Right? Pretty simple. Damn fucking right, Tyranny. Exactly. You bloody well bet, man. I am the God King of this chat. Bow to me. Now empty your Twitch subs into my chat. Please and thank you. I sound very unfriendly. Do you not understand what humor is, man? You're adorable. You gave me my Bezos bucks. Exactly. Now mark it in your calendar for next. It's really something that's funny to me, genuinely, is how many people are like completely unaware of like the concept of dry humor and or sarcasm. It's like, you seem mean. It's like, dude, have you never heard somebody be sarcastic? I'm being strong but firm. I don't even want to say that out loud, Shinobi. What headphones are these? These are Sennheiser's HD 650s. I think they still make them. They're very old models, these ones. I got these in 2011. But they still work flawlessly, so very, 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 very happy with them. They've made me a lifelong customer. I mean, the cheese discussion is fine. It's just the US likes pasteurized milk discussion that needs to go away. That's all. And also, the funny thing about people telling me to have a nice life now is like, well, I know for a fact my life is probably significantly nicer than yours, so...
for everyone!
I will. Thank you. Sarcasm on the internet? Surprise, Pikachu. Alright, let's get this a little bit more set up here. It's almost high enough value. Basically, we just need that door done. Do not beware blind. Wait, what? Beware of what? Beware of me? You know, sometimes I feel like my, absurdistly dry sense of humor is, a negative for being a person on the internet, but I don't know. I mean, that was just me being pedantic, man-eating tapir. To me, I think my sense of humor is a very effective filter. It's like, if you understand my sense of humor, then you will think I'm hysterical and will enjoy being around me. If you don't get my sense of humor, you will think I'm a jerk. But, if we can find a happy middle ground, everybody wins, which is usually what I aim for and try my best to achieve. And most of the time I pull it off, I think. Yeah, I don't want this to replace clothing. I need to edit this crossbow clothes. Oh, did I not save it? Oh, all right. Well, that's unfortunate. I'll just edit a new one later. I mean, there's definitely been times as well where, I'll say something intended in humor, and the person takes it in the opposite of humor. They get really, really, really upset with me. And then I just double down because I think it's funny. Which is It is what it is. Not here to please everybody. Do dwarves have a favorite food? Every dwarf has a different favorite food. This dwarf, as an example, which is just somebody I randomly clicked on, prefers to consume swordfish and durian wine, but can't stand blood gnats. This dwarf here, I keep clicking health for some reason, prefers to consume iguana, herring, and cassava beer. This dwarf here prefers to consume passion fruit wine and doesn't really have a preference to food. And this dwarf here prefers to consume cavefish, deaf beer, and can't stand worms. Lightning Roger, thanks for the 26th month. Chat, can I get a round of beer? For Lightning Roger, keeping that sub alive. And if you don't drink, of course, just pretend your beer is apple juice. It's fine. Just very, very foamy apple juice. Why are you naked? God damn it, dwarves. Go get clothing. Okay, I just need to remake this uniform. That's the reality of it. Get rid of the crossbow uniform. Currently just assign no uniform. Please go put your clothes back on. Add uniform. Armor. Headwear. Oh, that's interesting. Did they set... I think they set replaces clothing as the default. Unless that's like a DF hack edit or something. I wonder why. Because that's the second uniform I've had that happen with. Or if it just remembers the last one you selected now. I don't know. When was the last redeem for a dwarf? It won't let you push the button? Yeah, because it's not up. If I tell you, then it'll give everybody else an advantage. So if you want me to do that, I can do that. This is more what we call guidelines rather than rules. Well, it depends on if you say exact matches only or not. If you say exact matches only, then it absolutely is. Okay, so now they should take crossbows. I mean, it's on cooldown, so how could you call dibs on something that hasn't been redeemed yet? I've never met Dibs in my life, personally, so I can't say if Dibs is a jerk or not. Is Dibs related to Jinx? Because they still owe me a soda, apparently. He's related to Ted. Oh. I've never met a Ted. Dear Dwarf, why must you be standing in the least opportune place right now? There we go. Okay, so this is now a Grand Guild Hall. The Stormy Guild, my Weaponsmith's Guild. Chat's being reminded to pet moss. Don't forget to pet your moss, chat, especially if you have pet moss. Okay, well, down here is going all right-ish. So let's fly down and check in on my pumps. I liken that to cave moss, most definitely. What am I building? I'm making a pump stack so that we can get a porcelain industry up and running. And also, just to please the Zoomers, a glazing industry. Where'd my dolomite go? There it is. Oops. But we're almost done with the pumps. I just need to finish clicking the last of these. Never seen porcelain? I very rarely find the stuff to make it, so I almost never do it. And then usually when I find it, I usually just kind of forget that I can make it with it. because you don't see Killinite super often. This map happens to have Killinite and Kesterite, which means not only is there porcelain, but I can also make like proper porcelain. So we can make porcelain thrones and then try and get a king. I should just like only make porcelain thrones and then just not say anything. It's like a maturity test, which I just failed because I giggled. Are instruments porcelain? Certain instruments have pieces made of porcelain. I haven't actually looked at what instruments are available to be made in this world, but some of them require porcelain, which is probably something we'll see as soon as I'm done with this. And then this is the last one. The last piece. Oh, we're in an ad break, so I will pause. Is porcelain a word in the Dwarven language? I don't actually know. What are the pumps made of? They're made out of dolomite, which is lava safe, and then iron. We give the mayor a porcelain throne. Damn right. And a porcelain throne in his bedroom. Although, unironically, like, jokes aside about a porcelain throne being a toilet, like a giant armchair made of pure porcelain would be pretty awesome looking. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that would be pretty freaking cool. I should just like replace all of the chairs and tables with porcelain stuff. And we'll have that running pretty soon here. I mean, all I really need to do is get these done, get the edges of this chiseled out, and then build some lava kilns on this. That's basically all we have left. This is powered nicely, which means actually I can make a well right here. Oopsies, why did I right click? I just, bad habit. Then you right here, horizontal. Let's run that through here. And then a lever right there, which will be connected to that. And then I just have to run this into this, and then we got lava. Don't mind the elk bird, he lives here. The Vankel, what's up? Dwarves are done. It's okay, the children have cleaning assigned, so I'm sure that won't be an issue. It's like working at McDonald's, but Dwarven edition. Click on them. Unless you mean like actual like visually changing. They kind of get like a little dotted line along the top, but if you click on the engraved wall, like this is a detailed wall, click it, that'll show you the engraving, or click on the floor. But if you scroll in, there is a very slight dotted line in front of them, which is almost impossible to see. They're much easier to spot in ASCII, but for most people, that's not quite enough, unfortunately. Although, ironically, I would say they're too easy to see in ASCII. Let's also link you up to that. And give you a good pull. Currently, this needs 290 power, so currently we got plenty. Oh, the water here is still draining because I guess that ball of fire is still in that area. There's a Forgotten Beast that's just like a blob of fire. Significantly less cool sounding than a ball of fire. Already happened? You're just sick of sending militaries to patrol? What are you up to? I heard. Scrolling up here. Not sure what the question was. You have a fighting problem in your fort. Who's fighting? Constant tavern brawling? If you have any tavern keepers, unassign them. If you have any, what's it called? Bards that you've manually assigned, unassign them as well. That'll stop it. What causes cavern brawls is dwarves drinking too much, because normally dwarves won't drink too much of their own accord, ever. Or it's extremely rare. However, all dwarves will drink too much if there is a tavern keeper, because they'll just be standing around hanging out, and while they're standing around hanging out, they're just getting, like, alcohol literally poured down their throat. They're just constantly doing keg stands. So that's what causes that. Yes, your dwarves are getting served too much. Basically what's happening is you have dwarves that don't have enough outside of tavern tasks. So they're just hanging out in the tavern all the time, and then getting super drunk and brawling under the influence. Dwarves will sometimes do that if they have the tag of occasionally overindulges, but it's pretty rare. However, all dwarves will do that, basically, if they hang around in the tavern too much and you have a tavern keeper. It is an intended mechanic, but that is the cause of it. Otherwise, it's just tantrums that are causing it. Because tantrums can also cause it, but happy to help. What, tavern brawls due to drinking too much? I wouldn't quite say that's what drinking industry is. I mean, maybe in your interpretation. I don't know if that's necessarily what you want to have happening all the time, though. Actually, why don't I do it this way? Let's just do ramps. Out of these, except I'm going to get rid of this. And then replace all of this with floors. And then replace this with walls. No, I'd have to replace that one with walls. Well, we'll do that last then. Orc with bow. Can you get a Karl Marx dwarf? Are you asking for a Marx dwarf? Would you like this dwarf? Does this dwarf suit you? Orc with bow? And is a crossbow plenty? Unrelated, why are you naked, dwarf? I guess I need to just make more clothing is actually the answer. All right, how are we doing on cloth? 75. We're very much lacking in cloth. Also just going to take this squad. Remove training. Set them to off-duty. But you're going to have to elaborate on what that means. So you specifically would like a Marx dwarf. Okay. What's a tavern without some brawls? A fortress with a lot more alive dwarves. He presupposes success in any venture requiring his skills. Actually, hold on. Something I'm going to do right now before I forget. Plant. Process plants. You presupposes success in any venture requiring his skills, and with what could be considered blind overconfidence. He sometimes is cruel and is disturbed by this as he sees by this as someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. He forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, and he is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight, and though he dislikes this sort of adoration of fighting as an art to be refined, he's brave in the face of imminent danger, is slow to trust others, enjoys the company of others, and is stubborn. And I lost my spot somehow. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He's slow to anger. He's grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors. He tries to do things correctly each time, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and you've got the zoomies. He personally thinks that introspection is valueless, and those that waste time in self-examination are deluded fools. I hate you. And is offended by leisure time and leisurely living, has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful, and likes pitchblende and lead and green tourmaline, and is currently making new pants for himself. He likes deer antler and leather armor and ducks for their quacks, and when possible prefers to consume blackberry wine and can't stand prairie maggots. Wow. Well, welcome to the fort, I guess. You worship the god of death, and you're a member of you're a militia dwarf of the Dead Pillars. You have some friends, but no family. Also, thief. Protect the horde from skulking filth. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure we got this. You need 430 power. Oh, that's tons. Tons! I really shouldn't just be using whatever's closest. Why don't I just do this all at once? Let's see, is this done all the way up? Okay, well, there's one missing. Which, that'll be easy enough to complete. For your rulers to have a bit of inspiration. It's funny that you said Karl Marx dwarf is kind of a joke, but like, kind of ended up with a oddly fitting description. I presume you said that as a joke, referencing a Marx dwarf. Otherwise, I would have tried to give you some sort of leader, but I just find that amusing. Speaking of picking up and dropping something. Not sure where he's trying to put it, but I guess Darius might be correct about that goblin picking up and dropping things repeatedly. Uh-oh! An ambush! Curse all friends of nature! We are being assaulted by them elves, my friends. It's time to test out my dwarves' mettle. Round of beers, chat. We're gonna need them. It's time to wish us some luck of the good variety. Lining up the soldiers down below. It's time to send them out. I didn't start this war, by the way, if anybody's wondering. We are also sending the Mark Swerves up to the roof to begin fighting. What are they? You're a monk? And you're a bard. Okay, so they don't exactly have... They're not exactly sending the best of the best right now. I mean, this one's overcome with terror, currently. Has massive, 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 massive family. I mean, humongous family. Although, they seem to be fighting with elves, too. I mean, this one has killed 5 experiments and spread knighted in Tick Shadows, the Knights of Vulgarity. How about you? You're a legendary what? A legendary appraiser. You don't have any kills. How about you? Maybe they are sending the best. Maybe they are sending the best of the best, because that... It's killed 5 elves and 5 goblins. Citizen of the Young Buck, okay. Former member of a bunch of different groups. Wow, they do a lot of moving around. What about you? You're also a monk? You've got no kills, however. Very sus vampire elf? I think previously a goblin aligned elf, actually. Let's see what they're actually attacking me with. I don't see any mounts, so that's a good sign for us. Although they do have a recruit at the back here. Who's, like, completely unarmed. This one's a monster slayer. Yeah, this seems to be pretty consistent. I mean, they've been at war with another dwarven faction for a long time. This one's also got kills on elves. They've also got, they've been at war with necromancers as well, so. All right, well, if the first fighting breaks out. The Axedwarf hacks the elf monk in the left foot with her iron battle axe, and the injured part is cloven asunder. The Axedwarf hacks the monk elf in the lower leg with her iron battle axe, and the injured part is also cloven asunder. Well, you didn't need those legs anyway, did you? Did you? Did you? Meanwhile, our dwarf here, who's wearing some pretty damaged clothing, is fighting with these elves, watching arrows fly past them. As the remainders of my dwarves come running out. Rin of the Stars here, doing quite a bit of damage so far with her entire set of steel gear. Over here, we've got a dwarf who's missing a shield, but, you know, decently skilled up. So, in an all right sense of space. Same with my other dwarves here. And Edom here also is doing quite a bit of damage, although doesn't have any armor on. She just has a shield and some pants, which, you know, better than nothing, but still not great. Shorast here also seems to be doing quite a bit of work and is fighting back that goblin, or not goblin, that elven ambush. Although that may not be, there may be more of them. And also they appear to be attacking us with goblins as well. I mean, this right here is 9! This is probably screaming his name right now if he's German. But he is truly horrified and says, "Begone fear." What about you? Overcome by horror? Yep. Mm-hmm. I would be too. The dwarves fight back that initial wall. This one's got 2 lovers and several children. Man, we're ripping apart a family here. This monster slayer. Well, they move forward. And the dwarves collide with them, executing them rather quickly. The spears are very effective. This is the dwarves' way of saying, bring a bigger army next time. Because the last of them go down. Rest in peace, sweet elves. Tree Team 6 is definitely getting stabbed, yes. At least it's Tree Team 6 and not Twig Team Twigs. Sticks. Twig Team Sticks. Yeah, there we go. And it appears that Udib over here is taking a nap. I think he earned it, frankly. Sleepy times. Fighting is exhausting, you know? Truly exhausting. Speaking of exhausting, let me just jump down to the caverns right quick, because I need to go find something, which is right here. All this stuff needs to get thrown out. And then I need to go down to here, and we need to get some lava up and running. Actually, something I'm going to do just for my own sake, because this will make my life a lot easier right now. I'm going to go right here and right here and make a corpse stockpile. I realize I could make it a little bigger, but it's fine as it is. Okay, so you're waiting for some more logs. You're under construction, will be done soon. You right here can go all the way down. Got exactly 18 nice blocks left. On the bot. He's just really tired, okay? He's got narcolepsy. Makes life exhausting. One nice thing about this fortress is I really do not, under almost any circumstances here, need to worry about my dwarves standing in the sun and vomiting, because like they spend so much time above ground. Like it's basically a non-concern, which is actually kind of lovely. Got 3 elk birds in cages. I'm going to make a proper entry and exit into this fortress, though. But that was our first time getting attacked, which is, you know, a sign of things to come. The dwarves are here to trade. Let's just stick in weapons for a second here. Sell off the things I don't need. So don't really want to see my dwarves running around with such inadequate weapons. Like that oaken, although I will say the color of the oaken breastplate, pretty cool. I actually really like the colors of a lot of the wooden armor. Like it looks really nice, but like, it's just not very good. Those are steel, we should keep those. Get rid of those, get rid of those. Get rid of those, get rid of those. Get rid of those. Get rid of that, that, and that. Should be plenty. Just in the nick of time to buy some grown armor and weapons. Oh yeah, no, I'm super thankful that they're here. We absolutely could use them. There's a very simple answer to that question. How elves manage to win wars? Mounts. Send some unarmed dwarves to go attack some goblins at some point with like 15 bears in tow. Simply put, the bears will annihilate things. In Fortress mode, they're not that strong, but in the way the world sim works, they're very effective. It's literally just mounts is the reason that they're able to do it. Is warfare a big part of Dwarf Fortress? I mean, you can disable it. It can be a big part of it. But, I mean, the game's original title was Slaves to Armok, God of Blood, so if that says anything, it certainly is a part of the game. Why? Quite useful. Assuming you remember to remove them as war animals after they get injured. So presuming you remember to do that, they are quite useful. Dwarves get experience on a ton of things. Mounts don't get experience on anything. Mounts are just present, basically. They basically have used as combat, yes or no. That's what mounts get. So now at this point, I literally just need to block this off and finish building this. What, Dwarf Fortress? So Dwarf Fortress in the like minute-to-minute combat kind of way, RimWorld is probably the harder game. However, because RimWorld is designed to be like a minute-to-minute gameplay challenge, if that makes any sense. So the way Dwarf Fortress differs from RimWorld primarily is that RimWorld is trying to be a compelling world generation, not necessarily always the best video game. So in 1 minute to the next, the gameplay in RimWorld for a lot of people might be more engaging. However, the amount of stuff being calculated, considered, and taken into account under the hood in Dwarf Fortress is considerably higher than it is in RimWorld. But, you know, they're very different games. It's kind of like trying to compare Civilization or Crusader Kings and StarCraft. They're both strategy games, but the actual minute-to-minute gameplay and what the game is actually trying to achieve with that gameplay is very different. This is exactly the same as I've built them since version like 34 for pump stacks. Like, they haven't changed much since then. I mean, maybe you used to build them differently, but this is how I've always built them. What progression is in this? So this game is a sandbox. You don't unlock new buildings, you don't unlock new workshops, you don't unlock new items. There is no progression. What you're doing is you are playing the overworld map very slowly. You're trying to convince yourself that there's a narrative going on. Basically, I'm playing fantasy Mad Libs in real time whilst watching my little characters run around the world. A very good example of this is video games that do not as good variations of what Dwarf Fortress does, such as Shadow of Mordor. So Shadow of Mordor is a game that's kind of well known for its like Nemesis system, right? Which is like their copyrighted nonsense bullshit thing, where you gain reputation with enemy factions or enemy characters, and then those enemy characters seek you out and try and hunt you down, right? This doesn't quite do that, but what this game does do is it has persistence. So I could have a dwarf in a fortress that I expel because I got tired of them, and then they can go move into a town, join a bandit gang, and then later they'll show up and visit my tavern. And I'll be like, oh, I know that dwarf from previously, and then I recruit them, and they're not as unhappy in the new fortress as part of a new faction. Or you could be playing in adventure mode, where you play the game in a big open world RPG, and you create a very, very well-known character, and then dwarves keep migrating to your fortress who've heard of that character and have them as an acquaintance. It's stuff like that. It's a game about picking out the little things and understand how the giant clockwork machine or castle of cards works. That is this game. It is a fantasy world simulator first and minute-to-minute gameplay game second. That being said, there's a lot of gameplay here, but it's very self-driven. The game's not going to give you direction. The game's not going to tell you what to do, and it's up to you to find the fun in it. It's kind of like, in a way, it's sort of like Minecraft before like actual end credits goals were added, where, oh, you just go around and dig and build stuff and see what happens. And sometimes it's very interesting without you doing much, and sometimes you have to pull the strings a little bit to make interesting things happen. But being good at Dwarf Fortress isn't necessarily like, I'm mechanically good at Dwarf Fortress. It's understanding how enough of the systems work that you can contort a fortress into doing the things that you want it to do as the player. It's like playing D&D with 200 mostly brainless alcoholic toddlers. And it's a great, fun time. I'm just waiting for some ads to end. So if you're not in an ad, I can keep talking, but... Afro Man, are you in an ad? If you say no in chat, then I will give you an example here. Otherwise, I will wait until the ads are done. I mean, it's something that you learn to do, man-eating tapir. I do honestly think it's kind of I do honestly think it's kind of a learned skill, being able to find direction in games like this. Oh my god, this is kind of funny. This is a destroyed, like, either castle or temple, I'm not sure, called Book Miles, and it's full of books. I should go steal those books. Gimme! I won't take them long. I'll be back in a sec. I mean, it's true. You've played this game, Stormwolf. In regards to Afro's question about do I ever wish that there was some sort of progression? No. Because to quote Tarn from his Future of the Fortress this month, tech trees in games like this most of the time just make the game less. Because if there was a tech tree in Dwarf Fortress that, say, locked magma forges that I had to research, then I wouldn't be able to be on month 2 in the magma sea smelting steel with magma forges right above the magma sea. I wouldn't have to have some sort of unlock. It's not a game that is built on the progression. It's a game that's built on its depth, right? Like the way a lot of city builders work is they're like a puzzle. And the puzzle is unlocking different buildings in the right order and figuring out the optimal way of solving that puzzle. And that can be very entertaining, right? Like Roller Coaster Tycoon is a puzzle game. SimCity is a puzzle game to a degree. City Skylines is a puzzle game. Whereas RimWorld's like a puzzle tower defense game. Whereas Dwarf Fortress is a simulation. So the gameplay is poking it and seeing what happens. Personally, I don't want any kind of progression in Fortress mode. I think that would actively ruin Fortress mode for me. That or it would have to be in a way so that I could just generate a world that's old enough so that all the progression's done. Because to me, like, the thing that ruined RimWorld was them locking all the fun stuff behind annoyingly, like, difficult to get to tech trees. So I just installed a mod that had everything unlocked all the time because screw that. I don't want that. That's not something I want in my life. So, no, I don't want there to be a progression in Fortress mode. But yeah, I don't know. It certainly is a game that I think turns people off because of how self-directed it is, but to me that is one of the biggest strengths of it. It means that once you're in, it's kind of an infinitely deep hole that you can just keep plunging deeper into. If the game didn't have that, I feel like it would lose a lot of what makes the game exciting, at least for me. I mean, I wouldn't mind, like, the discoveries having more impact, if that makes sense. But I don't ever want to have oh, you unlocked weaponsmithing, you know? I wouldn't mind there being more reason to have libraries. But at the same time, I don't ever want to be unlocking buildings. Does that make sense? I don't ever want to be unlocking armor types. But, like, if libraries could have more impact, that would be interesting. But I don't think that necessarily equals one-to-one tech tree, which is what I think a lot of people jump to when talking about this. All right, I am going to tell them to build a wall piece right here. It's almost time for the moment of truth. of did I screw this up or did I build it correctly, or is it going to leak and set us all on fire? Hopefully, because that would be funny, but... Now I just need this. Sure, but like there is no magic system in the game yet, right? Not really. Not in the way that we all talk about it. So here's the thing. These are good questions for Tarn, right? Also, reading or watching my videos of the future of the fortress is also a really good way to get like insight into this sort of stuff. Coulette is coming to pull the lever. Yes, certainly, but if unlocks existing in Dwarf Fortress limit the people who've been playing this game for 15, 20 years, no. Dwarf Fortress doesn't have that many buildings. It doesn't have that many items, right? No, that's not a way to tutorialize Dwarf Fortress, because it wouldn't actually make the game any easier. It would just simply make the game waste your time. That's all. And then give you an inaccurate descriptor of what the actual game is. It would give unrealistic expectations for a good portion of the player base. So no, in the case of Dwarf Fortress, I don't agree that that would be a benefit. It would actively ruin the game and take away what's interesting about the game, which is player discovery. I think the thing that a lot of people misinterpret with Dwarf Fortress is Dwarf Fortress isn't that complicated. It's deep and it's obtuse, but it's not a hard game. The game itself is actually quite easy. And if you play it and get past that initial learning curve, you will realize that there's a lot going on in this game. And yeah, there's quite a lot to learn, but it's not hard in the traditional sense of the word. So because it's not hard, it's obtuse, you kind of learn to appreciate the fact that it doesn't waste your time. At least I have with time. And having played a lot of games that mimic Dwarf Fortress, I find myself wishing that more games did it the way Dwarf Fortress does. But even learning Dwarf Fortress isn't that bad these days, right? Like, what made Dwarf Fortress hard to learn in the past was the fact that it had no graphics and a keyboard-only UI. That's what made Dwarf Fortress hard. That hasn't been the case for several years now, unless you're trying to learn off the free version. And if that's the case, cool, but that's on you then. This is going to be my porcelain industry. Although I need to get rid of these while they finish digging those. Yeah, and that's going to be very easily solved by going to the surface or the cavern layer, Garfield fan, clicking this button, and then clicking this and doing this once or twice a year, except with like half the screen. And have a food stockpile, and your dwarves won't starve. Thought maybe it was a mod you gave up playing. I think that Dwarf Fortress is kind of this weird analogy for modern society in a weird way. It's a game that unapologetically rejects the way modern games are designed and built. And it's a game that gives a certain type of person a very old school experience. And so when you ask me, how do I feel about like the idea of them adding a tech tree or something? You're not asking me, how do I feel about Dwarf Fortress changing a mechanic? You're asking me, how do I feel about modern game design? And in an hour or so, probably less than that now, I'm going to go play a game called Goblin Camp, which has a tech tree because it's built around a tech tree. It's designed for a tech tree. What you're asking me is, how do I feel about Dwarf Fortress being redesigned to be something else? Well, then it's no longer Dwarf Fortress. It's a different game now. Because Dwarf Fortress is a rejection of a lot of modern game ideals and design techniques. And that's partially why I love it. It's why it's in the Museum of Modern Art. Like, largely, if Dwarf Fortress had graphics from the get-go, it probably wouldn't have ever made it into the MoMA. And if you want a different video game, well, go play, go play Timberborn, right? Like, there are people making that game. Also, yeah, the way Goblin Camp does its tech tree is really interesting and unique, even in comparison to other tech trees in games. So, just realize that. Like, I play Dwarf Fortress because it doesn't do things the way other games do things. I don't want Dwarf Fortress to do things the way other games do things, because then it wouldn't be Dwarf Fortress. And also, hello, Twitch front page. Welcome to the weird side of Twitch. I mean, was the version you were trying to learn original understudies, was it this? Or was it like version 40 something? Because if it looked like this, then yeah, you were playing the free version. I mean, I've got a pile of tutorials on my YouTube channel, if stuff confuses you. And also, like, my Discord has a room specifically dedicated to helping people learn to play this game properly. Are these not made in kilns? Oh, they're just for making clay. Right, duh. Because we're on the front page of Twitch, Garfield? Also, why are you saying, like, the meanest thing you could possibly say to a streamer? Hey, chat, if you're lurking, press 1. Let people lurk. We're on the front page of Twitch, which means the vast majority of the people watching right now already clicked off before I finished this sentence. Why do you want blueprints in Dwarfort? The creativity is, like, the strongest part of it. Doing things differently every time is what keeps it interesting. Staring at the same stuff all the time, you're staring at the same stuff all the time. If you insist on wanting blueprints, yeah, DF Hack has that. But why would you want that? Do I have to? You just want to lurk? And then enjoy your lurking. I'm just making a point. Even YouTube chat is pressing 1. There's only like 100 of them. Also, thanks for the $10. Work with Bo. Appreciate you. I love this perspective because many people want a game to play, another game that they like. Well, I don't think it's that people want a game to play that's similar to a game that they like. People, it's more of a game made this way. This is how I know game made. This game isn't made that way. Why game not made that way? Kind of deal. You know, it's like, if all you've ever played is chess and then somebody hands you, I don't know, Civilization, and you're like, I didn't know it could be this way. It's a very different kind of game, but, like, you know, uses some similar ideas. Terrible analogy, but... It's like Ubisoft going, why are my games not successful? I'm still making the game that you bought 20 years ago. Why you buy it now? It's like, well, because you're still making the same game. I don't play a lot of popular mainstream releases because I don't like the way they do things. Because it's not for me. That's the Factorio brain thing. Dwarf Fortress is very little in common with Factorio. I mean, they both got a lot of depth, but they're very different kinds of games. Yeah, I mean, see, here's the thing. It's ASCII. I mean, older versions of Dwarf Fortress look like this, which is extremely powerful because, well, it had a different UI. I could actually go load up version 47.05 if you like. Give me like 2 seconds. Just let me tab out here. I mean, this is version 47.05. Like, this is Dwarf Fortress. This is the same game. But the reason this is so powerful is because adding a thing to the game is super quick, right? Instead of needing to, model a new enemy, you can just add a new letter. It actually speeds up the process of being able to add things to the game. It makes iteration and design a mechanical problem instead of a visual problem, which speeds up development significantly, which is a big deal. What am I doing? CW. Let's just add something onto the wall here. Granite blocks. And then petitions. Sure. So, like, this is the same game, just with a different UI. And there's camels running by. I'm not sure if they're one-humped or two-humped. That's what that letter C is over there on the left. Got dwarves. I could zoom in. We got dwarves training. Oops, dwarves training right here. And you got your world map, your walls. It's still the same game. The main difference here being it's a style of game that you're not used to looking at. Because you're used to having pixels instead of just text. But the reality is you can read English, seemingly. So you can probably play this game without too much trouble. Even that version. Also, I use Lazy Noob Pack because it's easier to install it on Linux. So, at the end of the day, Dwarf Fortress just scares people away. Because it looks funny. Or, in the past, looked funny. So this would be clay stone. Today I learned you can't make porcelain thrones. I thought you could make porcelain furniture. It must have been a mod. Clay. Let's do clay statue. And probably bricks. Amount of... Actually don't know how much Kilonite I have. But no, this is one of those games where once you get into it, like, you literally you won't ever need another video game. Clay statue, let's do 40. Let's do 60 bricks. Do ponder how folks who jump into DF from Factorio's sense feel about adventure mode. I feel like a lot of people jump into Dwarf Fortress only wanting the fort mode and don't actually dive into any of the other aspects of the game that make it interesting, and then just kind of join that annoying bandwagony portion of the community that's just like, stop developing adventure mode. But that's just been, you know, the entire history of Dwarf Fort. It's got nothing to do with, like, you know, Factorio in particular. It's just the people who, like, dislike adventure mode for existing because for some reason they seem to think that it takes away development time from fort mode or something. Which isn't really true. It's much more... There's much more to it than that. That being said, I kind of see where they're coming from sometimes. Yeah, I mean, but also at the same time, Dwarf Fortress isn't really a game that I personally feel is intended to be, like, played over everything else, right? Like, Dwarf Fortress is a game that, you know, when you have the itch for it, you have the itch for it. And you can't sate that itch unless you play it, which is, I think, a strength of it. And then you kind of combine that with, like, well, because nothing else quite satisfies the need for a dwarven fort, you will come back, and then you just simply wait until the next major update. At least that's how I've always been, where it's like, no matter how much Dwarf Fortress I've played, I'm curious about what the next update will be. You know, I think that a lot of people think of video games now in kind of like the what's it called? The Fortnite sense, where you presume that, okay, well, this is my life game, I'm going to play this forever. And in reality, you shouldn't be like me. I'm nuts. You shouldn't be like me, right? You should enjoy playing a game until you're ready for something else, and then go play the something else, and then come back to the game when you're ready to enjoy it again. Because I think we get very hooked on something and just want to do that thing for forever ever. But I don't necessarily think that that's healthy. $3,600 hours in TF2. Wow. I mean, that's a lot of hours. All right, well, this is looking all right. This is going to make for a pretty solid little clay statue once my manager gets to it. Wait, what? My manager. I don't... What? Oh. Reppy, where are you at-y? Oh, you're sleeping. Well, that'd do it. How dare you sleep? I need you slaving away in your office, issuing orders, damn it. Wants to pray to Tig the Lustful. Okay. And CAD, you know, my brain goes CAD and reads the Canadian dollar currency, but yes, you are correct. But genuinely, I enjoy this game. I would probably play a lot more other games if I didn't stream this game for a living. But because this game is my primary source of income, yeah, I play this game a lot. People will just try to reword, what if we lock things behind a tech tree? A trillion different ways, Crow MC. Because it wouldn't make any real-world sense, Crow. Okay, so think about it this way. In RimWorld, which is obviously a bad comparison for Dwarf Fortress because they're very different games, in RimWorld, you start a base, and when that base dies, you start a new world. That base is a unique one-off thing. And that base progresses through tech trees, not concurrently with the rest of a faction. In Dwarf Fortress, you're not a unique base. You're one of many fortresses in that faction. So it would be really weird if that one fortress unlocked pumps, right? And then you start a new fortress and you don't have pumps. But like, that fortress unlocked them. So the whole faction should know what pumps are. Does that make sense? It wouldn't make any sense in the context of the world. That's the problem, right? That, and combined with the fact that it just makes games worse. And here we go. We're making statues. We are making statues. Although, that's not going to be able to complete because it's stuck next to an open space. All the buttons remain locked until... I mean, how many people in this chat who have played Dwarf Fortress for dozens of hours who have never touched minecarts? It's personal progression instead of mechanical progression. Also, I have 383 iron bars. And somehow found olivine. I didn't know that there was olivine on this map. So now I should be able to glaze clay and stone statues. So what I'm going to do, glaze clay stone statue, 10, when there is 10 glaze items and 10 unimproved glazable statues. And we should be tin glazing these statues. Oh, I was way more hours in than that before that, Bone Dolphin. Because Dwarf Fortress isn't a game about using something because it's better. Axe me, owner. It's a game about doing something differently because it's interesting. If Dwarf Fortress was a game about doing something because it's better, everybody would play the game exactly the same way. It's not about that. It's about creating interesting scenarios and self-directed challenges. Also, cavern dwellers. It appears that Kumil Toothpick, my wondrous monster slayer, has encountered a threat in the caverns and notified us. Well, it's time to send the cruel cheeses, the helms of omen, and the walled contingencies in to assist. It appears that Toothpick, who's not a permanent member of the fortress, only a singular monster hunter, is already doing some work. Satisfied upon improving fighting, remembering performing, dueling backwards in a martial trance. Seems to have already at least done some mortal damage to at least one of the rodent men. We're about to start an ad. I will pause the game when the rodent, so that you guys don't miss the end of the rodent men when the ads begin. He's continuing to dodge his way backwards, fending off the hordes of unstoppable enemies. Now we're in an ad break, so I'll pause. Thoughtslees, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Appreciate you greatly. Thanks for helping keep this ad or this sponsor-free channel funded. And also, I'm going to go grab me a sandwich. I will be back momentarily.
Sandwich! NANI?!
I return with the sandwich. What's up, Energy? It's good to see you, dude. Who are we jinxing? What happened? Who is soda? Alright, so Dwarf is still in a martial trance, continuing to dodge in and out. How are you actually doing moment to moment here? Lots of dodging, and lots of striking them with his shield. As long as you stay in a martial trance, you're fine. Probably gaining a lot of shield skills right now. I mean, just a novice shield user, you'll probably level up pretty soon, I would expect. Also really wants to pray to their god, which, not understandable. Has killed at least one of them so far. Has made one of them nauseous. Another one of them is about to die. So there's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left. 6, 7. 8, actually. Is still in a martial trance. Is now overexerted. So when the martial trance ends, this dwarf's in very big trouble. Martial trance is now ended. Is now unconscious and getting stabbed to death. Having weapons and repeatedly pushed into and out of his body. Unfortunately, he just became too tired in the midst of the fighting. The last strike he was successfully able to get in was with his iron shield, bruising the muscle and bruising the stomach. And then a rodent man struck him, but the shot was definitely parried. And then was bashed in the lower leg with the shaft of a copper spear. And the dwarf that sounded the alarm goes down as a hero. Rest in peace. You shall be sorely missed. You shall be sorely missed, dwarf. But some migrants have arrived. And it is time to avenge the rodents. Seems the rodent woman who was credited with the kill was this one. Narrow Savages, who killed Toothpick. Shinobi! I'll have to get you a dwarf in a sec. Just happiest beard, or any job requests. Here come the first of the soldiers, Rigoth, the militia captain. He's wandering in as a proficient spear dwarf and fighting with the first of many, striking the rodent woman in the lower body with her steel spear. The rodent is surprised by her onslaught and immediately gives in. Militia captain continues to move forward through the remaining rodents. The swarms, unfortunately, were too late. And they discover the dead body. Oh, toothpick. I'll take a soldier. Beard or no beard? Beard? You want a beard. How about this one? No, that's Lanix. Then how about this one? No, that's Sirius Celsus. How about this one? That's Bilo. I'm not doing this intentionally, I swear. How about this one? Stoat here. That'll work. Shinobi, you've killed a singular rodent woman and is as avaricious as they come, obsessed with acquiring wealth, takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance, and is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. Has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He rarely is moved to mercy and has a calm demeanor. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings and can handle stress. And when there's a pause in conversation, he often starts talking to himself. He chews his lips intently when he's thinking. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally would not care. Does not care if others take the time to master skills. And personally, he personally does not care about family one way or another and dreams of mastering a skill. I can read. And likes granite, brass, and picture jasper. Giant brown recluse spider silk. The color dark blue, spears and gauntlets. And you're wielding spears, so you must like it. Gauntlets and the sound of the laces of silk. And the sight of the silkiness of festivals. And when possible, prefers to consume giant cuttlefish and longland beer. And pendant amaranth seeds. I'm going to send these dwarves all back upstairs to get back to training. You do not have any family. You worship the god of gems and wealth. And, that's weird. Somebody did I recognize you honk with a car as they were driving by. Yeah. It's good to have you. Is that for tomb? No. Okay, so I need to make a new tomb then. You know, I could make this and one of these into the tomb. Or start scattering them around. Oh wow, there's so much Keelanite up here. Let's just get all this autoing. And let's go to this. Because I do have to memorialize that dwarf, even though they weren't mine. And I'm going to eat my sandwich. Today I have like a white rye, cheese, and beef. And lettuce and mustard. You mean like everything made of metal? Stone? I'm diabetic, so drinking cider is physically painful. Super sugary things send me to the stratosphere, and it hurts, and I don't like it. So I don't drink cider. Side note, I've never seen nor heard of that cider. I don't know, are you a type 1 diabetic? Well, then you probably don't need to give up cider because you basically have a different disease than me. Whoa! Caveman! That's a lot of subs. Hi, man. What's up, dude? Thank you so much for that big pile of gift subs. Hey, Chuck, can I get a round of beers? I'm your liaison from the Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Please bring platinum. Let's make things interesting. They want footwear. Well, we can make that into a thing. And to anybody wondering, the plan is we'll probably do another 15 odd minutes or so here of Dwarf Fort, and then we're going to be playing some Goblin Camp, which is a game that was once ASCII, like Dwarf Fortress once was, and is also a game that got an upgraded release. 2,000? We have 2,000 people watching because we're on the Twitch front page today, but yeah, it's certainly always a fun event when it happens. So cheers, Caveman. Hey, someone should gift Caveman a sub because, you know, you're drinking a beer IRL to celebrate those subs. There you go. Maybe I'll have a beer at the end of the stream, too. Oh, wow, we actually lost a couple dwarves at the end of that fighting. Yeah, we did. Unless that was a separate, unrelated dwarf. Ah, no. Separate, unrelated dwarf. Type 1... Okay, you could figure that out with a Google search. I'll just let you figure that out with a Google search. I don't want to sit here and discuss the differences between type 1 and type 2. But simply put, if you're not giving yourself like 5 injections a day or have a personal IV drip, you got it easy. Or like have one of, I don't know, these attached to your arm. You got it easy. One is insulin resistance. The other one is you don't produce insulin. Type 2 is insulin resistance. Type 1 is you don't make insulin. Your body killed that organ. And Whamek, thanks you very much for the Prime subscription for 8 months. And Anonymous, thanks for gifting a sub to Caveman. Thanks for the $5, Darren. We're now in a hype train. That is actually Ilmiran helped start it with the on-screen celebration. That is the first hype train of the stream, believe it or not. But yeah, metal everything would kind of almost require, like... I mean, it wouldn't be impossible by any stretch, but it would certainly be benefited by having, like, say, resources turned on plentiful. It's nice, Midnight. It's nice. Means my ad revenue is going to be much higher than normal today. It's been a while. I mean, it's been a couple months since we were on the front page last. What, to only make things out of metal? No, you wouldn't. Why would you need to do a cavern embark to only build things out of metal? It doesn't say you can't dig. Like, it's not a you can't harvest non-metal. Right? Like, if I can dig out a fortress without entirely using metal. It's just if I'm going to pave floors, I have to use metal bricks. That's needed for coke and coal? Well, I mean, I can use trees. Why not? I don't see the connection as to why... I mean, I could dig from the surface to the caverns in, like, 3 minutes. Unless it's a heavy aquifer. The Forgotten Beast, Sekulva Siwab, has come, a gigantic three-eyed newt. It has wings of square skin, and it's got a bloated body. Beware its pale-top skin, which is leathery, and its poison sting. It's a big, gross stinger. Oh, hey, screw thing. God damn. It's right next to me. Well, I guess we should go stab it with pointy sticks, and maybe shoot pointy sticks at it. Could run out of fuel. There is no metal fuel. And the thing that Stone said was anything that can be made out of metal has to be made out of metal. There is no metal fuel. Coal is not a metal. And then this dwarf, who got locked outside the last time we were sieged by a titan, is now getting attacked, which is funny. That dwarf is very lucky. Oh, here come the soldiers. Serious Salsa got into a tussle. It seems like it missed every single one of its early hits. Serious Salsa slashing away at the creature, stabbing the Forgotten Beast in the foot with an iron short sword, fracturing the bone, and stabbing the Forgotten Beast in the right rear foot with an iron short sword, fracturing the bone. The creature's bleeding profusely and is now winded and cannot breathe because its lungs have been destroyed. And this elk bird just showed up in the middle of the fight, and then they turned around and killed the elk bird. There's something about that that's really funny to me. I don't know why. But they're just like, kill elk bird. It's fine. I say good fight. Let's go cheesers indeed. Who killed the creature? It's a good question. Who killed the elk bird is what I want to know. Oh, the Forgotten Beast killed the elk bird. But the spear dwarf stabs in the head. So one of my spear dwarves, which is not very descriptive. It was the Shark of Filths. Obak got it. Stabbed it in the head, tearing the brain. I knew it would go down quickly. Sting Spear. Hey, chat. There's 50 seconds left on that hype train. It needs 11 subscriptions or $51 in bits. If anybody wants to try and level it up. Regardless, though, thank you very much for the support and helping me keep this channel funded. Appreciate you guys. Gronzi, thanks for the $2 and the $1. Thanks for the $1, Alfie. It is 50 minutes or 45, one of the two. I know that that's not super clear, but I can't actually remember what it's set to because I said it like years ago and then forgot. Intentionally, so that I didn't need to remember it. Thank you very much for the train, chat. Appreciate you. Thanks for the $4 YouTube chat and the super chat. I'm gonna put Kesserite right there so they don't need to go so far. Because right now they're just hauling probably Kesserite, if I had to bet. But first they have to haul the statues. So let's just go statues. And we'll set all of these as a give stockpile. So when they're done, it will give items to this. And what I should do is I should make a jeweler's stockpile just south of it, which will take from that stockpile and encrust them. We'll get some very valuable statues up in here. Teaspoon of coconut oil. Well, I'm glad that worked for you. I don't know how that's particularly relevant to the current discussion, but you telling me how to take care of my body with absolutely no real consideration for who I am, what I have, or the problem that I have is very inconsiderate, and please never do that again. Do not tell me what I should and should not look into for diabetes. You keep your mouth closed and worry about yourself. Don't worry about me. Please and thank you. No, I mean, I can read. Just don't do that. It's not cool. Uh-huh. That's your perspective, Dan Jammin. The downside of the front page of Twitch? Yeah, it is what it is. You open Twitch to this? Hey, chat. Just remember who's the clown here. Oh, indeed. Yeah, absolutely, Raddest. Most certainly. Oh, really, Dan? It's lovely to know. Glad that we got that cleared up. Oh, it's very true, Stone. It's very true. Are clowns a profession in DF? Well, performers are. And isn't a clown or like a jester a form of performer? It's one way to get clicks. Uh-huh. So why are you still typing? How does that benefit or change anything? If you don't like it, go watch something else. But I don't need your clicks. Happy to help, Sam Mays. Turns out you don't have to dig that. You don't have to dig at all, man. Just have to go outside and look around. We'll all float too. What I think is kind of cute about people who say things like this is well, that's a way to get clicks. As if that's the only thing that matters. So, okay, you're coming into a discussion with one very pre-solidified perspective. Okay. That's okay. Such is life. We all have perspectives. That just happens to be yours. But that doesn't speak for everybody. In other news, I got some mole dogs I gotta slaughter. And some more to train. If you build a floor under the wall, do both count for the room value? You know, I've never done the science on this. I know that there was a bug in the game a while ago, and I mean a while ago, it was patched out the week it came out on Steam, where if you made a floor and engraved it, and then built a floor on top of it and engraved it, and then built a floor on top of it and engraved it, increased the value of the room, but pissed off the person who made the art because it would, like, destroy the previous art. So it was this infinitely repleting, like, list of art, but they fixed that bug. So I presume no? Because they fixed that? But yeah, quantum art was a thing for a minute there in older versions of Dwarf Fort. I mean, the conversation continues. Life goes on. I mean, if you just want to hyper-focus on something crappy, you can do that. Or you can just move on. It's up to you, really. I completely missed this artifact even starting. I seem to recall the sound briefly while I was eating my sandwich, but... naked mole-dog battle axe. The peasant has created a Zesonurnisur. Lusharadith, what? A naked Mulldog bone battle axe, and offers it to the dead pillars. Thank you, I shall put it in the vault. Battle axe made of bone. I've also got a pickaxe made of pig iron. You can sort of embark on a cavern if you start on a cave. Starting on a cave is like the closest vanilla option to embarking on a cavern. Wait, what? Elfie? Cheers, Sam. Thanks for tuning in. It's already over, Brian. You've never gotten the hang of Pistons. Well, they lose a lot of basketball games generally, except for when they win. But jokes aside, what'd you never get the hang of with Pistons? They're pretty straightforward generally. Oh, now in Goblin Camp, it's malnutrition and hunger. Yeah, I mean, I think that's like the hard part of Goblin Camp. This is a naked Mulldog bone axe. It kind of looks cool. It looks like it's made of steel. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular granite cabochons and decorated with pigtail and alpaca wool, and encircled with bands of pigtail. This object is adorned with hanging rings of granite and menaces with spikes of alpaca wool. On the item is an image of Ast Palace Sneaked, the dwarf in naked mole dog bone. On the item is an image of a turkey in granite. You'll love to see it. Kept getting killed by cranes. I'm trying to think of like a construction site joke, but I can't think of one. Like, my brain's just like kind of blank in that regard at this exact moment. Also, can I just say that the real funny thing about people tuning in and being odd on Twitch front page is the fact that people have the Twitch front page unmuted. Like, am I weird? Like, I don't think I've ever unmuted the Twitch front page. Like, kind of genuinely. Forgot that Twitch has a front page. Yeah. I mean, if you like tune into Twitch with Twitch unmuted and you hear something bizarre and out of context from the Twitch front page, I feel like that's on you. Maybe I'm like out of line with that statement, but ever since it used to just be really loud rave music every time I opened Twitch, I kind of disabled it. Your chat scares new viewers? It's fine. We just have beer. Or apple juice, depending. Grab your sippy cup. Sit down, have a good time. So what you need to do is bookmark your following page, right? Like that's the way to do that then. But Jack Daniels, it seems a bit intense, man, but hey, if it works for you, who am I to judge? Aside from the fact that you're sipping Jack Daniels and not something better, but I mean, hey. Even I'm not above that sometimes. Speaking of chat, we've been live for 8 hours. It is currently 5 o'clock. We have 3 hours left of front page time. I'm going to let this ad end, and then we're going to go play a different game. Just a game that I think more people should take a look at. Oh god, that's terrifying, Bone Dolphin. But I'm just going to get this statue encrusting chain up and running. And then once we've got the statue encrusting chain up and running, we are going to zip up and play a different game. Gotta bundle up first, though. It's going to be cold out there, I hear. On the other side of Canada from where I thought, I'm on the west coast. I'm about as far west as you can go, actually. I mean, there's definitely parts of Canada that are further west than me, but... And then you open the follow page if they're not already opened. Yeah. 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 Although recently I've just been watching a lot of fish tank YouTube videos and not even watching much Twitch. I find that, like, I may have aged out of parts of Twitch. Mostly because I want to make a tropical plant terrarium. With some snails, some shrimp in it, maybe. If I feel like being fancy. Ooh. I'll take items from here. Oh, nah, I'm not gonna bother with that. We'll say, furniture. And cross furniture with cut gems. Furniture with cut gems. It'll be months before I do anything with that, Elfie, but yeah. Maybe sometime later in the summer. You have to grill some steaks. Enjoy grilling some steaks, Half-Axe. It looks like a jar of dirt, but what do you know? Well, clearly they need to add more to that terrarium then, if it's just a jar of dirt. That or you need glasses. Highly possible you need glasses. I've already got these encrusted porcelain statues. Now we're increasing the value of them even more. Which means this is going to go from a porcelain statue of dwarves with an image of dwarves and porcelain, and now we're getting attacked by thieves. Where are they? Oh, there they are. Run away, you scaredy kobold. You and your husband from Plunger. Go plunge somebody else's porcelain hole. I mean, what? It's been all right. No complaints. I mean, we've been on front page all day today, right? Devilish, so yeah, no complaints there. I've got a porcelain industry up and running, which is something I almost never do. It's very rare I actually get the stuff to make porcelain, but here we are. So we've got porcelain statues that I'm encrusting with gems, and they're shaping up to be pretty high value porcelain statues. I mean, it's my hole and it's full of porcelain, okay? What else is that supposed to mean? What are you trying to say? Actually, why don't I go up here? Oh, I see. There's another stair there that my mouse was over it. Can you make a coin mint? Not specifically, but you can mint coins. I just don't generally bother. Sometimes I'll leave donations out for kobolds, though. Has the elf of Beandmore. What? Are you talking to Elfie Bean? Not sure what that means. Walsp. Also, hi, Walsp. I love how there's teeth all the way the hell up here from when we fought with the elves. These are elves' teeth, which I find kind of funny. Man, these are some fancy statues. Including some of, like, gods. We've got images of dwarves. Notable images of dwarves. Some not so notable images. Yeah. There were a goblin who unfortunately died pretty early on due to unfortunate circumstances. Sorry, the fresh exit is an image of Squiggly Girl, Falling Nightmare, at the Goblin and Dwarves. Girl is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of the Goblin to the position of Militia Commander of the Dead Pillars in the mid-spring of 356. Oh, yeah. I like the name. The Carnal... No, not the Carnal Net. The Fresh Exit. It's also a funny name. Meanwhile, you're just hauling that metal brick. And there it goes. Look at them all. Be a fine thing if all time were leisure time indeed. These are some expensive statues now. It's going to help with all of the demands for different guilds. And everybody's learning some pottery skill, which is exciting. These are going to be some very heavily engraved statues, too. I should also put crafts in here and let them encrust crafts. A tick man? Fascinating. What type of ice cream would I be? Can I just, like, take that question and instead give you what my favorite ice cream is and you can tell me based on that? Because my favorite kind of ice cream, which I almost never get to have, is pistachio ice cream. But I don't know if that describes me, necessarily. So, it's kind of a half answer, I guess. Because pistachio ice cream is my favorite ice cream, but I don't think that accurately describes me. I seem more like a rum and raisin. I could mess with a rum and raisin. Rum and raisin's pretty good. I miss ice cream. You don't think you've ever seen a pistachio ice cream? Oh, really? Oh man, it's the best, dude. Any advice on how to start? Don't worry, it's not as bad as it looks, is the advice. I have a room on my Discord if you need questions. The game does have a tutorial in it. It's okay. I have a getting started guide for fort mode. It's no worse than any other city builder or strategy game. It's just a matter of getting over the nuances of the basics. And getting used to the control scheme. Yeah, we're on the front page. It's been a good day. Karma's eternal. We have until, what's it called? 8 p.m. local time, and it's currently 5:20. But we are about to swap games, that being said. I do stream this game basically full-time. So we'll be live with this game tomorrow. And then the day after, I'll be live with the the lovely man who made this game, Tarn Adams, and we'll be doing kind of a viewer or audience Q&A session, if you will. So if that's interesting to you, or if you want to see more of this game, either my YouTube channel or this channel is probably the best place to find it. That being said, after I place a couple statues up in what is probably going to be my library soon, I think we're going to swap games. What is that? What is that? It's a weird looking thing. Giant fluffy wamblers. You know, that used to be something that somebody would ask like every single week on the, or every month on the Future of the Fortress. And since he's, since Tarn has, well, rather, years ago, somebody would ask Tarn that every month on the Future of the Fortress. And then one day, Tarn just kind of stopped answering that question. So he went and made a mod, which adds fluffy wambler people, normal size fluffy wambler people, fluffy wamblers, so like basically flesh ball size fluffy wamblers, and then giant fluffy wamblers to the game. And then it eventually got uploaded to the Bay 12 forums. I don't know if it ever got ported to the Steam version, though, but literally somebody asked for that so many times and Tarn just started ignoring him. So he went and made that into a mod. So all I'm saying is you have the power. I'm not certain that... I feel like if giant fluffy wamblers existed, no... what's the word? Bronze colossi would be safe. Like, it would just be dangerous for everybody. Somebody did make a procedurally generated dragons mod very recently, which assembles dragons out of pieces, which is on the Steam Workshop right now if you want it. Giant purring maggot swine. You know, I don't think I've seen a purring maggot in the last couple of years, at least. That's a 500 dwarf buck statue. I'm really curious what that one is. It looks kind of like a rat, but... Porcelain statue of large roaches. Oh, that's probably it.
Cheese
For everyone.
For everyone.
Yeah, so it's a statue of large cockroaches. Yeah, I guess it kind of looks like a cockroach. This is a statue of Vesh, the injured dwarf who arrived. Werewamp. See, now that I can get down with. It's just like basically a Wookiee shows up. It's just like a light-colored Wookiee shows up and just starts attacking everything. That'd be amazing. I'd be down for that. All right, well, I think we've got a pretty successful little porcelain industry up and running. I think now it's time to call it for the Dwarf Fortress segment of the stream. Hey, chat, you guys ready to go camp with some goblins? If you're sticking around, yeah, press 1. Otherwise, we'll be playing more dwarfs tomorrow. Usual time, 10 a.m. Pacific. And I've got to update 2 directories, and that's going to take me a moment. If you swap games, you're going to be a BRB? We will. Although, Elfie, before you BRB, could you, right quick, disable the dwarf claim? Although I found out recently, it's very hard to search for Goblin Camp on the internet because all you really get is the fandom wiki page for Baldur's Gate 3. Because there's an area in Baldur's Gate 3 that's a Goblin Camp that apparently is hard to get through, so the internet tells me. And the original version of this game, which is open source in ASCII, is now called Goblin's Lot. Which is also kind of funny. At least to me, anyway. Let's see if we updated everything correctly. Yep, we are now updated. Let's close this. All right, so that's now closed. We should be in the correct directory as of like in a few minutes. Not even. Momentarily. Okay, that's all updated. Sweet. And we are now in the directory, and this is now the highest view count this game has ever had. So, clap. So Goblin Camp, for anybody who doesn't know, is this. Well, I was going to try and show the Steam page. There it is. This is Goblin Camp. This is a little video game that used to be an ASCII game. If you type in !blog on my Twitch stream here, it'll give you a link to my blog, and I posted about it recently. This, simply put, it is a mechanically interesting town builder with some pretty neat terrain mechanics and a lot of interesting stuff going on under the hood. It's a lot smaller scale than Dwarf Fortress, obviously, but it comes from similar roots, as in it comes from that same era of game development where you're making games that will run on anything that can be quickly iterated on. Although this is it being completely remade in a 3D engine. Yeah, no, they went 3D. It is on Steam for sale. The original, which is open source, is still on GitHub, although it's called Goblin's Lot now. And a different person is maintaining it. But the original creators of Goblin Camp are making this. Holy crud, that is big number. Thanks for big number of resub, audio. It always makes me blink twice when I see that. Appreciate you, mate. And last time I streamed it, I had some weird audio issues, which I fixed. And we're going to start from the beginning. So now we have the very important question of what color do I make my goblins? Also, YouTube chat agrees with me that pistachio ice cream is best. Since we have goblins again. I might go with like blue with like green hair or something. Blue skin, pink hair. I mean, last time we went with green skin, pink hair. We could go blue skin, pink hair. What? That would be like that color? Because like pistachios are kind of green, but also like kind of brown. So pistachio would be like that, probably. Little stinkers. So this is a very, very, very Finnish game as well. Like item descriptions are all like translations of Finnish like poems and stuff, which is neat. There's a lot of Finland in this game. How did I manage to fix the audio issues? I uninstalled a singular piece of software that apparently causes conflicts with some Unity games. I figured it out in a Google search and uninstalled it, and it fixed it. Like, literally, I had the game still running after I ended the last stream of this. And uninstalling that piece of software while the game was running made the audio crackle go away, which was very odd. But, you know, such is the way of Linux, right? Pink goblins, green hair. Okay. So you're saying this? This is what you want? I mean, if you want this, we can do this. Also, LP, I'm not sure if you did this earlier because I missed your response if you did. Could you disable the Dwarf Redemption, if possible? And also the save game, because this game auto-saves constantly. Thank you. All right, well, I guess we are pink goblins. I'm not going to turn on any of these because I'm still, you know, learning to play this game properly. I know it's not disabled yet, but it'll probably look not disabled until you refresh it. You're reminded of trolls. Trolls, as in like the 2007 toys that made more money than ChatGPT did this year, except in 2008. Yeah, it was literally just like a Linux Mint dependency issue. Majestic. It is now disabled. Thank you. For untold ages, the ways between worlds were shut. Just gonna put a marker. If you guys want to say hi to the VOD crew, you can. Twitch chat. But now, it is as if the wind had blown and shaken the great tree, and the gates are opening again. A small band of curious goblins, fleeing the harsh rule of the Goblin King of the Underworld, have found a portal in the Middle Realm. Beyond is beautiful but dangerous northern forest. Goblins would like to make a new home for themselves. It's now up to you to guide them on their journey in the new world. So I'm just going to pause the game real quick. I got a bunch of items on the ground here that we're going to claim. You may notice these are our lovely goblins. We got Hempo. I'm going to butcher that. Tathi. Melno. And Kusi. And Kataja. I can't rename them, which is a damn shame. But maybe one day we'll be able to name them. So yeah, this is a little early access game. And the beauty of it is it's actually getting patched quite frequently. It's a rather small little development team, but it's one of those games that I would like to see succeed as of playing it the other day. So we're just going to claim everything that's on the ground. We got some pots and stuff scattered about. We've got this funky little hill here. Could get used to that. Looks nice. So if you zoom out a little bit, you'll see how there's glowing spots. These are ruins. Once explored, those can give you stone. The way this game works in a progression sense is you make discoveries by completing basic tasks. So like you discover carpentry by making a carpenter shop. You discover shamanism by making a hard-blooded goblin, which is a goblin that has seen combat or seen death, usually of an enemy, and also is hardy because they survived the winter. And it's a game about keeping your goblins alive and trying to keep up with them. The game is automated in a lot of ways, but at the same time has a lot of variation and variety to it. So we're going to start off by making a fisher's hut. As you can see, the little blue square is where they need to get in, so they need to access the little blue square. The problem is this is all very steep. So I may actually, instead of telling them to make a fisher's hut, I may just tell them to clear flora. So just get rid of a bunch of this so I can actually see what I'm doing. I mean, I could do that too, but let's just get rid of a bunch of stuff. I'll have to make some stockpiles soon. That is in fact the case, which is why it's in the stream tags. Rich Sun UK. You know, at the very least, people have finally stopped thinking I'm an IRL streamer. Which was the case for a very long time. And then after that, people thought I was a Rocket League streamer for a while. When in reality, I outlived the IRL directory. It's now the just chatting directory. Is this Stone Sense? Yes. Now, this is Goblin Camp. This is a little game that was originally ASCII. If you actually go to their website real quick. And you go to, well, just scroll down. Haven't I seen you guys before? This is what the game used to look like. That's what it used to look like. One of my favorite comments, I think, is on a Game Jolt post about this game, which is, it's like Dwarf Fortress with good controls. Because it had mouse controls, which I find very funny to read. Which is a comment from like 2011 or something. So, yeah, in many ways, this game is also influential in the genre, as is Dwarf Fort. I need to update Stone Sense. No. This is a completely different game. That's why I'm not in the Dwarf Fortress directory anymore. Not total mouse control in 2011. I know I always like to be the twit and like remind people of that, but it was never full mouse control. It was only ever partial mouse support. Those are just regular Finnish names? This game is very regular Finnish. I mean, I could speed up time, but especially when you read like their descriptions. Let's just also queue up a few houses back here. Maybe people from Finland are actually goblins. Have you ever considered that? It's not Finnish, it's early access. A+. We're gonna make some ourselves a fishing shack over here. Actually, maybe just 2. That'll keep us good for a little bit. I mean, like, they're people from Finland, so like they could be goblins that are from Finland, and that would make them Finnish goblins, right? Right? It's like if it was a gremlin from Finland, it would be a Finnish gremlin. Are you questioning these goblins' cultural sovereignty? I'm pretty sure they're from Finland. Isn't that just huzzah? You make a valid point, Percus. Sorry for missing that raid earlier. It just completely went past me. Okay, so now that most of these trees are cleared, I can probably just cancel these orders. Oopsies. Did I not cancel the order? Oh, it just took a second for it to register. They're running over there to build them houses. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, if these goblins were from, like, England, then they'd be British goblins. And they'd very clearly have a very thick British accent. I don't know how to respond to that joke because it seems like it's in poor taste, Tapir, so I will just simply smile. I feel like I don't have the right to make that joke. So, have you played Dwarf Fortress, Christeth? Would it surprise you if I told you that about half of the goblins in Dwarf Fortress are not green? they're actually gray. The game just doesn't have gray goblin sprites because Tarn didn't tell the artists, apparently. So about half the goblins are actually not green, they're gray. And it depends on what folklore you're coming from. I don't know of any reclaiming mechanic in, or like world continuity in Goblin Camp. I'm pretty sure it's just it was or always a, when your camp's dead, the world's dead. Like, there's no bigger world map outside of the map that you're playing on. It was always just one map and like a much smaller scale thing to Dwarf Fortress. Closer to like an Anno, if that makes sense. There really isn't an outside world, I guess. I'm getting my goblins some hosing. These are 2 each, and currently we have 5 goblins, so we need 5 goblins' houses worth of housing. So I only need 3 of these. I don't actually need the 4th one, but they only take some sticks to make and some time, so might as well get to it. I love the little costumes that they put together. And the hats that they get to put on. We're also going to make a clay pit. Man, this is actually kind of a super inconvenient area. Oh, never mind. There's space for a clay pit right there. I will gladly do that. Hopefully it doesn't flood. And then raven statues. You put it up on high ground, then it gets a further distance of view. It's sort of like removes the fog of war. And if I can get one right there, then I can get some items out of it. Where was I putting those fish? Oh, they must have gotten canceled. Fishing huts. And then this will unlock the ability to make clay pots after they finish snapping those stumps out and whatnot. Got rotten logs everywhere. My culture tree is going to look awesome on the ridge, right? That's kind of what I was thinking. Is like, initially I was like, I should flatten this, but if I stick the tree at the top of that, that is going to look pretty cool. Now, if this references Tulonia, the Finnish underworld, I mean, if you click on this, this is a gateway rock, which is the entrance to the underworld. So my default presumption is yes, because it doesn't say that word specifically, but it does say the underworld quite often. I have to finish up my coffee. So I presume so? I also have the tutorial off because I've more or less finished what I need to finish with it. We do have a good amount of food, though, lying around. I also could speed up time, but personally I feel like this is a game that's kind of better played at slow speed. We're also into late spring now, which means we're probably through the flooding season. It's kind of a shame that I played a map a little while ago that made it much more obvious when flooding was happening because there was a huge floodplain right in front of your town. So maybe I'll flatten all of this down to like floodplain levels so that we could see the flooding a little bit more consistently. Like change ground height right here. And then like basically click that, 9.75. And then basically do like this. Bring all this stuff down to it. Although, did I do that as above ground? I may have. Which would also allow it Okay, so it's 9.25, so then that would actually be all this. But they'll do that after they're done with this. Yeah, sure, but I like being able to watch it flood over the floodplains and then the flowers that burst out of the grass after the fact. So now we can make a goblin fisher's shack, which allows us to queue up fresh fish, fishing spears, and fishing traps. Because we finished this. In a moment, we're getting this. I have to go look that up. Yeah, I'm not that well versed in Finnish folklore, to be honest with you. And it looks like we've got, yeah, they're building a new structure, grabbing branches. But yeah, I like the way this game simulates its little world. We now have pottery. So we do have to be cautious with pottery because firing clay requires big fire. I know that sounds surprising, right? Like everybody's shocked about that. But you see those little pink tiles? Those little pink tiles indicate where there's going to be fires. And the last little city I built ended with everybody constantly catching on fire, which is very Civ 7, shall we say. A little bit bright here. It's just like it's a bad idea to set the bonfire in the middle of your town, even though it might look cool. It's not worth it. They're over here digging away and flattening out that area. We're going to speed up time ever so slightly. Because currently there is 3 jobs for every goblin's job. It's pretty time consuming. Also going to go here and make a kitchen. Kitchens are necessary for distributing food to your goblins. And if you don't make a kitchen, simply put, they will not be able to get the proper amount of nutrients when it's mealtime. If you actually look at them, they're currently hungry, which means probably they missed a meal. Having the kitchens ensures that everybody gets a drink and the proper nutrients, presuming you have it available. It's good to have about 2 jobs per goblin, from what I can tell. It doesn't seem to overwork them unless there's more than that, but number of jobs is like this many logs needs to get dragged, so that number fluctuates pretty wildly. Let's make a fishing workshop. Cue that up right here. Could literally be under, as in underground and not underworld. I'm not sure. I mean, you'd have to ask somebody who's like versed in Finnish lore. Oh, I see. You're asking Bone Dolphin. There you go. More like the other side. It's more like the depths of the underworld. So it's less of like a, you know, a Catholic hell and more of like rabbit tunnels. Is that how you're trying to describe it? Because that's pretty cool. This is kind of where you start to notice the early accessness of this game because, like, some of the screens feel a little clunky. But it's okay. Certainly nothing game-breaking. But there are some control elements in this game that are a little clunky. Also, I can tell that Elfie likes this game because Elfie's got what? They've got, like, 15 hours in this game or something. Okay, well, let's order up some clay pots. Let's go to you. And order up some fishing spears. Let's order up some ceremonial fish. Let's order up some fishing traps. And let's order up some fresh fish. So we'll try and have a stockpile of 20 fresh fish. And if I go to stock, we got a stockpile and we got a scuttlebutt, which means in order to get long-term storage, there's a discovery I need to make, which is probably carpentry. So I'll make a little carpenter real quick, which I'll plunk a little further this way, but keep in line with you so that I can connect you easily enough. And I clicked right as the game decided to save, which made it clunk. I'm going to sleep now. Cheers for the stream. Be back soon. Cheers, man. I'll be on tomorrow. Roughly same time. Probably not quite as late, though. Here for the Rocket League? I mean, we'll be getting to the Rocket League soon. You just got to watch a little bit longer, okay? Don't tell him, Chad. Everybody knows that this has been a Rocket League stream for the past 10 years. And can I just say, this goblin right here is popping this stump out. It kind of looks like he's using this whole, like, level as well as this log to, like, uproot it, and that is hysterical looking. It looks, because normally it's like they're just kind of like trying to like use leverage to pop the stump out, but because he's on the layer above, it looks like he's using the whole like thing there. No, because I have no idea how I would build that, and also this might be a shock to you. I think Rocket League is really boring. I played 3 hours of it and thought it was kind of repulsive, and it made me very motion sick, so I stopped playing. It's one of those games where I can pretty safely say I don't get it. Oh, definitely. Absolutely. It's very hard for me to visually track the flying ball. Instead, I play easy games like Dwarf Fort. Wood is most plentifully available material in the modern forests, and your goblins are learning how to fix it, or how to make use of it. Also, I play games on Linux now, and because it's, isn't it Epic Game Store only now? I guess I do own it on Steam, so I probably could make it work, but I don't know if their anti-cheat would even work on this OS. Even if I wanted to. I haven't looked into it in a very long time. Anyway. Wood is most plentifully available material in the northern forests, and your goblins are learning to make use of it. What Rocket League does? That sounds like something a Rocket League player would say. I say enjoy the video games you like. You don't need to go around belittling others for the games they like. Just makes you seem kind of like a stuck-up Rocket League player. I will say it is the most sports game in history, though. It's the only actual like video game esport. Although I would rather watch Trackmania when it comes to cars in video games like that. Love the soundtrack in this. Oops. Also, when I played Rocket League, it was before it had really, how do I explain this, gotten big, per se. I played it the day it released and uninstalled it the same day. So nobody really had gained the skills yet. I just didn't like it. And it made me motion sick. So. You vaguely remember how it was to have friends. Hey, here's the thing. If you have a significant other and you think you're trying to relate with people who are just like, man, I remember what it was like. I think I remember what it was like to have friends. You've already missed the entire plot, my dude. I mean, FIFA doesn't exist as a video game anymore. That franchise is no longer existing. I think you may mean EA Sports FC 2024. According to EA Games, the failure of a video game because it failed to meet its casino-level expectations. And besides, everybody knows that those games aren't sports games. They're casinos. I hack down some... We're going to go out and pick some apples. We're going to go pick some black currants. We're going to go pick some hazelnuts when they're in season. We're going to pick some water chestnuts when they're in season. And you right here. I'm gonna make some stone axes. I'm gonna make some pitchforks and then donate them to Twitch chat. And I think that's all we'll leave right now. We got 16 jobs per goblin. It's very busy times. But hey, it's good times. New game? Yeah, it's been in early access for a couple months now. Little Carlo. Where was I going? Jobs, priorities. Although kind of not. I mean, the original version of this game was released in 2011 and was ASCII. Cook food, high priority. Bring food to kitchen, high priority. Where's your pitchfork? It's coming. We got like 17 jobs per goblin to get done, so it's going to take a little bit. It's on Steam right now, and also this game is a demo, if you would like to try it. And the original version is called Goblin's Lot now, and is free. But it is ASCII. What is that, Elmirin? That's supposed to be rebar? Like is that supposed to be a crowbar? It's not quite a pitchfork, but hey, it works. Yeah, a little goblin fishing. Man, that's a lot of berry picking we're doing. Let's grab us another raven statue, which, as I said, extends your line of sight. Once this is built over here, they will gather that. I'm also going to make a storehouse, because it is lunchtime for our goblins. Aside from the fact that somehow they managed to set the stove on fire? Seems like a problem. Oh, sweet, it's raining, thankfully. That could have been bad. Because I don't actually have a scuttlebutt built yet, because we're waiting on clay pots. And the style of Blind's least favorite game? That's not my least favorite game. I just think it's a bad example of a roguelike that I don't want to play because it's not very good. But it's certainly not my least favorite game. It's very kind, right? I mean, it is late summer, so it is that time of year. But no, I would not say Stone Shard is my least favorite game. It's just a bad game. I'm just honest about that, unlike a lot of people. Ever play Foundation? So I stopped playing Foundation because it made me super mad about how bad it is. It's not bad. It's just an exceptionally uninteresting video game. I played about 10 hours of Foundation in 2 days and was like, I'm never playing this again. I'm very, very, very disappointed with the 1.0 version of Foundation. It's not doing anything particularly interesting aside from being kind of an interesting toy box. But it's like not a very good city builder. If you would like to know my thoughts on Foundation, you can watch the Foundation VODs when they go up on the VOD channel in a couple days. There we go. I was going to say, I really hope that they finish building that quickly. This game does have depth, but there is no tunneling. So essentially, like, you can re-level areas, like this is all getting flattened. And different height levels have different uses, but it doesn't have any tunneling. So it's not quite like a dwarf fort in that sense, where you can't tunnel into a wall directly and build underground, something like Going Medieval. It's more of a, you can contort the hills. And there are magic spells which will unlock probably at the start of next year or at the end of next year in-game, where you can contort the land with spells. It's a surface level game in that sense. A chill wind blows in the south. Winter is coming. And you're frightened because there's ghosts. Spooky. Here they are. Ethereal undead. They just migrate through. We must do something to dissuade the spirits from this place. This game does have a demo, though. And the demo is quite like permissive of gameplay. There's quite a lot of it. It's a very generous little demo. But yeah, I'll be honest, after playing Foundation for a couple of days, it's like, I've kind of come to terms with the fact that Foundation is probably a great game for some people. It's just not a game for me. It's a game that I found painfully uninteresting. That's part of the problem, is we don't have any digging sticks. Storage settings. So they're going to put basically all of our food and basic tools into here. So now there's a trillion jobs again. So we should just let them put stuff away for a little bit. Let's just speed up time until all this stuff gets put away. It's more like Dwarf Fortress. This game takes a lot of ideas from Dwarf Fortress. You don't have any direct control over your goblins. At least not that I've found. You do, however, have direct control over your shaman. So you can, like, set things on fire at a distance. Or, like, launch things into space by causing the world to get really tall. But we need to unlock the shaman first. Do you want to play it together with your 9-year-old daughter? No, absolutely. Like, it's an excellent little toy. It's just not particularly interesting for me. So it's like, I'd rather just play one of many other games. I need a little bit more light in here. Need my light to not fall over. I mean, I don't know where this foobar thing came in, but I seem to have missed it, so I'm going to just read about something else. Yeah, the demo is quite literally the game just with a time, like an in-game time limit. All right. The word of success of your settlement has spread to the underworld, and more goblins have decided to join you. If the camp is producing enough food to feed its inhabitants, and none of them have died recently, more goblins may decide to try their luck in the middle world. If your camp has a shaman, you can also grow your population by using a summon goblin, which is like Squirrel Girl, but goblin. Yeah, see, that's the thing. If I wanted to play a model builder, I would play a model builder, but I don't really want to play Foundation, is kind of the problem. Like, I feel like Foundation is a specific kind of game for a certain kind of person, and it's not me. I like mechanics in my games. I don't generally want... I don't really want to play a model builder. That's not for me. If that works for you, then more power to you, I say. So population has gone up by 2. We've also built that raven statue, so we can get all the way out to this. So now we get to put some things into a museum. No tools. We're out of earthenware pots. Is required for the job to put out fire. Well, where's the fire? We've discovered dwarven metal. The substance from the far south is softer and more malleable than iron. Dwarven metal can be cold forged at a smithy and made into various weapons and tools. It's unlocked by finding dwarven trinkets. We've also unlocked farming because we discovered a seed. So we now have the ability to make farm plots, turnip holes, fishing, threshing shacks, and a nettle yard. Because we found turnip seeds, scrap iron, iron shovel, and a dwarven trinket. And now I can demolish this. You'll have to check the demo. Definitely try the demo out. I mean, the devs were in the chat earlier. So. And also, I paid full price for this. I didn't, like, get code or anything. All right, so now we have rough stone and dressed stone, so we can make cobblestone roads and stone pavement if we have fancy stones, but we got a little bit more of a ways to go than that. Storehouse. Let's see, what else do we have here that's new? Turnip hole, that's new. Stockpile's new, obviously. Weather vane's new. Which tells you the direction that the wind is blowing, which will give you some indication as to, like, what direction fire are going to go. And they do appear to still be working at the area here that I told them to level out. I will say this game is pretty chill, but it's got enough mechanical depth going on, especially with the way that, like, just the world is simulated, that it has me, like, kind of endlessly fascinated and wanting to play more of it. It's very much kind of in that vein right now. Speed up time a little bit until they dig through all this. And on the slow speed, it could very much be a second monitor game if that's something that you're looking for, which I sometimes look for. There are enemies near my camp. Oh, we're getting attacked by wolves. As you can see, there's a wolf there. So we've now made a new discovery, which is weapons. We've decided that it might not be a bad idea to make weapons. Goblins have learned to create weapons to defend themselves, unlocked by combat. So now I can make a stone mace, a bone spear, a wooden spear, or a dwarven spear. And it unlocks the weapon crafter's shack. And then when they kill it, which currently little buddy here is running away, because I don't actually have any defenders right now, but they're fighting with that wolf. Thwack, 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 thwack. He's fighting it with a stick. We've now unlocked butchery. So I can pause this now. And we can make a weapon crafter and the butcher. Yeah, I mean, like, to me, Foundation is very much a game that's kind of like kids' first city builder, right? Which doesn't mean it's bad in any way. It's just, like, I think I would get a lot more out of games that are more mechanically diverse, but still have kind of like the same style. Ostriv is a game that comes to mind of a game that I would enjoy a lot more that is also doing similar things to Foundation. Just pausing the game so that the ad break can play out. Also, I have to say a real quick thank you, by the way, to everybody tuning in from Twitch front page. I mean, I do this for a living, and I've been doing this for a long time. I've been streaming for 11 years, and been full-time since 2016, which is kind of crazy. And so it's always nice to get to meet new folks and bring people around to the weird part of Twitch that I occupy, which is very different to a large portion of Twitch, but, you know, it's a vibe. We've been here for a while. Ain't going anywhere anytime soon. This is a crowd-funded channel. I don't do any kind of sponsored time, so everything is sponsor-free. Largely, I buy the games that I play on stream, too. Stick it to that wolf? Damn right. He was beating him with a stick, after all. And hello, Lunar. How's things? Welcome to the channel. And also, thanks for all the follows. I do see them, but I do have follow notifications turned off. And I never turn those on, so if you follow the stream, it's not going to make a big noise or anything. Normally, we stream a lot of Dwarf Fortress here, and I tend to stream from about 10 a.m. Pacific until I fall asleep in my chair. So 10 hours is not unusual for us, and we're kind of getting close to that. We will be on the front page for another, like, hour and a bit. It's like hour and 50 minutes. And that's probably about how much longer we'll be streaming. Should bring us up to 11 hours of stream for the day. I've ever seen the movie The Sound of Metal. Wait, if that's is that the documentary, or am I thinking of something else? I disagree that every metalhead should see it, but it's more of a, if you understand how, if it's the one I'm thinking of, it's more of a, if you understand how metal works, then you don't need to see it because you know why metal is beneficial. But chat, how was your weekend? What were you guys up to? We're getting to that time of day where people start falling asleep a little bit. Myself included. I actually went to a metal show this weekend. It was fun. My shoulder hurts. And I got hit in the head with a beer can. And then covered in beer. It was not the person who was holding the beer can's fault. And it wasn't really my fault. But maybe the guy who hit me is fault. I'm not sure. Supposed to get 5 inches of snow tomorrow? It's like 4 or 5 degrees above freezing here. It's been lovely. Techno trolling. Both in the literal sense, yeah. I mean, everybody's having snow days now, it seems like. Did I not click remove stumps? Oh, well. I guess I need to make a stockpile. I'll wait until these are done. What's this game about? It's a game about building a little colony of goblins. With quite a lot of little world sim going on this little map that you build on. It's kind of like Anno. Kind of like Dwarf Fortress a little bit. It's kind of like Banished a little bit. It's in early access on Steam. You were lucky it's beer? I don't go to the kinds of metal gigs where you'd get other liquids on you, generally. You'd have to go to like a goth show for that. Or like a noise rock show. Or, now I'm blanking on the name of that rap duo that somebody was peeing in the mosh pit. What is the name of that group? I should know this. Death Grips. It's not like it's a Death Grips show. Come on. I mean, I've been to Guar, and trust me, if you're at a Guar show, it's mysterious liquids, which is actually just like random water and cornstarch and food coloring. It's not really that concerning. I love how this goblin is like completely hidden inside of a shrub to catch fish. Yeah, I like Guar. Guar's silly, but I stay a very safe distance away during Guar shows. Okay, so you here. Let's make a wooden spear. Let's make 2 ceremonial wooden spears. Let's make bone spear when they're available. Let's make stone maces. Let's make... Don't actually have the tech for that yet. Don't have the tech for that yet either. All right, well, one thing at a time. Yeah, I've always wanted to see Remstein, but they just don't come to Vancouver. This game's got good-looking water in it. Tis winter. Speaking of snowfall. On Friday, you got hammered after work. Saturday, you pretty much spent on watching movies and Finland beating Sweden in ice hockey. I watched that in a pub too, yeah, actually. Incidentally, I didn't even know it was happening. And then played Terra Firma Craft before your daughter came, and then you played cards and made a kebab salad. Well, there you go. That's pretty much your weekend in detail. Sounds like a lovely weekend. I hung out with my sister. I did very little of things that were productive. I went to a metal show and just kind of slept for a bit and built some IKEA furniture. Although I didn't build the IKEA Kallax. I still need to do that. I might do that tonight. Depends on how long it takes me to go through a Google Doc. I feel like I have a few guesses as to what a kebab salad could be. But I also don't know exactly what that would be. Okay, so could start making palisades or fences. But what I really need is a guard building. I really need something to defend us from possible threats. The wolves came from this side, so let's just put it behind the weapon shack. And hire a goblin as a goblin guard. To work Monday afternoon? Did you sleep? That sounds awful. Yeah, also speaking of things that sound awful, I would never go to an Insane Clown Posse show. They've certainly written some bangers, but I almost went and saw Shaggy 2 Dope because it was $10, but I didn't. Which, in hindsight, wise. I don't like getting hurt or covered in things that I have to wash out of my clothes after the fact. It's not really my my vibe. Best $10 not spent? Yeah. I mean, I thought about going just to say that I did. You know what I mean? I came to town last weekend. My favorite part about Insane Clown Posse is how Fago for years like hated them and just rejected all like association with Insane Clown Posse, and now they're out there on Instagram just like doing reels like sponsored by Fago. It's like Fago finally figured it out. They're like, oh wait, hang on, these guys are some pretty decent marketing and they spend a lot of money on Fago, so Like, genuinely, I find that to be very, very, very funny, personally. But yeah, that's insane. Shutterbug. Oh, some enemies are near my camp. What are we up to against, or what are we up against this time? Wolves. We've got our little novice lumber goblin crafter who's getting attacked by wolves. And grab the pitchforks, goblins. Fend them off. You can do it. I have some faith in you. That's why I got weapons lying around everywhere. Thankfully, we can make some wolf meat. Lunch is served. If it's 7 a.m. time zones, time zone shenanigans means that you landed at 2 p.m. on Monday, worked half a day, and then passed out for 12 hours. Jeez, man. That's a pretty rough turnaround. Not gonna lie. Reminds me of when I used to work nights and would just pull random all-nighters and all-dayers while us being exhausted. Okay, so we've basically got all of the default level stuff. I could go just grab better housing. Which I think we're gonna grab. So now we can build tier 1 and tier 2 housing. These ones just use more branches. And once these are built, that should be enough, because they're 3. So 3, 6, 9. We currently have 7 goblins. I can then just demolish all these houses and keep building. This should also get moved. But one thing at a time. We've also got a lot of goblins over here working on spears and bones and various other things. Got tons of stuff in storage. Although I actually need a secondary storage. Because that thing is full. Look at that. It's full. Storehouse. Don't know why that branch is there. Okay, so you go right there. Excuse me, game. Do I just have branch here forever? Okay, well, let's save. Go to the main menu and reload the game. Easy peasy. This game has nested tooltips, so if you hover over something and it gets an outline, you can then hover over something until it gets an outline, then you can hover over something until it gets an outline. And that's the first time I've ever had it get stuck. I haven't seen this level of tooltips since At the Gates, which is a very relevant game that everybody remembers, right? Oh no, I found infinitely repeating tooltips. Excellent. Yeah, me too. I love nested tooltips. It's like Dwarf Fortress's old help menu, the help menu within the help menu within the help menu. Gotta wake up in 8 hours. It's a good time to hit the hay, but remember to apologize afterwards because the hay probably doesn't deserve it. Where you build the house, will it auto level the land? As long as the difference isn't too extreme. Like, simply put, if I take this house and it's like, no, I won't do that. It won't do that. But it'll do that. Or it'll, like, level that out, you know? But it won't do it. It won't level out extreme differences. So as long as it's green, yes, they will go in there with a shovel and they will level it out. Unless they don't have access to a shovel, at which point, then they'll put in a little order. I can words. They'll put in a little order to like purchase a digging tool or get a digging tool from the needed workshop to make a digging tool, and then they will take that tool and then they will level it out. So it'll automatically queue up items as they're needed. It's up to you to basically set up a stockpiles with prepared items available. More or less, yeah, Bonesaw. Hell yeah, brother. This is what we're doing. I mean, I was referring to the video game At the Gates, not the band At the Gates, but I do admit, At the Gates is in fact good band. When are we attacking the dwarves? I don't know, but we've discovered dwarven metal. Although I haven't built a smithy yet, and they seem to be a little bit busy eating lunch right now to really worry about such things. Besides, I can make bigger kitchen now, so I should probably do that and deconstruct this kitchen. Build this kitchen over top of that kitchen. Because this kitchen bigger and better than that kitchen. You guys are what? 3 across? So that would be there. Out to there. Then deconstruct this. You know, I've never seen any of those dudes do anything in any ring ever because I've never once watched wrestling. Would you believe me if I told you that? I love how the snow piles up. Look at this. It's a big old snow pile. It's like I've like slowly acquired wrestling terminology and references from people redistributing their enjoyment of various pastimes onto me. Against my will. Yeah, because I've played Skyrim. Bones. Not gonna lie, that's where I get that from. Genuine statement there. It's that and Jeff Gerstmann are the 2 places I get my wrestling knowledge from. When are we attacking the dwarves? When you go download the demo for this game and give it a try, Freeways. Also, how are you doing, Freeways? It's been a solid front page day, I think. I haven't looked at any of the numbers aside from the overall view count, but we're over 2,000 views for quite some time there. There was a chunk there where we were below, but that's probably because somebody else took the front page slot. And how dare they? Just moving that. Deconstructing that. Building this, building that. Knocking down trees. Working on a kitchen shack. Demolishing all the housing so that I can build more expensive housing. That costs more sticks than the cheaper housing. We have discovered shamanism because we've made it to spring. Now we've unlocked magic powers. While you play SS13? What you've been doing in SS13? What's your job of choice for these times? This game's really sticking to you? I can't tell where the joke is supposed to be in there. So now we have spells. We have level earth, lower earth, raise earth, start fire, summon goblins, summon sacrificial tree, or summon water. Because it is, you know, how do I word this? It's because I haven't built the shaman's hut just yet. We can't use them. But the beauty of this is now we have a lot of interesting variety in our ways to deal with problems. But sticks and stones can, you know. Vanderlyn? As in, like, Amberlyn, the band? The Christian, like, well, at one point Christian, no longer Christian, like, kind of alternative rock band? Working on getting this done. When this is built, we will get two things. We will gain the ability to have sacrifices, and we will also gain the ability to... uh-oh. These things will attack me if I have farm plots, these cranes, as they fly over. But we'll gain the ability to have sacrifices, and we'll also gain the ability to use our magic spells, which makes this into a bit more of a god game. Could be you don't know about that. I mean, I'm sure it's completely unrelated, but... And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to cause a big tree to grow, because that's how I get my research. That's also how I get more magic powers. Also, this place is called Aspen Bay. If you guys have a better name for this town, I'm open to ideas. Today I learned that there's Fago soap. I don't like that. So more goblins have arrived. We now need the ability to feed 12 goblins. We also need 12 goblins worth of housing, so these are the... that should be enough. Just enough, although I should also make an additional one. So I'll just make 2 more, because they're not that expensive. Do you know what the definition of legal blindness is? Toronto Mike. Because clearly you don't. I'm legally blind. I'm visually impaired. The name started off as self-deprecating humor. But it is very much true. I mean, I'm just reading what you're reading, Brian. But you can see. I'll see you in another life. It's not my fault you're dumb. Moving on. Clearly you can't read. That's okay. Nobody's perfect. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers? Or comprehend? Yeah. You can't breathe? You should probably work on that. That seems like important. I don't know, man. You might want to like work on your like breathing techniques at that point. Okay, so we can now just exactly feed 12 goblins. I also need to make a bonfire, which I'm going to kerplunk right there. It's conspiracy by Big Air. Ah. Are they blowing air up here? You know what? I kind of doubt it. Breathe in positivity, breathe out negativity. Ah, there you go. So once this is done, it's going to tell me what sacrifices I need for the summer, because we're in early spring. I know CPR. I know where the letters CP and R are on my keyboard. I can hit them pretty quick. I don't think anybody needs CPR. They've already been banned. Long gone. You know, some days I'm willing to like try and educate people, and other days I just presume that they're like not willing or interested in learning and are just there to start shenanigans, and frankly, that's okay. I'll move on with my life. So we have our shaman, which means I can cast spells. So we're going to summon the sacrificial tree, which in order to be able to plunk this down up here, I may actually need to flatten this out a little bit. So hang tight. In order to do that, I'm going to use another spell, which is flatten earth, level earth. We're going to level up the earth, chat. Look at that. Okay, so now that I've done that, What is the hotkey for spells? It's not S. And then we can do Kerplunk. And there she grows. That does look pretty cool, actually. Especially with the Raven statue right next to it. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. So now this earns me this stuff. This stuff is what I use to cast spells. It also takes sacrifice points, which, if you look at this, I'm going to get 15 points for the current sacrifice. So the more items I sacrifice every summer as part of Midsummer, that increases the amount of points that I'm earning as part of leveling this sucker up. And leveling this up gains us more research per year, and it also gains us more magic and spell points per year. We also earn some magic points every so often anyway. Which I think is a pretty neat little system. So basically this game is like a balancing act on making sure that you have enough stuff prepped for the following year every year. It's kind of a fun little balancing act that way. Did I ever build that second storehouse? Looks like I did. That one's like full. Okay, so you only have the entrance right there. And I just want to get some more housing done. Let's just check technology for a second here. Seeing, is there any more discoveries that we can make? Outside of somebody dying? No, not currently. I mean, it's like anything. There are varying levels and degrees of severity of almost everything, right? Unfortunately, many people on the internet use it as an opportunity to just spew, right? And they look for a reaction. And sometimes they get it, and sometimes they don't. And sometimes, in my case, I just don't have the energy. And maybe I banned somebody who could potentially be an awesome member of this community, but for some strange reason, I doubt it. It's probably a me problem, to be honest, but doesn't change the fact that I kind of doubt it. So we're now up to gaining 27 culture points. So this bonfire season, we will, in fact, level up our tree. I'm also going to make some of these guys. These are little wooden figurines that also increase the amount of culture points you get. No, I mean, here's the difference, though. I did make the mistake of naming myself this. And be it true or otherwise, I kind of put a target on my face by doing that. And if I could go back and make that decision again, I probably wouldn't have named myself this. But at this point, I am known enough with this username that it's very difficult to rebrand, and I've kind of opted to just not. Yeah, my sister-in-law, actually, my little sister's husband's little sister, she can't walk some days because of her chronic pain and joint function issues. So some days she's walking with a cane, or basically bedridden, and some days she's totally fine. Oops, you accidentally watched Dwarf Fortress. Ends well for everybody, doesn't it? So now we just need to get through summer. Let's speed up time a little bit. Because next festival or meal is late summer. Currently in late spring. We do have 12 goblins in the city currently. Also, ads are about to pop. When they pop, I will pause the game and not unpause it until it's done. Any need for a military? You do need a military in this game, yes. I currently have a singular guard, but we also only have 12 goblins. When enemies attack, goblins will grab whatever is available around and go whack the enemy with it, unless they're a scaredy cat, in which case then they run away and screaming. Or if they're feared, which certain enemies can cause. You joined Justin TV to watch Dwarf Fortress. Who was streaming Dwarf Fortress on Justin back in the day? Was it? It was either like probably Jeff, or it would have been like Jeff Major, or like Avak. I'm trying to think who else would have been streaming back then. Or Slime. Yeah, probably Slime. Glad to see I'm still at it. I've been at it since 2013. It would be silly for me to go somewhere soon. Although, actually 2014 is more accurate. Ain't going anywhere. Terabyte. Selfie din din time. Enjoy your din din, Elfie. We still got, what? Like an hour, 20 minutes of front page time left? Here comes another kitchen. And so if and when we get more goblins, we can expand upon that. Let's also just go into here and remove all these stumps. It's got a lot of stumps that need to be removed. So I could just click a button now and increase the number of goblins that we have, which I'm kind of tempted to do. I do have enough points to summon goblins, so we're going to summon more goblins. Welcome, goblins, to the middle world. Not to be confused with Middle Earth. But now we're not producing enough food, which is unfortunate. So I'm going to make another fishing shack. Although that's a fisher shack, not... Right. It's a fishing work shack. Okay, I just need a normal fishing shack. Fisher, yes, one of you. Boop. Never shall the two be confused. And we also need more foodstuffs around. Because we're now up to 19 goblins, so we're going to need to be collecting more food. So let's go into Stock Manager again. Increase the number of apples we go out to pick. Increase the number of blackberries we go out to pick. If we have bird meat, we'll collect that. And fish. Also increase the number of fish traps. And fresh fish we can also increase. And storage. down another storehouse right there. That should all help. Down to Goblin Town. Absolutely, Ratosaurus. Just like I think I've had this conversation with Elfie before. But my world is kind of like living in Groundhog Day sometimes. Okay, so we are now in early summer. So when we get to midsummer, it'll be sacrifice season. We're almost there. At which point we will get a bunch of XP. Because we are burning 15 ceremonial fish, 12 ceremonial spears, 6 clay sautettes, and 3 of those and 6 of the wooden ones. Ceremonial wooden spears do quite well, actually. Same with the fish. Quite a lot of culture score. And now it's time to all hail our mighty Lord and Savior Trogdor, the Burninator. Hey, chat, can I get some lava emotes? I'm trying to think of what other emotes I have for fire. I don't really have any other good fire emotes. I just have the lava emote. Unless you have a good fire emote, in which case post it. There's quite a few murders there. I need to actually watch that movie. It's been on my to-watch list for a very long time. I could run this game faster, but honestly, it's one of those games where it's like almost the right speed on default speed. Because stuff can sometimes happen quite quickly if you speed it up too much. Plant garbage. Lovely. Just everywhere. Wooden pole. Used in buildings. Digging stick. Should also keep a surplus of wooden poles. As well as digging sticks. Oh, really? Well, that's crazy. I had no idea. Ratosaurus. No, I was thinking the movie that's literally just called Midsummer. It's an art house horror film. I've never seen the TV show Midsummer Murders either. But there is murders in Midsummer. Rather unrelated, but... Simple farm plot. Just going to plop that down there. And we're just going to leave everything set to just plant and leave 50% to go to seed. Although, we should actually leave 60% to go to seed so that we develop more turnip seeds per year. The weird effect they did reminded you of low-dosing LSD a bit? I mean, that's what your friend said? Ah, definitely. It's just like that one bit of Caves of Cud really reminded me of the last time I had a mushroom trip. I mean, or so I'm told. So many random digging sticks. There we go. Popping up more of them stumps. And also, and just plunk down a raven statue over there, which will expose a bunch of this. Food points lost to decay. So some of my food decayed into nothing outside. And that, I think, is causing a waft of decay to come over the map, which is causing these zombies to come attack us. So, get him, boys! See? This is my little guard gob. He's got a log. Thankfully, we do have other ones with swords. And they've dropped bones and rotten meat, so we can use them to make weapons. And now it's time for fish soup lunchtime. Because we got tons of fresh fish and stale rye bread. Oh, lovely. Looks like that's all we're getting is bread and fish. Missed most of the stream. It's been a pretty good stream. Although the one you don't want to miss would be Thursday if possible. That's the one that Tarn's going to be on. This one was me playing a bunch of Dorfort, which was fun. And then after playing Dorfort, it's me camping with the goblins, you know? They also do a pretty damn good job making the food look quite delicious. I mean, considering it's just fish and bread, although I'm not going to complain about fish and bread. It is quite appetizing, I will say. Let's harvest some mushrooms. Named mushrooms and the mysterious unnamed mushrooms. See, look. Pretty appetizing food. I mean, they got big-ass things of alcohol. They got little Monster Hunter-esque looking meals. The goblins do, in fact, be camping. How are you doing, Spleen Spleen? All right, well, we seem to have caught up with our need for food, so that's good. I can now go over here and claim items, which admittedly is mostly just random crap on the ground, but hey, something. So, pro tip, check this out. If you go to spells, you go raise earth, okay? I'm going to tell the earth to get onto my level. It also knocks the trees down, and if you happen and sends stuff flying to the air, if you happen to have a goblin standing on that, they will fly away and it'll do a lot of damage to them. So be cautious with that. Probably not a bad method of, like, getting rid of your enemies, too. But today you just want to watch streams and sit on your couch, and you need to find another, since you're going to be finished soon? That's true. Well, you know, I do like to raid somebody, right? Tomorrow's probably going to be a relatively short stream, depending on how much I can get done tonight. I mean, we do have another hour 15 of front page left, so I will be live for at least another hour and 15 minutes. And besides, we'll have to continue this Goblin Camp tomorrow as well. We got more crabapple trees. More apples to go collect. There are enemies near your camp. Uh-oh. Wonder what we're under attack by. It's a very deep forest pond. Ew. More zombies. We're here trying to goblin the camp up. They're pretty weak enemies, though, I'll tell you that. Shambling grave folk. This is one of the most, like, classy descriptions of a zombie I've ever seen. I actually need to try this. Hold on. Raise earth? Where are them zombies at? Oh. Not enough spell power? What do I have? I only have 2? Can I set them on fire? I can't. I can set them on fire. Hee hee hee. Seems pretty effective. He doing the spinny in circle. It's okay. The goblins got this. Except now we have a forest fire, which is maybe a problem. It's okay. They got buckets, or in this case, clay pots.
Bring out your dead!
I don't think I have enough points to summon water. I need 2 to summon water. So now we just sit here and hope for rain? I guess? But he doesn't really like games as much anymore. Really? I haven't watched Old Egghead in a while. Hope he's doing okay. I like games. I'm maybe equally jaded with games where, like, I just like specific types of games, you know? So I wonder if this is going to pull a Far Cry 2 and just be a problem for a while. There is a spell that you can unlock, which is literally like a tornado, basically, and you can make fire tornadoes and spread fires like crazy. That's a little bit terrifying, actually. Although I only have 2 goblins currently set to deal with fires, although the fire is going in the opposite direction of me. So maybe I shouldn't be too worried about it. All right, well, it's starting to burn out now. If I had fertilizer unlocked, we could use all of this ash as fertilizer. Someone honking their horn like crazy. True. Yeah, you could just like pull the Wind Waker thing. Oh man, I didn't notice this because of how much what's the word? The last time I built this tree, the last time I played, I put the tree directly in the middle of my town and then kind of didn't look at it too much. But look at all these blue flowers that are sprouting up. These are culture flowers. Oh, that's kind of awesome. So like the healthier the tree gets and the more culture the tree gets in it, the more flowers it blooms. I like that. This game makes me mushy in weird ways. I'm not sure why. Big honkers in your area? Yeah. I mean, I always look out because I'm expecting like to see a car accident in a second. It really is, yeah. We're super duper not infesting the land with blue flowers. Certainly not. Whoopsies. Okay, so all the way over here. I think I need 3 points for raised land, right? I'll just plunk you down over there. And plunk you down right there. Continue exploring. You have a good night, B-Lug. Thanks for hanging out today, dude. And let's also plop down a raven statue. Yes, down there. So that increases my goblin's line of sight. Let's see further. Favorite goblins. Please elaborate on question a wee bit more. Me doesn't quite understand question. Like, is this my favorite goblin? As in, like, my favorite goblin character? Or my favorite appearance of a goblin in a video game? So they will till it in the spring, and then they will sow it in the early summer. Depiction of goblins in fiction. I really liked the game Styx. That was a fun goblin. And nothing really else is coming to mind. I mean, I can think of a lot of orcs. And I don't really want to just default to, like, Warhammer, because I know almost nothing about Warhammer fiction. So that would be kind of disingenuous, I guess. I'm gonna make... Ooh. Could do leather hides. Or I could just wait until we have 10 and then do improved farming. Or I could wait until I have 6 and then do spear thrower, which actually would be something I've never done before. These are all more spells, which is change wind, summon wind, summon spirits, and although the spirits apparently like haul for you. Bell spirits to carry items in the camp, and the spirits will work for a month. The shaman compels up to 20 spirits to haul and carry items in the camp. They will work for a month, so you get 2 separate spells, which is cool. I kind of want to try those. So maybe we'll just save until we have summon spirits, which means I need 8 research, which actually isn't that much more. I get 1 point per season, so 3 seasons? Not even. Basically, I need to get to the end of the year. $11 points to the next level. It's going to get me 39 culture points. It helps preserve food, and it like increases like the food quality or whatever, which like goblins can get scurvy in this game, which is kind of nuts. So you need food variety. It also sets your own buildings on fire. If you're not smart about building placement. I feel like scurvy's a problem anywhere there's humans. Like, you don't want scurvy. Scurvy bad. Where's the nearest ruin? There's one all the way over there. It's an odd... There's a bog over there. Let's work our way towards the bog. Oops, that's not what I want. This is what I want. Raise earth. What do we have over here? We do have wolf pelts that are just kind of piling up in here, as well as the turnip seeds, because we haven't planted those just yet. So now all this is within our line of sight. The goblins can walk into the fog, but they'll get lost. And then they just kind of walk around randomly till they either starve to death or find their way back. Smokers on the rock like the bonfire. Same reason I put the potter's yard out here. That or just make sure that you're pretty vigilant about clearing everything around them, or put stone roads around them. But yes, that kind of idea. So I haven't run into this at all, but the Keepers of the Woods are pleased. The Keepers of the Woods are pleased by your sacrifices. There is now a slightly lower chance that your structures will catch fire. The Keepers of the Waters are pleased. They're pleased with my sacrifices, and fisher goblins are now slightly more likely to catch fish. As long as you keep the world balanced, everybody stays happy with you. Which I think is, it's a neat way of doing things. This game's full of those neat little ways of doing things. Let's also plop a stockpile down. Plop that down over there. Oh, is it not possible to plop it down over top of trees? Okay, there we go. That time it worked. Yeah, like if you basically clear cut the whole forest, then the trees will get mad at you and then they'll start hurting you, causing problems. Any overworld interactions? No, it's you're locked to one map, and there are 4 sizes of maps. I just found a Unity bug. It is an early access game. There are 4 sizes of maps, but 2 of them are listed as experimental. So this is one of those games where you are just in a singular map. There's no overworld currently. I don't think that's planned either. Or rather, I don't know. I haven't looked that deep into the roadmap, but there's a roadmap on the website, and now I'm lost. I gotta follow the river to find town again. There it is. Looks like we can see across the river. But it's very much a game about being a singular small settlement. What do you sacrifice to the keepers? Please define the word keepers. Oh, I see what you mean. I could figure that out. Bone idols. There will be points where they say that, like, so-and-so's getting mad at us and we need to sacrifice more of this to make them less mad at us. So you need to set it up so that you're getting bird meat, so you can sacrifice some of the bird meat. Basically, so that would mean that you'd have to have farms so that birds are attacking you, so you can kill the birds so you can have bird meat to sacrifice. Stuff like that. It's kind of neat. The forest is you have to sacrifice wood crafts. I do know that much. And then if the morale gets too bad, then, you know, then you're in trouble. It hurts their willpower and they run away from fights and don't work as much. Currently don't have many jobs for them. Food is good. What are we missing? Or what can I build right now? Could start working on palisades. We're going to get hit by ads in a minute. So when the ads hit, I will pause game. I don't know why the palace always needs so much aid, but... we begin building our little wall. Let's change ground height. Why? Caveman. Steam says that this has been excluded based on my preferences. Why are you telling me to play porn? Ah, you're joking. Gotcha. I mean, I presume the joke would land way harder if I'd heard of it, which I haven't. Anyway, how you doing, Caveman? I'll say this, Ryan. If you're curious about this game, try the demo. It gives you the first 4 years of gameplay. 5 years? 4 years. It's the first couple of years of gameplay, and it's a demo, so it's free. You haven't even seen up to the end of the demo content yet, basically. So if you're interested in trying this game, go try the demo, and if you enjoy it, and pick the game up. I mean, this is like that 1 minute there where everybody was telling me to play Orc Masseuse. I think that was the name of it? Or Orc Massage? Was it? I can't remember if it was Masseuse or Massage. I'll be honest. I did look it up once because I was like mildly curious and was like, yeah, that is a game about giving back rubs to tiny little fairy girls. And giving them other kinds of rubs. Anyway. Elfie put 3 hours into the demo for this. As if he would actually like it. He's heard of it before I did. Sometimes I haven't. It's pretty rare, but every now and again, someone recommends a game that I haven't already played. Moving on. Got it. Can do. Won't even complain. Why do you know about it? I mean, because Caveman's into what Caveman's into? Let Caveman do what Caveman wants to do in the safety of his own cave. All the damn time. As long as Caveman ain't hurting anybody or entering into other people's caves without their cave permission. I don't know where I'm going with this. Anyway, there's specters floating through camp. In other news. Any thoughts on Hi-Fi Rush? I'm bad at rhythm games. That's it. It has a nice art style. So, I guess no. I don't really have any thoughts on, like, Hi-Fi Rush. I have thoughts on Kingdom Rush. Very good tower defense game. But I don't think that's the game you're me about. It's just another game with the word Rush. I do like Rush 2049, since we're talking about games with the word Rush in the name. I also like the band Rush. 2112, pretty good. Roll the Bones, pretty good. Tom Sawyer, yada yada. Yeah, Sokan, thanks for the 9th month. Welcome back. Which game series is my favorite? Tetris. And I will never stream Tetris. Tetris is for me, not for you. I mean, you can have Tetris too. I'm willing to share, but not on stream. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Des Sokan keeping that Prime subscription alive for a 9th individual month? Greatly appreciate you. Thanks. Thank you much. Wait, what did I do to Elfie, Brian? Elfie played 3 hours of the demo of this game. This game. Why are we saying poor Elfie? Me no get. It's time to increase the speed at which we are building these walls. Just a little bit. These poor goblins. They drag such big trees. Maybe somebody thought that Elfie was playing Monster Girl Island or something. And at that point, you know, honestly, no judges. It's fine. You're more than welcome to play video games if you like. This was an unpopular take a while ago, but I am, and still am very pro Steam selling adult content. In order to not accidentally get banned from all of the platforms that pay my bills, I need to not have them displayed publicly on my stream. So, that's all. I think it's kind of fine. No issues there. Another witness your Tetris skills? Yeah, I don't own a Switch, so I'm good as far as the Tetris 99 goes. The snow buildup is great. Look at that. I really want to see if it actually lets things climb over my fences, if it piles up enough. So it kind of looks like it would. I love how they're making paved roads underneath the snow. I'm not totally sure how that works, but working on our moat. I am not a fuck streamer, Lanix. I'm deeply offended by this statement. Hey, what's up, Lanix? How are you? How is you? It's good to see you. Hope your day's been well. We now have more goblins, which means I need more housing and a bigger kitchen. Goodbye 50 tickets? Oh no, 50 whole tickets. Whatever shall you do? Life ruined. Maybe it's a valuable lesson. Know your limits, bet your tickets within its. Yeah, no, that's totally true. Commas are in fact important, which means you should all comma down and think about what you did. I think I've been streaming for too long. I'm starting to divulge into the worst of the dad jokers. Yeah, I deserve that one. Crown Northern Rye. I can't say that I've ever had a Crown Royal that didn't taste like slightly like barley flavored water. But if you're enjoying it, I'm happy for you. No, Brian. No. Definitely we were talking about playing hours of the demo of this game. Okay, so today I learned you can't re-level stone. So that's interesting. I guess I need specific tools for that, probably. I seem to recall reading something about that. Okay, so we're now up to 7 research points. And we are going for Songs of the Dead! Although Songs of the Dead... Ooh. You know what? Actually, changed my mind. Magical wooden structures. Tall Raven statue. Ooh. I like exploring the map very quickly. Caw, indeed. So it takes 2 wood logs to make them instead of 1. We also still need to do this side. Oh, I guess it's less caw and more ta. This one can be demolished. You know, I have this problem with this game where every time I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm going to unlock this thing, I instead unlock something completely different and unrelated. Why are you standing there? Being all lazy. Something that you're not, yeah. Which is why you need the magical tall raven statue ability, Elfie. Ooh. Fighting has begun. What are we fighting? I don't see them. Oh, what? I've got the foliage hidden on the trees. We must be getting attacked by wolves somewhere. Oh, there they are. New discovery! Burial! Here comes the death. We can now, sadly, a goblin has died. If their body can be recovered, their comrades can build a grave to bury them, which unlocks the building of grave. Well, this has been a grave loss, and there's a lot of wolves right there. So the fact that we only lost 1 goblin, honestly, I say is quite miraculous. Although, actually, I should check my stockpiles to see how many goblin corpses we have, because there may be more than 1. I mean, okay, hold on. Let's just go to stock manager. Kind of wish I could sacrifice them to the gods. Good news is we'll have lots of wolf meat from this. Although, actually, let's do 2 ceremonial wolf meat. Just double checking. Already made that. Excellent. Goblin corpse. Okay, we only have an individual goblin corpse. All right, who's never cooked before who decided it was time to cook? Get to it, goblins. We got a problem here. Why are you running around with fish? Yes, that's it. Put them down on the ground. And then go slap. Okay. Okay, fine. I have to take matters into my own magic. It's okay. We got water, and I've summoned water. Everything is being washed away now, which probably ain't great. But fire gone. Problem solved. Now I can claim everything again.
Over here, he has a sword.
No, but I did have a really big bucket, and I dumped it everywhere. So now they can eat their burned, waterlogged dinners. At least they'll be well hydrated. I think they were trying to figure out how to be firefighters while holding fish. I think actually that's what happened. Is there caves in this game? Nothing that I've seen. outside of the portal to the underworld. You can't tunnel into the dirt. It's very much a surface building game. Kind of god gamey though. We're almost at planting season. Got another meal happening. Just gonna pull those stumps out of the field though. Yeah, a little bit of populace. And to me, like, that's a good thing, because it's like, this game is kind of scratching a different itch. Like, when I started playing Foundation, it was because I was sitting there going like, man, it's a game I really want to play, but I'm just not sure what it is. Okay, so I'm not sure what these X's are for. Are we out of storage space, perhaps? Yeah, okay. We ended up with just like fish pouring out everywhere. I feel like I need to make a storage place for just fish. Like a storehouse literally for fish. I decided to switch all of our goblins to a weapon. I like the concept of needing a vet for the goblins. That's just a very funny mental image for me, for some reason. We're also hacking up that wolf body. Sort of space game, but you tried Cosmoteer, but you ended up playing binging 200 hours. I feel like when people talk about playing Cosmoteer, I'm always like, why'd you choose to play Cosmoteer and not Star Sector? Like, Cosmoteer, the little bit I played of that game is the only game I've played in a long time that really just made me want to play Star Sector, and it's pretty rare that I feel the need to actually play Star Sector. Maybe that means I should play more Cosmoteer. Costs a few Vaki per season. Just spraying water all over their food. It kind of puts the stove out, though, Alfie, which is a bit of a problem. Also, the goblins do make soup, so maybe that's what the wet food diet is, really, truly. I wonder if the issue is they just can't access it right now, if that's what that X is there for. Okay, here comes the next tall statue so I can see what's in my yard. And let's also plunk another little guard post down here. Work on all that. Yeah, that must have been the issue. They just couldn't get to it. Stone, you gotta sleep. We'll see you later, dude. Thanks for spending time here today. All right, so they should be planting seeds soon. So it is that time of year. Although let's just go to jobs. Priorities, harvest grain crops. Let's pause the game real quick. And just see exactly what... Sowing... Sow farm plot. Let's set that to high. I really want that done. Although now it looks like we're going to miss it. Tisk. I guess that's my fault for queuing up a lot of construction at the exact wrong time. Oh well. That being said, it is burning season. So we're doing quite a big little sacrifice here. A big little sacrifice. That's my most sane sentence of the year. Which, oh man, I only need an additional 2 points to level her up again? Oh, come on. Oh shit, they were able to get some of it planted. Maybe I missed the process. Scroll down through here. Turnip hole. Place to store root veggies. Do really wonder if we can see the other side of that. I'm also going to go out to here, use everybody's favorite ability, which is Raise Earth. Grab another tall one of these suckers. And a U. Okay, so they've all got bone spears equipped. So we've got the 2 logs there. It's just now a matter of waiting for somebody to come pop her up. And once that's done, we gain a whole lot more trees that we can harvest. I'm actually just going to deconstruct this raven statue. And once this is down, I'm going to place a tall one on top of this. Although somebody may have just gotten lost. Looks like it. Looks like Kataja is lost currently. So I have to get this done. Get that problem fixed. I also need to make a new bonfire. It's okay. This should help get them unlost. So they're wandering around somewhere out there in the deep blackness that is the far away reaches of the forest. And just like that, done. Magical. This game kind of makes me want to talk like David Attenborough for some reason, and I don't quite know why. Does anybody else here ever suffer from sudden Attenborough syndrome? Clear flora. Did we switch sides and turn evil? Does this look evil to you? We're just goblins and we're camping. Although I guess if we're talking about Call of Duty, then yeah, I guess a camping goblin would be evil. Or at least in poor taste. Always be me. I mean, I've always thought of you as like chaotic good. Devilish. But no, this is Goblin Camp. This is actually a game that used to be ASCII at one point. And this is a rewrite of it into a new engine. It's on Steam in early access. It launched a couple months ago to very little fanfare. And I'm kind of fascinated by it, so I'm exploring it a little bit. And it's got a lot of kind of interesting, almost god-gamey magic mechanics, which I personally am a big fan of. I'm not the first person to describe you as such. I'm sure. It's okay, though. I can tell it's your sense of humor, so it's all in good fun. So that's going to get me 59 culture points. And we're going to level up our tree next year, which is good times. They're lacking capitalist relations. Uh-huh. Filling in all these little areas that weren't considered part of the stockpile originally. This is a little tedious. I wonder if I hold down shift now. Yeah, this game definitely has like some minor UI gripes which need to be worked on. Yeah, the other day when I was playing this the first time, there was a developer in the chat and they were pretty open about how there's a lot of like little quality of life things that they definitely need to work on. So. Dispatch Snatchers win. Something Sweden would be sending dispatchers at us because this is Finland. These are Finnish goblins, but this game isn't Finnish. It's very early access still. I mean, not very, but. There we go. I will pause the game when the ads hit. I'll also go through here and name these items. We are under attack by zombies who do be shambling towards us. But it seems like I have a local volunteer defender who has grabbed a big stick and is here to fend off the zombies. Thwack. Thwack. Thankfully, these zombies are very, very weak. They're more like a mild annoyance than an actual major threat. There are some more major threats, but as long as your goblins have some sort of defense and or bone weapon, these guys are actually a pretty decent source of bones, which can be made into weapons. So we are on the front page of Twitch. It's gonna go away in about 20 minutes here. So Drid, thank you very much for the raid, mate. What's up, man? Mods, can I get a shout out for Drid? We're on the front page of Twitch today, so 'tis good times. But welcome, Raiders. Check, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? What are you guys up to today? This game's cool. It's been around for a while. Was an ASCII game at one point, so it's my brand of nuts, I guess. And I've been quite enjoying it. Playing some Starzard. Gotcha. So you don't just play old bad games. Sometimes you play new complicated games. You guys should go follow Drid. Sometimes plays old bad games. Sometimes plays new interesting game. Caveman, thanks for the, 20 pack. Christ. Holy beezus. Jack, can I get some more beers? For our good friend Caveman. Who's very kindly, single-handedly, keeping the stream funded. Greatly appreciate that, man. But no, this game's nifty. It's got a demo if you're interested in trying it. And it is a remake of a once open source ASCII game, which still exists, which has now just been renamed to Goblin's Lot. And it's kind of a god gamey town builder-y thing. You sniped out a Paul, Caveman. And Ilmiran, thanks for the dollar. Appreciate you. Yeah, I think it's pretty neat. I mean, it's definitely like a me game. This is the kind of game that I'm interested in, like wholeheartedly. So, very much fits my aesthetics and my ideals. It's kind of a game made for me in that way. And there isn't any, like, horizontal digging, but you can, however, change the ground levels and heights and build little castles. There's a floodplain, so if you dig stuff down deep enough, stuff does flood once a year, which is also neat. And there's some really neat, like, little world simulation going on. Lots of different products and things grow. When I say it feels like a god game, these are spells, and you can unlock more. Currently, I just have, like, land manipulation spells, as well as set thing on fire. Actually, I can unlock more, which I've wanted for a little bit now. Where's the tech tree? There it is. Oh, no, not quite. At the end of the year, I will be able to, which is this. This allows the spirits, which are floating around, little ghost guys, to haul items for you, which hopefully will be satisfying to watch. And now we're getting attacked by something else. It appears that we are getting attacked by wolves. Kind of a lot of them, actually. Oh, geez. So they all run inside, they grab their weapons, and they do their best to defend us. Which actually means a meat delivery has arrived. And one of my Ikla has died. Rest in peace, you poor goblin. Maybe about to lose a second goblin, actually. We might be pushing too far into the forest, actually.
Bring out your dead!
Seems like my construction goblin here may die if they take another hit. Anla has become a war goblin, which means they get +7 fighting, +5 constitution, +2 tool toughness. So they can tolerate listening to Tool for longer. Very important. And willpower. What the heck is Tool toughness? The toughness of a weapon determines how likely it is to break. Oh, so they're less likely to break a weapon while it's using it. That's interesting. Let's make another grave. All right, and here I thought it stopped them from getting pretentious after listening to Tool for too long. But yeah, if you're even remotely interested in this game, check out the demo. Because the demo is the first 4 years, which in this session has taken me, oh geez, 138 minutes to hit, which is pretty good, if you ask me. And if you don't give them enough food variety, they get scurvy. All we need them to do now is to be able to get dysentery, and we'll have all of the great video game illnesses of all time. And no, dysentery is not funny. Do not laugh. There is no humor here. I swears it. It can also have a protein deficiency and a fiber deficiency. The mental image of all the little goblins getting diarrhea is just kind of sad to me, but also kind of funny. Running low on tools. Oh no, I need more digging stick. It's okay, we're making digging stick, I think. I'm gonna make a smithy. I'm plunk her down over here. What? The greatest video game of all, certainly maybe one of the most like referenced video games of all time. I don't know if I would call Oregon Trail the greatest, but maybe I just need to return to Oregon Trail. Like, how am I going to properly know if Oregon Trail is in fact the best video game of all time if I haven't played in so long? Okay, so that's where I'm making the road. Means I should build another guard shack over here by this door. Return. Okay, outside of Oregon Trail, has anybody made like a horror game remake of Oregon Trail? I'm thinking more in like the way of like, oh God, what's the name of that game? The game where you're the pastor. I can't remember. My Summer Oxen. Oh, God. I know Keep Driving released relatively recently, which is another, like, Oregon Trail-ish thing. Yes, I know that I need the right workshop to make a Dwarven Metal Ingot, but that's why we're building the building to make the Dwarven Metal Ingot game. They have all 6 branches there now. They just need to whack it with a hammer a bunch and the building appeareth. That's how construction works, right? No. No. Yeah, with the mortise thing. It's by Erdorf. Erdorf. Or whatever his name is. Erdarf? Faith. That's it. No, I was not thinking Cult of the Lamb. Hello, Clino. Hope Clino's doing well. Clino popped up in the YouTube. The YouTube chat's no longer safe. They don't even know what's about to hit them. It's a terrifying day when the Reddit mods arrive. It's terrifying. What Oregon Trail is trying to whitewash? I mean, it is history, but to a degree. I mean, video game history, rather. Just all I would really treat it as. We can't unexist Oregon Trail. It's a product of its time. Respect it for what it is. And what it is far from perfect. Or even better, you could just call it a work of fiction. How's that? Which isn't wrong. That's a lot of trees getting felled. Oh boy. Yeah, okay, so that little X just means they can't access it, which is fine, because we're currently in the flood season. Oh, it's all good. You know, thanks for hanging out. Stormwolf, seriously. And we'll see you tomorrow, dude. I don't think that's supposed to be burning, guys. Can we put it out, please? I know you're like, I'm eating my lunch though, and I get it, but like, could you please? I don't want to wash all your meals away again. Just, yeah, I get it. Eating your meals is importance. There we go. Jeez, man. The forest is mad at me, so it's starting fires. You'll drop in whenever the PC's fired up. There you go, man. You know, since we're nearing the end of it, just have to say thanks to anybody who came in from the front page, especially if you're sticking around. It has been a long day for me now, but, you know, we've had like a pretty consistent 2,000 people, or around such numbers. So thank you guys. It's been fun. Hopefully we'll be back on the front page in a couple of months. Also, we can unlock new thing. So for new thing, I'm going to unlock Songs of the Dead, which is probably a metal album. And then I'm going to go here. Summons up to 10 spirits to haul and carry items in the camp. The spirits will work for a month. Up to 20 spirits to haul and carry items in the camp. The spirits will work for a month. So they just high-speed transport all of the logs. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's neat. Look at all the time this is saving me. They're so much faster. Oh, that's pretty cool. It's a shame they don't also chop down trees for me, but I guess that would be kind of killing themselves because they are tree spirits. Although now would also be a good time, actually, to change the storage settings of this. And allow for more things. So let's just restore the defaults of this, which sets a bunch of things to 99. And now the spirits have a lot of stuff to do. And so 30 is like how 30 years of people are convinced it was unique to their generation? What do you mean? That like only their generation found it and nobody else played it? I guess I'm confused as to what you mean by unique to their generation in this instance. Also, oh man, I can't quite summon goblins. Kind of want to conscript spirits times 2. So now we have like 20 spirits hauling things. That's cool, man. And I got my palisades mostly done. Is there like a sci-fi spin on the Oregon Trail kind of idea? Because like Oregon Trail, but a Star Trek game, I could get into. Look at all those jobs. 51 jobs per goblin, eh? That's a lot of jobs per goblin. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Bringing it back around to this little video game. I will say once again, this is something that, like, one of my favorite things to do in this line of work is discovering games that I think are interesting. And this game absolutely fits that mold of, I think it's very interesting. I think that this game is kind of overlooked and pretty underrated, maybe is a good way of putting it. Because it is a game that has been around in the same kind of way that Dwarf Fortress has been around, and it's time to level up our tree. So, if you haven't, I would give this game a look-see, because I think it is really, really cool. Now we get 2 research points per year, and 2 Vaki per year, and we need 60 something points till next level, because we're burning all this. And as that burns, the amount of points to the next level go down. Then as I build a new bonfire, which I'll do once that one's done burning, we can then see how much closer to this one we can get to as we build this wall. This game's really cool. You should check it out, chat, if you haven't. But anyway, what time is it at this exact moment? Chat, we have 2 minutes left on the front page. Czar Nicholas, hello. So now is a pretty good time, I think, to say goodbye, Twitch front page. It's fun to be on here. Maybe we'll be back in a month or 2. Otherwise, I'm live, 4 days a week-ish. Sometimes 3. Usually playing Dwarf Fort. Sometimes other games. Thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs, Anonymous. Appreciate you. Smell you later, Twitch front page. Smell you later. Thanks for the $1, Droven. Means a lot, mate. This game's such a vibe. I wish I could hold down a button and, like, remove what trees were being selected, although maybe there's an overlay for that. No, there ain't. Oh, well. Turning that off is probably the best way to do it. Thanks for the $, Czar Nicholas. It's almost Hype Train. Might be the second Hype Train of the stream. Thanks, Elfie. One more for the road? Yeah, seems like it. Maybe we can convince some people to stick around. Would be a perfect time for a Golden Cap hype train, but... Ilmiran, thank you for the $1. Elfie, thanks for the $1. And that's a level 2 hype train, which needs, what? An additional 4 subscriptions? Or $16 to level up? In bits? At least all of the hauling is already done, which is lovely. There are enemies near my camp. Shoutouts to Drovin. Thanks for leveling up the train. And Anonymous. For the 5-pack. It appears that it is Shambling Zombie season. And, oh no, they're going out with shovels to go work on the land. The Shambling Zombies are where exactly? There they are. So that clears level 2 and pushes us directly to level 4. So thank you, chat. Big round of beers for that. And we are no longer on the front page. Thanks for a fun stream, guys. Let's finish this fight and maybe get through another winter. Because we're officially out of the front page now. And, Buddy McGob here, the zombie slayer, is charging out to go slay some zombies. And is helping out his friend, who's already on it, thwacking them with a hammer. Except he's got a spear. And other people come out with sticks, some with spears, and they turn around and run back home. Back to the safety of the walls. In order to level that train up again, it needs kind of a lot. It needs 8 subs, or $36 in bits. Which, honestly, we're doing just fine in ad revenue today, so I wouldn't worry too much about it, guys, but thanks a lot regardless. Also, just gonna plop down a tall raven statue right here so I can get rid of these 3 smaller ones. But yeah, I think I'm much happier with this attempt so far. And this one we'll probably stick with for quite a bit. I could see us doing a couple days worth of this particular attempt here. Let's just go over here to the stockpile manager and say stone axe. We got 5. Let's actually increase the number of stone axes. We do need some more tools. And bonfire. A little bit more time. Not actually even sure if we've planted any this year. It's not super clear if farming is working. If I were to comment on any UI understandability of this game. But thank you very much for the hype train, chat. And not only were we the highest view count ever for this game today, but on launch day, when this game released, it had, I think it was 800 people watching. So we had 2,400 at peak, that I saw anyway, which is a lot. And it's a whole lot of people saw this game today. I'm actually kind of curious if we increase the player count at all today. I like seeing what kind of ability I have to convince people to go play a game. Nothing crazy, but there is a noticeable difference since I last streamed it. I mean, when I last streamed it, it was getting like 2 to 4 people per day. Now they're getting like 8 to 10, which honestly, I think that's a big improvement. For games that kind of launched to little to no fanfare, it makes me all warm and fuzzy inside when I can tell a few more people to go play it. And thanks for all the likes on the YouTube stream, by the way, YouTube. We're running low on digging sticks. Oh, we only have 1, but they're trying to make 10, so they should make some more. Where did I put that smithy? I want to say it's over here, right? That it is. So let's make... a dwarven digging bar. Unless I don't quite... Yeah, I don't have that, that unlocked just yet. We got a little ways to go before we get more unlocks, so... I mean, I would say Caveman's better at that than me. If anything, you're the one actually doing the work there, Caveman. Thanks for the hype train, chat. Appreciate you all greatly. Uh-oh. We may be about to get attacked by birds. Although we may also have got... no, we're good. We got the farm fields cleared in time. Now, Barbie Island Adventure, on the other hand, that I'm a pretty expert promoter of. I need 2 more points before I can summon the gobs. As we slowly go through and finish building this palisade. I will say building walls takes like a whole year. It's kind of almost at a realistic amount of time, I would say, for building a wall. It's just nobody has the time. Oh, there we go. Hopefully we can get these harvested. Let's just go over here and cancel order for all of the removing of items all the way up to here. Did I not cancel that order? I guess I can't. Oh, I guess all this stuff is still needed for building up the palisades. Oh boy. It does look like we harvest all of our turnips. So that is good. The problem is now the fertility is dropping pretty rapidly, so I need fertilizer. Or we need to till it next summer. Also, chat investments are open for those of you who care. But I think now is a good time for us to save this little town. I mean... we've made some pretty good progress. I mean, we've made it up to year 5. And maybe the next time we stream it, we'll get up to year 10. Chat room. Some ads are about to run. But how'd you enjoy the stream today? Could I get a rating out of 10? YouTube folks, I'm going to shut you guys down now. When the ads are done, we'll go raid somebody, I think. Oh, you butter me up, Noel man. You butter me up. You had a lovely time? Well, that's lovely, Alfie Bean. I've got to remind everybody, before I sneak off, in the community tab on my YouTube channel, there is a link where you can send in a question to Ask Charn Adams, because on Thursday at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, and 6 p.m. GMT, the good old Tony One will be on my stream for a good couple hours. We'll be talking about Dwarf Fort things, amongst other things. And tomorrow, which is the day before that, excuse me, will be a more normal length stream because the day was a little long. I mean, I was live for, 11 hours today because of the front page stuff. So tomorrow we will be doing the normal things. The day after we will be doing, a larger, or a larger event, I guess, because Tarn will be joining us. We are running out of digging sticks and the game yelled at me. And then I have enough spells now to summon goblins. They're all compiling out of the tree, I think. So now we need more housing. So tomorrow, normal stream. Day after, Tarn joins me. And day after that will be your Friday stream. Although the day that Tarn's going to be on stream is going to be a very, very, very short stream. And the reason it's going to be such a short stream is because, well, for lack of a better term, I'm going to run the interview and it's going to be done by like noon. And then I'm going to go edit the damn thing. So it's going to actually probably be a very short stream compared to what some of you normally expect from me, most likely. But I think that it'll be an entertaining time, if nothing else. Gotta get those houses built. We're almost done clearing the flora and fauna. And you right there, you need an additional 43 points. And you've got 32 currently. I do need some of these, though. All right, so now that we're through the ads, it's time to save. And quit to the main menu. That was day 2, I guess. Attempt number 2 of Goblin Camp. I'm up to, what, 10 hours in this game? Yeah, 10.3 hours. And I can tell you pretty damn safely, I really like this game. If you haven't played it yet, definitely go check out the demo. It is the first few years of gameplay, which is what you literally just saw. And, you know, they got a roadmap right here, which links to their website, which, as we can see right here, includes spearfishing, improved farming interface, more detailed wood construction, ditches and moats, official ones instead of the one that I'm building. More, you know, actually, they've already got this out. They've already got this out. So this is what would be in the current thing. So they're working on then net and club fishing rye. Oh, that's interesting because rye is in the game, or it claims it is, but it doesn't work. Foraging, hunting, production of stone and fiber, which you can't currently do. Stone tier buildings, which would be neat. Goblin traits and experience in freezing winter or freezing water. I guess that'll let you cross the river. Complex earthworks, which I'm looking forward to. Shamanizing ceremonies, magical structures, more enemies, traps, new fortifications, neighboring territories, trade and warfare, more shaman stuff, swamps and ruins, advanced map generation. Looking forward to it. So go check this thing out. It's a neat little video game. Shutting the YouTube stream now. Thanks for tuning in, guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow at the normal time.